and the education of our children are being embezzled. How much is ASU asking for? What does it take to build the universities? So we believe that those of us who went through those universities, it was because of the commitment of government that we were able to attend those schools and we came out.
But the federal government's lawyer Tijani Ghazali, also a senior advocate of Nigeria, opposed Adegboruwa's application to consolidate the suits when he told the judge that Sirap's application was premature as the case was billed for mention on Monday.
All of you here are employees of your various organizations. You can't dictate to your organization how you will be paid. Your organization can decide to give you a check, can decide to pay directly into your account. One of their major issues is the issue of payment through either IPPIS or UTAS. We are saying that that cannot be dictated to government. We reserve the right to pay the way we believe is most appropriate in the circumstance. The 2009 settlement has been resettled in 2020. They are avoiding that of 2020 and always talking about the 2009. By the time we file all the necessary things, you'll have it to see.
Reacting to Adegboruwa and Ghazali's arguments, Femi Falana, another SAN who represents ASU, said that he was aware of efforts by the lawyers to file court papers in the suit on Monday. Addressing journalists shortly after Monday's proceedings, Falana said the Nigerian government often adopts dilatory tactics that have a way of prolonging strikes.
There's no business coming here because the matter ought to have been resolved by now. And the government has just set up another committee of 14 members. That was done last week. So we're expecting their report. When we were just suddenly told that the government had rushed to the court. I hope it's not a reaction to the suit by Serap. What the law envisaged was that if you didn't work, you shouldn't be paid. But if I'm saying I am going to work, you know in the past, when ASU declared a strike, the members always covered lost ground, and they're going to do so this time. So there shouldn't be any blackmail here. Because when the government says there's no money, but you know there's money in the country. But it's a question of priority. Has the government given attention to education? And we must run a country where agreements are observed by governments under the rule of law. Because once the government has signed an agreement with us and is registered in the Ministry of Labour, it's binding on the government. But the government has a way of violating its own commitment all the time. And that is why you have this strike.
The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, has revealed that improvement of the remuneration and conditions of service of judicial officers remains uppermost on the agenda of President Muhammadu Buhari. Malami, in his address at the 2022 Court of Appeal annual legal year, stated that amidst the revenue challenges the nation is faced with, coupled with various demands for a wage increase, one confident assurance remains the improvement of the remuneration and conditions of service of judicial officers. According to a statement by Special Assistant on Media and Public Relations, Umar Gwandu, the AGF said that the ongoing process will be completed in accordance with Eastern constitutional and statutory provisions. A coalition of aviation workers' unions have threatened to proceed with industrial action in the next 14 days if their demands are not met. The workers will hold rallies today, September 12, at airports nationwide to protest anti-labor clauses and new aviation bills currently awaiting the assent of President Muhammadu Buhari. The unions threaten that if their requests for withdrawal of the bills are not granted, they will proceed with industrial action in the next 14 days. The coalition is made of the National Union of Air Transport Employees, NUAT, Air Transport Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, National Association of Aircraft Pilots and Engineers, Association of Nigerian Aviation Professionals, ANAP, and amalgamated unions of public corporations, civil service, technical, and recreational services employees. The union called the bill a subtle attempt to restrain the powers of unions and obliterate unionism in the aviation sector. 9 yet to be identified ladies who were trapped when a story building around Akinwumi Street, Mende, in the Maryland area of Lagos State, sunk due to torrential rainfall were rescued on Monday. The Lagos Territorial Coordinator, National Emergency Management Agency, Ibrahim Fayoloye, confirmed the development in a statement. He said the agency's officials were deployed to rescue the victims after receiving a distress call about the emergency. Fayoloye said while speaking with one of the trapped victims, One Blessing, she said there were up to 9 people, mostly women, who were trapped when the building started sinking after being submerged. 2 persons have been confirmed dead in a canoe accident in Dabi Village, Ringim local government area of Jigawa State. Spokesperson of the State Police Command, DSP Lawan Shisu Adam, who confirmed the incident in a statement on Sunday, September 11, 2002, said 5 persons were rescued while 6 others are still missing. The PPRO said the canoe was conveying 13 passengers going for a condolence visit from Dabi to Sayango when it hit an object, broke down and capsized at about 12 p.m. on Sunday. 2 Super Tucano fighter jets of the Nigerian military have eliminated scores of Islamic State of West African province ISWAP terrorists in Somalia, a location near Zambiza forest believed to be where the terrorist threat wounded fighters. Aside from killing many ISWAP fighters at the location, the airstrikes also raided Abdullari, a terrorist enclave located northeast of Maiduguri. Several terrorists were also neutralized and structures destroyed by the bombardments. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has condemned the Sunday attack on the senator representing Anambra South Senatorial District, Senator Ifeanyi Ubah. In a tweet on Monday, Obi said the attack is condemnable and unacceptable. The former Anambra State governor also re-emphasized the urgent need for enhanced security of lives and property in the society. He demanded the use of all machinery available to the government to promptly punish those who engage in these dastardly acts in accordance with the laws. The price of food and other commodities keep skyrocketing daily, touching on the cost of living in Nigeria. View the reports of the people on Street Views.
You expect seriously, we can't even explain because in my place of work, the place I would normally pay 500, go and come back. That was 2014, 2015. Now I pay 1,200, go and come back. So every day, a month, the transport is just like more than 30,000 just for transport, which I was spending like, I was always calculating 8,000 or 10,000 naira for my transport every month. But now the transport fare is moving from 10,000 to 30,000 every month for the 26 days I always work. So it affects seriously, I can't even explain. It affects badly. So some of those money, we normally use it maybe as you are coming back, you buy things for your children at home. But now in order to, we can't save. We can't save.
We just have to like keep on going with it now. We just hope it gets better. So how we are coping is work harder, and that's just what we can do.
I'm into food business, so I know it's affecting a lot, particularly trying to get customers. When you give them prices of stuff that we do, they complain that it's too expensive. But due to the constant increase in sales and in pricing, it's really affecting the business. So we hope the government will look into that. The price is way too expensive. Take for example, a bag of flour last year was going for about 10,000, but now it's going for like 22,000, 23,000, depending on where you get it.
When you look at the rate at which prices of commodities are going up, is very, very high. In fact, average Nigerians are finding it very difficult to cope. And we want government to do something as soon as possible before things get out of hand.
I think it has really affected it adversely because things are quite costly now, and the things that we used to get for a particular price has actually gone up. So we need to improvise and like they say, cut our clothes according to our size, right? So, but we dey try, we dey manage. Like, okay, when I was coming now, I had small issue with my car, and I had to get. I think the person that I wanted to help me fix it said I should get what is it called? Jowl, ordinary jowl. Then we used to get it for like 1, 2 or thereabout. But the one I bought now is 2.5. Now. You get, so everything, food, rent, everything.
That one is, I don't even know what to say. It's been God. You know, buy something today, by the time you get to the market, it has tripled the price. So it's being consistent with the price. It's not as if it's going down, it's going up. So there are some things you really want to eat, but you cannot afford it, so you just leave it out there and eat the basic things. So it has affected my daughter. Like, my daughter likes berries a lot. And berries that I used to buy for 1,000, now it's 3,000. I can't afford to always buy berries for her. So it's affected in every, I don't even know what to say about it. Cost of living, water now, we used to buy 600, now it's 750. Maybe by the time you go next month, it could be 800 or so. It's affected a lot of things. So you now start considering, should I not drink clean water? Should I just drink from the bowl? It has affected a lot of things. So your health now is at risk because your meals are no longer balanced diet. So you have to weigh options. What will you eat and what you will not eat? That's affected a lot of things.
For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Ifeanyi Elumezim. Many thanks for watching.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
politicizing our humanity. You see, Nigeria today has become a den of unknown gunmen. And I say that because for every new report you see now, any news, anything, you see unknown gunmen kills 20, unknown gunmen kidnaps 50. So any small thing is unknown gunmen. And the level of insecurity in the country today has risen. You know, so today we no longer ask whether our lives are, and properties are secured. We only ask who is next to be killed or kidnapped. You know, we check and we see, okay, whose family is next? Which family is going to be thrown into mourning? So right now, Nigerians are only waiting, and we're waiting and saying, whose turn is it going to be? The level of insecurity in the country has become extremely worrisome. The lapses created by government, by the inaction of government. You know, government had the opportunity to nip this insecurity in the bud. You know, when it started, you know, it started like play. It wasn't this bad. It wasn't this bad. But now, because of government's inaction, we are caught up, and it seems as if there's nothing that we can do about it again. So now it is even worse. It is worse that we as citizens are not making enough noise about the right things. We are concerned about some other things. So despite the worrisome state of our dear nation, the plague of politicizing any little thing, you know, we are quick to say, now this party they run amo, now this party they do amo, is because of this party. And so right now, we are trivializing the problems and the challenges that we are facing as a nation. You know, so there are talks all over social media claiming that the violence and actions leading to the high level of insecurity, which now threatens our very existence, are sponsored. Members of the ruling and opposition parties have thrown all caution to the wind, and they exchange blames. It is this party, it is that party, rather than just actually recognizing terrorism for what terrorism is and taking actions to stop the incessant killings and kidnappings, which is threatening the very existence of Nigerians. We must stand united or fall divided. We must stand united. Then Nigeria is at the very brink. We are at the very brink of war. You know, and I don't think we are saying this enough. I think everyone is just looking at, okay, maybe because the thing never touched me, make we just they look up, and everyone is just playing with the situation. The situation has become so dire and would worsen if we do not join voices and actions and implore the government to take decisive actions to protect the lives and properties of the people. We must educate and reorientate ourselves. We must advocate for peace and tolerance. Negative and irresponsible tribal comments, you know, it has no other thing to do than to incite violence. So it breeds this intolerance that we have for ourselves, and this tribe will say, now these people, if these people come out, we go get peace and all of those things. And then we wonder why some people are killing another tribe, and why another tribe is killing another tribe. So I feel we must be able to preach peace and preach unity, you know, if at all we want to see the end of this insurrection. I have always said this, and I think this is time to say it again. In terms of, if we're talking about security, I think the time for decentralization is now. The power that the federal government wields as far as security is concerned is too much. And it would seem that even that power now is overwhelming, such that they don't even know what to do with the power again. Assign state governments with the task of security responsibilities. Yes, at federal government level, there are some powers that you cannot just take away. But let the security apparatus in the police, security operatives that you have, let them be responsible to state governments. Let state governments take charge. Let them take charge. A governor of a particular state will not be looking at while his state is burning, and the governor is crying to federal government to come and help. So what then is the duty and what then is the work of the state government? You know, we had mentioned earlier, but I'm just going to chip in again, that religious leaders have a role to play. You find religious leaders being totally irresponsible and reckless with the comments that they make, knowing fully well the power that you wield as a religious leader, knowing fully well the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people that listen to you and take your word as law. You need to be very careful. You need to be cautious of how you urge people on, because comments that you make in ways incite violence against perhaps other religions, and then you have this religion attacking this religion. Oh, they attacked us first. Oh, they attacked us first. So I think now is the time for our religious leaders to come together and preach peace, and tolerance is very important. So once again, I would say conclusively that I think we need there's never been a time to call for peace and to call for tolerance and to call for unity as now, using our voices, using our platforms to advocate for peace. Because at the end of the day, like I said, it's just turning and turning and turning, and Nigerians are just looking at who is the next person to fall victim.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are treat for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican President Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Poli Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mura is very interesting, and I used to say it. No painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example, now, this is lion. A lion represents a king, and the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or old building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than, you know.
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
Furniture is one of the most important home accessories. It adds style and elegance beside their primary functional designs. They contribute to the beautification and aesthetics of a place. The world production of furniture is estimated at over $350 billion, out of which the Nigeria's market share is 50 billion naira. The furniture industry has improved in Nigeria from just the roadside carpentry to the creative arts of combining wood, metal, cushion to give glamour and beauty to chairs, tables, wardrobes, cabinets, and other household furniture. The market for the furniture industry would always be in demand because everyone needs furniture for countless reasons. In Lagos, there is a furniture market where you find all types of artisans, materials, and tools for furniture making. The market is well coordinated with a chairman and organized rules.
Wíwà láyé ọjà wa yìí ó mọ̀ lọ bí 70 bí 70 ọdún. Tí mo bá wò dáadáa ọ̀nà karùn-ún níbi tá a wà yìí. A ti kọ́kọ́ wà ní Watchtower ní Ṣómólúrí. Wọ́n ń pè ibì kan ní Enípákó ní Onípànù ńbẹ̀ yẹn. Àwa náà lè Nípákó tá wà ńbẹ̀ nígbà náà lọ́hùn. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn a ti tún wà ní ilé epo Àjíìpù tó wà ní Fádèyí ibi tí bíríìjì ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ wà ń jọ sí. Lẹ́yìn tá a kúrò ńbẹ̀ la ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá lọ sí Káyọ̀dé níbi táwọn onírin wà nísìn. A kúrò ńbẹ̀ ní 1977 la wá wọ́ sí bíbá yìí. Ká tó wá dé bíbá yìí ilé kiri pé kí ọjà ó dìgbà tó bá ń yá kán ní ká kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ àwọn ọlọ́dani tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ tàbí ẹbí tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ ló mú kí àwọn bàbá wa àgbà náà lọ́hùn kí wọ́n gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lórí ká gba ilẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó láyé LSDPC. So àtìgbà yẹn la ti wá béèrè fún ilẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ó jẹ́ àyè ibi tíjọba yà sọ́tọ̀ fún kátàkárà tàbí iléeṣẹ́ ìdí tó gbé wa débì ni so ìjọba Lagos State ló fún wa níbí láyé LSDPC èmi lálága karùn-ún àwọn alága tán ti lọ ẹ̀yẹn la ní John Oyè bàbá dàgbà ò wá sọ́jà mọ́ ó di mẹ́ta bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn gbà tí bàbá dàgbà tán wá sọ́jà wọn ni Ṣùbẹ́rù Àkànó nánà wà tún bọ́ síbẹ̀ àwọn kú ní April 2016 gbà yẹn ló ṣẹ̀ wá kan èmi Isiaka orí oyè títí dìgbà tá a wá wà yìí kì í ṣe pé a lè lé 105 èèyàn yìí táyìn lóyìnbó ń pè ní 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ní omi ò sọ pé 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ àtẹnirà àtẹnintà a lè 105 lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin a kà wọn ọmọọṣẹ́ ìkọ́ṣẹ́ o tó yẹ pé ń kọ́ṣẹ́ furniture upholstery weather oríṣiríṣi iṣẹ́ tó jẹ mọ́ building materials tó jẹ mọ́ nǹkan kọ́lé torí níta base lé lórí gan nìyẹn àti pákó plywood oríṣiríṣi nǹkan kọ́lé tó dérí páànù cement kọ́kọ́rọ́ ìṣó gbogbo nǹkan kọ́lé àwọn kan wà tán tó ń kọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ibi náà ti kọ́ ibi náà tún wà 105 tètè ẹ̀ ní àjùbá ń lọ àpọ̀ lórí tẹ environmental tó sọ wàá rí i pé ńgbà tí wọn náà débi láàárọ̀ yìí ò lè wọlé a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ environmental lágo 7 a parí ẹ̀ lágo 9:30 tó ra nígbàgbọ́ nú Ọlọ́run tá a bá dúró lágo 9:30 yẹn kò sẹ́ni tó gbọ́dọ̀ tajà hàn ní tàwọn ò ní rà environmental gbogbo ọjà ti mọ́ so mùsùlùmí á gbàdúrà àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ní àjọ nígbàgbọ́ àwọn náà á gbàdúrà ìyẹn ló máa gbé adago 10 kálukú tó padà sẹ́nu iṣẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ètò tíjọba filẹ̀ bọ́jà wa ṣe tó yẹ àti bó ṣe rí o lè rí ibi tán gbé ń ta ọtí ń bì tó dẹ́ni tó ti mu tí yó ó lè hùwà kíwà àgbà kéèyàn ó jalè ẹni bá ti jalè a máa lè kúrò lọ́jà ni àdẹ̀gbà kéèyàn ó jà gbogbo nǹkan tó wù kó lè rí bó ṣe bí ẹni nínú tó wá fẹjọ́ sùn alága tó bá ti dọ́dọ̀ alága pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ agbọ́tọ̀ tún agbátòsí tó bá yẹ ká fi ṣàtúnṣe bẹ̀ á dẹ̀ ṣe a lè dẹ́lòmíì lẹ́jọ́ pé ókè lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ẹni tí ń tajà ojoojúmọ́ tó mọ tó ń rí lójúmọ́ ta ni kó lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ọ̀sẹ̀ kan tó bá padà dé sẹ́mọ̀ para àárọ̀ n tó mú jà wájọ́ sí tí bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń bọ̀ á mọ̀ pé kó ń lọ fẹjọ́ sùn ó ń lọ nà àbáyọ so ara àwọn ètò tán bàbá rẹ̀ ti làálẹ̀ nìyẹn ó dẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ títí dè ní ìní àbí ó dẹ̀ ṣe máa rí lọ náà nìyẹn àgbà owó àgbà pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn bí kì í ṣe pé irú ilẹ̀ nísìnyí ìdọ̀tí tán bá lò nígbà bá fẹ́ sanwó lọ́mà ṣe mọ̀ pé ó di dandan so à ń gbà yẹn lówó tí ò ga àwọn èèyàn lára tó jẹ́ pé kò tiẹ̀ ní wọ́n lára ńgbà tí a ti wà bá ṣe fi wà yẹn kò sówó kan tá à ń gbà kọjá owó ìsọ̀tán bá rẹ́ǹtì tán sanwó ẹ̀ lọ́dún kò sí owó túláàsì kan tó nájà kan àbẹ̀wọ̀n rajà kan bí wàá lè sọ pé wọ́n ń gbà lọ́wọ́ àgbowó car park àgbowó ilé ìgbẹ́ ilé ìtọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ la ní tó yẹ pé tí ọ̀gán bá tiẹ̀ débẹ̀ wàá fẹ́ lè sùn bẹ̀ pé ṣé bí náà dẹ̀ lẹ pé nílé ìgbẹ́ lẹ pé nílé ìwẹ̀ nílé ìtọ̀ tá a tọ́jú gbogbo ẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí Lagos State fẹ́ gbogbo àdẹ̀ náà wá ń yẹ̀ wá wò Lagos State yẹn wọn yé wá wọn wá láti Aláùsá wọn wá láti local government ẹgbẹ́ nípákó ní Lagos State gan àwọn gan tún wá tó dáa jẹ́ kókó kan nínú ọjà tó jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ Lagos State Building Materials and Building Materials Association ajẹ́kókó kan so bá a ṣe ń tò díẹ̀díẹ̀ nìyẹn tọ́lọ́ndẹ̀ fún wa tó challenge ta ní pọ̀ díẹ̀ ó kàn yẹ pé bórílẹ̀-èdè wa ṣe fi ń lọ ni tí gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọn náà ṣe rí ńgbà tẹ wọnú ọjà àwọn iṣẹ́ tó ń jáde níbí báyìí ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀ ní tán bá gbé dé ta tán bá sọ fún wọn pé wọ́n import ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní jiyàn torí aláwọn òṣìṣẹ́ tí wọ́n kájú ẹ̀ anything furniture bó jẹ́ ìtàn jù local materials ní tó yẹ jẹ́ pé tán bá ṣe finishing ẹ̀ tán tiẹ̀ àti ẹ̀ tó dájú tìlú tán gbé alátòkèrè lọ irú ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti kó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí
wọ́n náà pàdé nǹkan tán jáde lọ nígbà tí wọ́n ṣí géètì tá a pàdé environmental lẹ́ẹ̀kan so gbogbo orú àwọn kan báwọn yẹn ṣùgbọ́n kíjọba ó gbégbèsè àti kún wa lọ́wọ́ kí nǹkan yẹn lè di tí ó kárí gbogbo Áfíríkà tí ò ní mọ Nàìjíríà nìkan bọ́jà wa ṣe fi rí yìí láti Àbújá àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ní showroom wọn ibi náà ti wá ń produce sales wọn ọjà tó ń tà ibi náà ti ń ṣe tán lọ kó sí showroom náà báyìí ti tan náà sí adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run Ọlọ́run fi ń pọ́n wa ló dẹ̀ fi ń yìn wá so tíjọba bá kún wa lọ́wọ́ nípa pé kán finance wa béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ ni a ṣe jèrè mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ni a ṣe rágbéga lẹ́nu òwò yẹn tó wò ní nìyẹn wàá rí i pé ẹni tó ń fi 1,000 ṣòwò èrè ẹ̀ ò lè dàbí ẹni tó ń fi 10,000 ṣe ẹni tó ń fi 1 million ṣòwò a lè fi ẹni tó ń fi 50 million ṣe béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ náà lè rí ẹ̀ ó ṣe pọ̀ tó náà dẹ̀ ni ayé á fi mọ̀ ọ́ sí.
Well, I've been in the business for a very long time because I started the business with my dad around 1985. I'm still in secondary school then. At earlier stage, I have the mind of be a first man, but my dad said he want me to go into business because he have a lot of achievement that he made in doing the business. And as time goes on, I later joined my dad in doing the business. I later have interest in doing the wood business. I give glory to Almighty God because the business is a good business. We get wood from different states in Nigeria here. Starting from anything from Ijebu, the Shagam, Ore, Bini, Ondo, Idori, Owo, Ifon, Sobe, Agbanikaka Empire in Onwa. All that kind of we get wood in many different states in Nigeria here. Just for example, we have mahogany. Mahogany is a redwood and they use for furniture wood. Just like bed, shelf, door, architrave and so on. They use for many things. We also have black afara. We have Mazonia. We have teak. We have Abora. We have Idigbo. We have Eku. And so on and so forth. And that's what we are even be using for a very long time in Nigeria here before they started bringing the imported board and all these things. The wood serve more longer than the board. The board have different type. We have the one that lasts longer and which we have the one that don't even last longer. But I still prefer, due to me, I still prefer the wood than using the board. If I'm doing anything in my house, I always prefer using the wood. The difference there is not very much, but difference between the local one, the local board and the wood that we use here, the wood lasts longer than the imported board, and most of this imported board. They process the wood here, which they even take down to that place to go and made as board, and they'll still bring it back for us here. That's due to the government, because the government supposed to even work on that, which if at all, if something will even happen like that, what we have here, they're supposed to produce it here. Not that they will take it over there and then later do the processing and then later bring it for us here, which is not even an idea. I didn't even support that. We encounter a lot of challenges on that because bringing the imported boards down to Nigeria make the wood business to go down, which at least the way we even enjoy doing the business, the wood business before, is quite different from the way we enjoy it now. In Nigeria, yeah, some people know the quality of the wood, which they still patronize us. Most especially, some of my father's customers that they are in old age, they normally even tell their children and most of their colleagues and family that if you want to do something like that, not be able to go far in doing it, because along the line, you see people that they will tell you that they want to supply you wood. At the end of the day, they will just collect money from you, and which something will not be done. But once you learn what you want to do, after all, if anybody even want to bring what is not supposed to bring into the business, you say, no, That's not the way I'm supposed to go. This is the right way I'm supposed to go. It depends on how the person have the sense and the knowledge of learning. Because some people may even be there between 1 year, they will capture whatever they want to capture about learning about the wood or to do a wood business. But some people, they have a dull brain. Maybe they will use about 3 to 4 years.
Wàá rí i pé mo sọ ọ́nà ọ̀rọ̀ mi pé à ń tà à ń rà ni. Àwọn ọlọ́dàn ni tí wọ́n wá rẹ́ǹtì ṣọ́ọ̀bù ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ wọn ni wọ́n na pàápàá àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké ìsìn ìmíì parí ní polytechnic àwọn tó parí lọ́fà tó parí Yaba tó parí káàkiri tẹ́ pé bíi náà tí wọ́n á ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn. So àwọn ọmọ yẹn ń gbé sórí social media but àwa gẹ́gẹ́ bíi bàbá ọjà tẹni ó lọ́jà àwọn ò tí ì wọ social media tó mọ̀ pé ayé jọ́sí ńlòbí ń sọ fọ́mọ pé iṣẹ́ ìdandan ni kò kọ́ níbi tí ayé dé nísìn iṣẹ́ tó bá wu ọmọ láti kọ́ nígbà tó ọmọ báyìí ti sọ fún ìyá àti bàbá ẹ̀ pé iṣẹ́ yìí ló wu òun kọ́ àwọn tó mọ̀ wá ń bí báyìí tán mọ irú nǹkan tó ń jáde ń bí àwọn amọ̀mọ̀ wa sọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá tí wọ́n mọ̀ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lábẹ́ àkóso ọjà títí wa tírú ọ̀gá yẹn bá ti wá gbọmọṣẹ́ yẹn á jẹ́ káwa tá a já lákòóso ọjà ó mọ̀ pé ọmọọmọṣẹ́ kan wá fóun o iṣẹ́ báyìí tó fẹ́ kọ́ rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ ṣe rẹ̀ á dẹ̀ fàdúrà sí pé kán máa lọ ṣe irú àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn pọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ńgbà kọ́ṣẹ́ tán ibi náà náà ti tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn náà tán bá ti kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn èyí tó bá ráyè síbi á dúró ń bí èyí tí ò ráyè bọ̀tọ̀ pọ̀ wọn gan-an dúró ń bí torí wọ́n mọ nǹkan tí ibi ń bí ẹ sì mọ̀ pọ̀rọ̀ ṣẹ́rè ó kò èèyàn mọ̀ tán bọ́n bá kọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ mi tó bá dàbí pé ó fẹ́ pa wọn lórí asáré lọ bí wọ́n bọ́ ọ̀gá tó kọ́ wọn àwọn ọ̀gá tó pọ̀ mí sọmọ pé ọ̀tọ̀ lọ̀gá ọ̀tọ̀ tún ni ọ̀gá so wọ́n pọ̀ mí báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ ìgbà tí state government fún wa nílẹ̀ ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan náà máa fún wa ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tán tiẹ̀ ti fún wa nílẹ̀ tá a ti ń rí bí tajà wa rajà wa àwa náà ò béèrè mọ́ òbọ̀ tó bá gbé wa lọ́la à ń retí ẹ̀ o tó dá déhùn wa ni kí wọ́n máa fún wa ní transformer tó máa fún wa níná ìgbà tán ò fún wa àwa la lọ rà fúnra wa wọ́n láwọn ò fún wa ní tar road àwa la mọ̀ bá ń ṣe ń ṣe ọ̀nà wa ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tóbi dórí omi but bí náà ṣe ń wá ìgbà tí nepa tí nàìjíríà ń rí bákan láti ìgbà kan tí náà ò déédéé ọ̀pọ̀ wa láti ra generator ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ yẹn torí ń gbèyàn bá gbaṣẹ́ níṣẹ́ tí nepa fún wa níná tó dẹ̀ lásìkò tó dá fún eníṣẹ́ ò ní fẹ́ gbọ́ pé iná ni ò sí ó mú kápọ̀ wa ra generator gbogbo àwọn ọmọ táwọn wí gbogbo àwọn ọ̀gá wọn yìí náà ní generator tán fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn.
The furniture market is not without its challenges. The unavailability of raw materials and the constant lack of power supply does not just affect the furniture industry, but the Nigerian manufacturing industry as a whole.
Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́ generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná ó ti yé yín so àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face tá a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn so táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́ kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣojú pé ká wá miss láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn iná generator náà la lè lò.
nípa bá a ṣe ń sanwó gẹ́gẹ́ bí olórí àti ìgbìmọ̀ ẹni bá ti múná nínú wọn torí gbogbo wọn kọ́ ló ń lo ná ìbá àwọn tán ń lo ná nínú wọn a ti ní levy tí a fi wọ́n sí orí ẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti mọ̀ páwọn láti sanwó yẹn a tún wá ṣe débi pé ìjọba ní ká máa lọlé láago 6 tá a bá lọlé tán àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ kan wà tí a ṣètì kalẹ̀ hàn tó bí hàn 8 àwọn èèyàn ní lọlé láago 6 wọ́n á yí ká gbogbo ọjà a dẹ̀ ṣe àwọn ṣúìsì kan síta tó yẹ pé òun ló control gbogbo nǹkan téèyàn ń lò ní workshop ẹ̀ tó ní on and off so àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ tí wọ́n máa patrol yẹn gbogbo nǹkan tí fuse tán ṣe síta yẹn tó ti ní on and off yẹn náà máa wò wọ́n bá ti rẹ́ni tó gbàgbé tiẹ̀ ńgbà tó ń lọ lé ó wà ní on ńgbà tó ń lọ bóyá ó pẹ́ kó tó palẹ̀ mọ́ wá ń sáré jáde lọ pé kí gbìmọ̀ ọjà máa mú òun kò rántí pa àwọn gbìmọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ kámọ̀bàrógún kámọ̀ àṣọ bá a ṣe pọ̀ tó yìí bá a bá tiẹ̀ wá gbúrò orú ẹ̀ àwọn olè pé kọ́mọṣẹ́ ó jí bọ́ọ̀dù ọ̀gá kó jíṣó tàbí kó tọ́ bọ àpò ọ̀gá àbí wọ́n fi fóònù síbì kan ó wo bí kò réèyàn kankan ó mú irú àwọn olè bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tán bá rẹ̀ ti lè mú lọ́sàn-án bẹ́ẹ̀ tán mú wá kò sí rẹ̀ lóru torí àwa ò sí lọ́jà mọ́ ọ̀dẹ́dẹ̀ ti wà but lọ́sàn-án tán bá ti mú wá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn á pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ òfin ti wà bí mo ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ mutí lọ́jà wa ń bì èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ jalè èèyàn dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ jà so ẹni bá ti jalè òwe tá àṣà táwọn ń dá fún ni pé ó ti di ìlú ẹ̀ kalẹ̀ ó ti fòṣù kálé rí kẹgbẹ́ ó kàn gbèrú ká sì síta ni ẹni bá ti jalè ń lọ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ni ó bá mutí.
The sector needs to be empowered because it has a great potential to provide not just employment but contributor to internal revenue for the country.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Juggling, acrobatic display, and dancing are some of the acts you will see from the God Knows Best Academy, a local unicycling team in Lagos. The team was started by Olalekan 6 years ago. He tried to get a job but could not, so he tried his hands on comedy, football, skating, before he settled into cycling, training young boys and building a team.
I actually started from my family house, family compound back then in about 6 years ago. That's in Bariga. So I started riding it because I couldn't gain admission. So I started skating and all of a sudden my friend introduced me to this recycling thing. So I was like, what's this stupid thing, this one tire bike? I never knew the bike is my destiny. So actually the bike has taken me to a lot of places. Fortunately for me, I'm African representative of it. I've been to a lot of shows, I've been to a lot of events through this recycling of it. When I was doing it alone then, to me, I felt like it would be very nice if we can be many, like only me. I think I was very happy and I got some popularity, like, hey, he's doing the Oyibo thing, this one, that one, but I felt bored along the line, like, why only me doing this thing? Maybe I should teach others. So I tried to teach the adults then. So I found out that it's more difficult to teach the adults, that the kids are better because they have nothing to think about or to care for. So I think, so that was when I discovered that it's better for me to look at age 12 downward than 17, 18.
I was outside of our house the other day, so I saw them riding a one-tire bicycle. So I was like, how do they ride this one? So my brother told me that, are you going to learn? So I decided to say that yes, I'd rather learn unicycle to go and do a business or to learn a work. So that's how I joined the unicycle. We go for a show, we go for an event, so we go to different types. I've been to a hotel, I've been to one Lagos Fiesta, so we won 1 million. So the money that we got from the 1 million, we used to do all this in cycle, so our coach used to feed us.
Starting the academy was more difficult because unicycle was barely known. Like they're like, I would rather put my children in dancing, in singing, than this one bike thing. That what was it used for? What was this one? But along the line, we started getting attention, recognition, newspaper, TV interview, and like, wow, I want to be my child, I want to be my daughter. This year so far we've had about 3 shows now. The 4th one is coming up in Ibadan. Yeah, Bengade in Calaf Matters. When I take them out, they get paid like, take this 2K, that was the beginning, take this 10K, give it to your mom, give it to your dad. So like, are you sure say you know till the money come out? So the boy or the girl like, call my coach now, he gave me. So they're like, wow, this thing is making money. Definitely the future will be bright and clear. So that's one of the first conviction they had, like, if this thing, if they bring money for my child, then why is he not doing it? So I think their only fear was, should not break leg, it should not break hand. And for every parent that's not close to me, I think they are the most scared one, like, you go break leg, go. But then I will not tell them, this thing money they deal. So that's how I really convince some of them. So far, I think God has been good to us. Even the most difficult trick we had, like riding on the bare bottle, I can tell that we only have like maybe 10% of injury out of 100. So we don't always have a critical injuries or anything.
My parents told me that the other day that they saw me with this unicycle, they told me that, are you not going to break your leg? So I tell them that, no, ma, I'm not going to break my leg. We have a coach, so our coach is going to put us through how they ride this unicycle. So since that day, my mom and dad saw me riding a unicycle, so they was like happy. So they decided to tell me that, oh yeah, are you going to start going to train? And I decided, I said that, yes.
Most of his cyclists are male. Why aren't there more female cyclists?
You know, for a female to stay with us is a very big, difficult issue. But I think when we have a proper academy, we can definitely have rooms for them.
6 years down the line, with 17 students in his God Knows Best Academy, Lekon has big dreams, including owning a physical space he can train more cyclists.
Currently, I think we have a space issue, like we need a proper academy. We need funds, like we need help with their school as well and other kits. 2 plots of land will be fine for now. Like, so I'm thinking of buying property in Bariga, which I started from. So I feel like building it there. There is no Western African unicycling competition, but there is World, which is Unicorn. Unicycling competition. It takes place every 2 years. So it's one of my biggest dreams. And also maybe I can win Grammy someday like Burna Boy. When I started, my first goal was to make unicycle a global image, like for example in Nigeria. So when I met the International Federation, they were like, they never knew unicycle sports exist here in Nigeria. That the two things they know about Nigeria, one is crime and second one is sport. Now I think I'm taking it beyond unicycling thing. I'm trying to make it like a music brand, like a comedy brand, whereby there's no events in Nigeria or there's no big events in Lagos State that you will not need GKB. So it's now beyond unicycle. It's more of circus of different acts now.
We hope all his dreams come true.
Countdown, let's say 3 to 4 days after, we were still running around the circle. It was more like we were not even leaving the environment because everywhere looked alike. So I just told my sister, even if we are going to the land of the dead, 4 days is enough for us to have gotten to where we are going. Are you sure there is no problem? Sister said, nothing. Let's just endure. And then after a while, she will ask me, that thing you said is true. Even if it's land of the dead, by now we should have gotten somewhere that is close to the land of the dead that we are going to. No. And the funniest thing is, all these things was going on under a scorchy sun. Like, the sun was not friendly, very hot. There are no trees around. Everything is just blank, like you're just seeing only the soil. That sand is the only thing you're seeing. So you're not seeing anything that is going to give you hope. And then to worsen it all, you're seeing bones. If they pack and say rest, the only thing you're going to see is probably bones from animals and human beings that have died. Some people just, maybe like people who like playing, will just put their hand like as if they are packing sand, and then the next thing is bone. They will just scream, hey, see bone, oh. Everybody will run, you know. It was just, now I'm laughing, but then it was very traumatizing, like you see weird things only. So after that, we noticed that actually we were running in a circle. So the driver explained to someone that there were security persons around, policemen, that's the Niger police. So we are not supposed to pass them except they are not there. So we have to wait until those policemen are out. And then I think after a while, those policemen started getting really close. So the drivers left us. They fled for their lives. And then where they parked us was very hot. So we sat there, we were waiting for them to come back. Those security or policemen didn't even come where we were. But then we lost someone while struggling for water. There was no water. The drivers had already left. So I think the man's heart failed. He's not a young boy. He should be like around 50-something. So I think his heart failed or something. I don't even know what to say happened to him, but he was just lying down. Nobody had a clue that the man was already dead. So when the drivers eventually came back, they found out the guy was dead. They just did their Arab or Muslim ritual. Just did something, put their clothes, then used sand to cover the man, and that was all. We left, you know. We all cried while leaving. People were singing sorrowful songs. And then after a while, the police caught up with us. But that part too was traumatizing for me because the drivers left again as usual. They started running. This time they were running and asking us to jump out of the hills. They were running with their cars. It's not like they are running, they parked somewhere and left. No, this time they were running with their cars and they were asking us to jump off the car. It was difficult for me to jump. I don't know, I'm slim, but I wouldn't say I'm athletic. So a lot of people were jumping out. It was hard for me. So, but at some point I jumped. I didn't sustain any injury as at then. But then when I was running, because of the nature of the place, there are thorns everywhere. The thorns kept piercing my leg and everything. No sandals. We already lost our bags in the car. I was just running alongside people. So the kind of race was, people are running towards this direction. As they are running back. People are running towards this, you join these ones. You know, everybody is trying to escape, but the security persons had already surrounded everywhere, and then with armored cars, I wouldn't have an idea if they were asked to shoot anyone, but they were shooting, kind of to threaten us to stay in one place, but people were still running, so the shooting continued, didn't stop. So while they were shooting, at some point, they are not shooting like randomly, like maybe releasing bullets often, but just once, just like that. So a lot of people were running towards a direction. I joined them. Anywhere they are running towards, I joined them, just like that. But then, at some point, my sisters already left me. I don't even know where they ran to. The guy that was supposed to be taking care of us also left. So I just stood somewhere, and then I said, if these people are going to kill me, let them just kill me. I was crying, like, God. I was crying seriously. I was saying, just kill me. If I just remember that moment, I'm like, God, if I could survive that, there is nothing that God can't save anyone from. I was crying. I was saying, just shoot me, just kill me, let me just die. What kind of suffering is this? I was crying, and then the guy stopped. And then he was like giving me signal to come closer, come closer. So when I got closer to them, the man said, enter this place. I entered. He gave me water. That was the first thing he did. So it was like, don't worry, no problem. So when he said that, don't worry, no problem, I just felt like, okay, then why is it that they are now chasing us? Is it like they want to save us? Is it like they want to help or anything? So at some point, they brought us together. They were able to they were able to gather as many people as possible, to the extent that we filled this big truck was filled with people. And then some hillocks too had to join in taking us to the police station. They brought books, we started writing our names. Everyone, write your name, write your country, write your name, write your country. Everyone, people were just writing their names and country. We did the same. So they brought us together. And then they told us, okay, they are going to take us somewhere. And then that's where we will sleep for the night. And then they will register us and return us to our country. But before then, a white man came to speak to us. So the man asked us where we are traveling to and why are we traveling. So many people were saying, I was just looking. So many people were saying, there is hunger in my country. They are killing us in my country. There is suffering in my country. There is this in my country. You know, a lot of people were saying their reasons for traveling. He wasn't asking personally. He was just asking the entire people who were there. And then they were filming it. So majority of us had to cover our face so that we don't get captured, but some people were really vocal, like saying so many things before the man addressed us and told us that he's been to Nigeria severally. And then he's been to most of the African countries too, that we have food. A lot of us have good shelter, particularly Nigerians. He kept hammering, particularly Nigerians, there is good food in your country. I've tasted this, I've tasted that. You know, he mentioned most of the meals, and then he told us that there is no cost for this kind of traveling. Do you even know where you're going to? Do you know if it's worth where you're going to and all of that? Then they took us somewhere. They put us together in a particular environment. And then a few days later, they came to tell us that we'll be leaving back to our country. So there was rumor everywhere. People were saying, I pity people that will go back to Nigeria. I just pity people that will go back to Nigeria. The kind of suffering they will go and suffer. Police is already waiting for them. My brother called me, said that there is news that they are bringing back people, that police is waiting for them. They will arrest them because they traveled without documents. So we were all scared. And then we decided to run away, majority of us. So at night, while the security guards were sleeping, majority of us started jumping out of the fence, and then somebody brought an idea to open the gate, you know, some kind of dubious act, which is not actually good, which wasn't good for us. But because of the kind of rumor, because of the kind of things we heard, we joined, everybody left. You know, we're still hiding. It's not like you're leaving and you're just coming out to say, I'm going, no. You're hiding from place to place, hiding until we got to a particular house. When we left, we got to a particular house. We were about 6 of us in a group now, no longer I and those my 3 people. They were with me. Those 2 sisters, that guy, the 4 of us were complete as at then, and then 2 other guys joined us. So the person that owned the house agreed to keep us in her house for that night. And then I think her husband came back and asked who where. She told the husband brought a driver. So none of us had an idea that we were sold. So the man sold us to the driver. None of us had an idea. We just thought the man helped us. You know, that was the idea in my head, like, God bless this man. Oh, he finally helped us out of this place. So the driver took us, proceeded to somewhere they called Nitel. That was what they told us, that place is Nitel. So they hid us in their family house at first. Then in that their family house, we met their one of the sisters that had already gone to Italy before. The lady told us she can't speak English, so she had to use diagram to express herself. She gave a sign of water and then a sheep on the water, and then she told us how she was working there. She was washing clothes, that's probably doing dry cleaning or something like that. I don't know what she was doing over there, but me, I just assumed and then I told my sisters that means maybe she did house help work over there. So we had fun with them because they were nice people. I didn't figure out if they were among the people who bought us, but they were nice to us. They gave us food. That was the first place where I had to brush my teeth, have my bath, you know. It was a good treatment for us. So throughout the 4 days we were in their house, they treated us nicely. And then after a while, the driver came back. And then the driver told us that in a few days he will come and take us. This thing was already summing up to like 3 weeks already within the desert environment. A few days later, he came again and then he said, oh yeah, get ready. You'll be leaving this night. After a few hours, he came back in the night. And then they told us, everyone to lie down inside the hillocks, and then they sealed it. So they took us from there, took us to another garage. Then that garage, they had a lot of drivers now. It wasn't just him. So I think he was looking around for passengers, but didn't succeed that day. So he told us to stay in a particular room, don't come out till he comes back. 4 days later, he came back with food. He didn't take us out of there. After like 2 days, he came back again, came back with food. So I told my brothers that the food is not as if it's enticing. This guy has caged us here. Probably something will go wrong. Let's leave this place. So the man and then the other guy that was with us said, okay, let's leave. Okay, so if we leave now, where will we go to? I say, me, if I leave like this, I'll be walking down. I would want to see a policeman. They should take me back to Nigeria. What kind of suffering is this one? This place that they locked us for like 4 days. Not as if the house is very enclosed. That same breeze that was even blowing in the other place was still blowing and bringing sand. So that I'm not comfortable here. They said, okay, let's leave. We left. We met some drivers. Those ones, come. They served food, eat. Don't worry, we will take you. Libya, they are not even calling it Libya. They will tell you Libya. I'm like, I'm not going to Libya, me, Nigeria. No, Libya, like, their own is, don't worry, we will help you anywhere you want to go to. That particular place you want to go to, we will help you get there, but you can't go back. So I told my brother that these guys are actually saying that they want to help us go back to go to Libya, but they can't help us go to Nigeria. My brother was like, were you intending to go back to Nigeria before? We're going forward, though. It's not backward. You know, after everything, we spent a few hours with those guys, no headway out. I told them they are not even ready to take us to Libya. I carried my bag. And it was more like that stubbornness was actually what saved us, because I don't even know what was their plan. But I just told my brothers, I'm not staying here 1 minute again. I'm leaving. So because I was stubborn, they said, hey, if we leave you now, who knows what will happen to you? Oh yeah, let all of us keep going. They joined me. The drivers were offended. They were like, come back. We didn't answer. We left until we met these policemen. So one of the policemen just called us, and then my bro said, we are going to Libya. The man said, you don't have, like he was explaining to them, my bros, you people don't have problem. I will carry you to where your brothers are, plenty. And then I figured out, okay, plenty Nigerians. And then I told my brother, if there is a place where a lot of people are, it's better than this place where it's just the 6 of us. So they took us from there to where a lot of Nigerians are. I met a lot of people. I felt a bit comfortable. There was not much space for the 6 of us, but we just had to like manage in that place where they kept us. And then we spent some days again there. So we were waiting for the drivers to come. They didn't come. And then after a few days, the drivers came. So they started calling, like they shared us into groups this driver take this one, this driver take this one, this driver take this one. So then we're already approaching Libya. So they took us, it wasn't now up to 2 days, we got to Libya. So when we got to Libya, I think it was the border, the driver came down, he then asked us to pay a certain amount of money. He asked everyone to bring a certain amount of money, so that my brother helped us to pay ours, and then they took us from there. After paying that money, they took us from there, they just proceeded into Libya. We got to Saba. The driver called someone. That particular person they called came around, and the person told us that he's going to take this group somewhere. So they took that particular group. They were just taking people like in groups, in different groups. And then from that point, they took us to a particular man. The man is Igbo. So when we got to his house, the man looked at all of us, was like, the guys, this is your room. The girls, this is your room. So in that room where he said is for the girls, I saw a lot of ladies, even people that were younger than me were in that same room. So I was like, how did you guys get here? What is going on, you know? We started talking, a lot of Benin girls, they were just saying, welcome with this one, Jadid, welcome with this one. You know, Jadid means new person. You know, they were just saying a lot of things. And then at the end of the day, I got bonded to a particular lady that really shared her experience. Happened to be that she has not been able to pay her money. So when I asked her, she said 300,000. So we started getting information from the people within that if you're unable to pay your money, you stay there. So towards the evening of that same day, like around 5 p.m., the man came to assemble all the new passengers. All the new passengers come outside, we came out. He took us to a particular hall, asked all of us to sit on the floor. We sat down. He said, we are welcome. We answered. Me, I was even feeling comfortable, believing that this person is from my place. He's a Nigerian, so he should be nice, you know. So when he was about to tell us what Libya was, the first thing was a gunshot. In fact, for like few seconds, I couldn't recover from the shock. I had to hide behind our bros, like the whole of us just held him. The man said, everybody, oh yeah, this way. Like he had to like scatter us so that we don't get to communicate with each other. He had big boys. In fact, those big boys, if they handle one person, I'm sure the person will not survive it. So I was shaking. And then the man said, he just wants to let us know that we are in Libya now. And that now that you are here, he's giving us just a few hours to give him his money. He paid for us, he bought us. He was saying it like, you know, when someone is actually practically trying to pass a message across to you with everything he's got inside, the kind of anger, I'm like, I didn't offend this man before. But the way he was saying it was like, I'm just telling you that you have to pay this money within the space of so and so hours. If you don't pay it for the girls, you walk and give me my money. For the boys, you die here. So the thing sounded somehow. We just had to like beg him, just allow us to discuss. We are from the same family. He said, okay. After a while, then my brother said, please give us your phone. You are begging in tears. If you're even asking for the phone, it's not up to like, they are not giving you to call. They are giving you to just say, I'm in Libya, please call me back. You can't use their airtime to inform whoever you are informing. Sorry. So at the end of the day, we were able to reach out to the people that invited us to France. Those ones said they would send someone to come and pick us in a few hours. We should be patient. We were there, we were waiting. After a while, I came to call down my bros. Your people, they disturb me with call. Your people, they disturb. If they disturb me again with call, now I go beat you, you know. We're hearing it from our own side, and I was like, is that not bros? This person is talking to like this. You know, the fear was more. we pleaded, okay, can we talk to bros? So you have to plead to see a guy in that room. In fact, you're not even allowed to see a guy. They don't give you room to see any guy. So we're able to like talk to bros. How far? Did they call? He now asked for phone again to reach out to them. So he was able to get to them again, and then they sent someone across. So I think the person who was supposed to bring the money was now pricing lower than the 300. I think the person was now saying 250. That was where the anger came from. At the end of the day, the man came with the money. He paid 1 million for the 4 of us, and then took us from that place to his house. From his house, we moved. It's still within the, yes, still in Libya. So from that place to the sea coast, and the sea coast was not very easy for me as well. That's from his house to the sea coast was also very traumatizing. And then at some point, I even had an experience where I was sleeping in a room. In that particular room was mixed with both guys and ladies. So there was this Sudanese that they brought into the room to join us, because initially it was with Ghanaians. So the Sudanese took a part of the room, we took a part of the room. And so in the night I was sleeping, I covered myself because I have this habit of using wrapper to cover myself from foot to head. And then there was this guy that I don't know, among the Sudanese, he crawled to where I was, tapped me. I woke up, I was like, what? The guy put his hand in his pocket, brought out 5 dinar. 5 dinar in their money is 500 naira, Nigerian naira, and was begging me like, I could not wrap my head around it. So I just screamed, and then the Ghana guy woke up first and was like, what is happening? You know, they started arguing amongst themselves, and at the end of the day, those Sudanese, they apologized on behalf of their brother, that they were sorry about what happened. Probably he just thought something different in his mind before bringing it, that they are sorry. So the whole thing was migrants abusing migrants, security agencies abusing migrants. The experience was just too hard for me. I had a case where someone was trying to communicate something to me that I should sit down in the vehicle, those long trucks. I didn't understand him. I don't know that GAMS means sit down. I'm just new in the environment. But this man had an idea in his head that any language he speaks or whatever he says, I should understand. So the next thing was, I don't know what he used in hitting me on my head. I was bleeding, and then somebody was saying, sit down, sit down. That's what he's saying, sit down. So I sat down, and then I noticed I was bleeding, and the lady was like, sorry, if I knew you were the one he was talking to, I would have told you to sit down. If you are sat down, the guy will not hit you. And then in most cases, for them to say sit down, they will have to shoot, you know, for you to sit down. At least the communication differences should have been understood by them, but the case was different. For them, when they communicate, you don't understand, they become violent. So it was really hard till we got to the sea coast, spent some time around the sea coast trying to cross, had people die. Someone died while giving birth. So had cases of people dying. A particular lady died trying to give birth because there were no professionals around, and then people claimed that in their countries they were professionals, they could help her give birth, they could help her deliver, you know. It was a sad experience. At the end of the day, she died, the baby died, and I just told myself, this one is just a wasted time, like wasted effort. You're trying to get out of trouble, you get into more trouble. And even family doesn't know where you are because you can't even call them. I don't have access to any communication device. I can't reach anyone except maybe I'll have to pay someone to borrow his phone or have to, you know, the situation was even very difficult because a lot of people will not even give you their phones to make call. They wouldn't even want you to buy the airtime to make the call. So it was a very difficult one until finally the security agencies came. They arrested every one of us around that sea coast. They arrested everyone. In fact, people tried to escape. Some tried to jump into the water. You know, people tried to run, but wherever you are, they will find you and they will bring you back to the spot. And then they took us to a detention center, Garian. After a few days, they also took us from there to Tripoli, Terigmata Detention Center. So it was in Terigmata that the International Organization for Migration came visiting, and then some UN agencies, once they come around, they check on us. Whenever they are coming, these Libyan agents, policemen, they will ask us, they will give us so many things. You wouldn't even know if it is the UN guys that brought it, but when they are gone, they will lock us up back again. When they come around, we'll do sports, they will bring us out. It's as if we are enjoying our lives. When those guys are gone, we'll go back to the prison, they lock us up again and all of that. So IOM came, we all filled forms, those who want to go back home, because a lot of people said they are not going. Those ones that didn't go did what they call banamish. You pay, someone pays for you, like someone will come around, pay, yes, kind of bill them, pay the money, take you out of the prison, and then you work for the person. So I almost tried that, but a particular lady, she's from Delta, so she speaks my language. And then she told me that if I pay this money, in fact, she used our language to tell me, Idama, Yangoso. That is, if you try this, you just die. And then if I remember that she told me that thing, if anyone comes to me to say, I want to help you to live here, I would just tell them I'm not interested. I want to go back to Nigeria.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation, as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
A new report that includes the surveyed opinions of 4,500 Africans from Kenya, Nigeria, and Ghana has revealed that a recent wave of technology innovation coming out from the continent is changing how Africans view the continent, even as it revealed that 9 out of 10 Africans, that is 91.7%, are likely to use technology solutions that are made in Africa. Many African countries fail to achieve their development targets, partly as a result of underdeveloped and underused science and technology, as well as limited invention and innovation by both the private and public sector. So just how do we build capacity? That's our focus on the show for today. Welcome to Business Insight and Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. First off, the Lagos State government says there is no going back on enforcement of the ban on motorcyclists, popularly known as Okada, come September the 1st. The Commissioner for Transportation, Frederick Oladende, dropped this warning while giving an update on the ban at Alausa, Ikeja. Let's take that report as put together by Love Ikuku Oyedogun.
It all began in June this year. The Lagos State government banned operation of commercial motorcyclists, also known as Okada, in 6 local government areas and their respective 9 local council development areas, including all major bridges and highways of the state. After a review of its success, the government took a step further by extending the ban to 4 more local government areas and their respective LCDAs. This brings to 10 the local government areas where Okada operation is prohibited. The Commissioner for Transportation, Frederick Oladende, says there is no going back on the enforcement date.
Before the last briefing, we had earlier reviewed the achievement and challenges encountered by the state government through public engagement at the stakeholder forum tagged Okada Ban, What Next?, which was held on Tuesday, the 16th of August 2022. In line with this development, the Ministerial Committee on Okada is here again to further re-emphasize on the need for total compliance with the Okada ban as the commencement date of 1st of September draws near. In fact, that is tomorrow.
The government has also warned that both the riders and passengers caught violating the order would be liable to 3 years each in prison, while the affected motorcycles will be impounded and crushed in the public view.
Anybody caught riding Okada, both passengers and the riders, will be sent to jail for 3 years. The law backs it, and we're very serious about it. So let's begin to think about this ban and what the government has put in place. The government is serious, and the government would implement, and we have all the enforcement agencies backing the government to ensure that we implement this ban in the 10 local government areas and their respective LCDs.
The additional local government areas are Kusofe, Oshodi Solo, Shomolu, and Mushin, with affected LCDAs including Ikosisheri, Agboiketu, Isolo, Ejigbo, Bariga, and Odiolowo. According to the Commissioner, the Nigeria Police Force with all relevant security agencies, including the Army, Navy, Air Force, within the state have been directed to complement the anti-Okada squad to stimulate seamless implementation and enforcement of the ban in the affected areas. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedogun, Plus TV News.
Well, moving on, the Africa Innovation Impact Report, which was compiled by Token Drum Communications, a communications consultancy that works with the African technology companies, and Survey 54, an artificial intelligence-powered market research company, revealed that 4 out of 5, that is 84.6% of Africans, stated that recent development in African technology had impacted the perception of the continent. Joining us now to discuss tech capacity building in Africa is the CEO and co-founder of Black, George Omosun Jr. Black is involved in building tailored solutions for the African ecosystem to offering technology as a service on a subscription basis. Thank you, George, for joining us on the show.
Thank you very much for having me, Justin. Good to be
It
here.
is indeed our pleasure. Let's just dive in straight to the topic for today, tech capacity building in Africa. You are an advocate for it. Tell us more about this.
Yes. So I believe that tech capacity building is perhaps one of the most important things that we will do for the African economy. And the reason for that is tech as a subject is a catalyst, right? And what that basically means is that when you have a solution to a problem, the tech component basically allows you to be able to solve that problem in a more efficient manner and to be able to replicate that solution across a larger group of people, right? And why this is important is because building capacity in tech has both social and economic impacts. Social from the standpoint of, if you look at the African space, there are a lot of challenges and a lot of traditional solutions that we currently have in place. But once you introduce the tech component into that, so imagine that we build the capacity of the local tech talents that we have to churn out solutions, innovative solutions to these problems. What we will have is a plethora of diverse solutions to these challenges that we have, and that has social impacts. You have more job opportunities, obviously, because there are more solutions, and solutions give rise to job opportunities. And then from the economic standpoint, there's currently a global demand for tech skills. So obviously looking at the foreign, considering like the foreign exchange standpoint, Africa is advantaged because naturally our tech services, converting it to the global, market currency, which is the dollar, is more affordable, right? So we stand to gain by actually investing in local tech talents, because you have a bunch of people that can offer professional services to a global market at lower cost, which definitely drives, foreign exchange revenue to this part of the world. So I think it's very important that we start looking into, investing in tech capacity building because of these two major areas, the social impact and the economic impact that this has on the African.
Brilliant salient points that you have actually mentioned. But why focus on the continent when you could actually maybe get more demand or a larger scale from just the country itself?
So Africa is perhaps the most diverse continent on earth. It's very, it's very culturally diverse. And if you even look at the map of the African continent on the globe, you'd notice that the equator sets right in the middle. And this naturally creates, very diverse, climate experience that we have. So when you factor in all these differences, you notice that the African continent is actually perhaps the richest in terms of unique qualities, right? So what this means is that it presents us with an opportunity for exchange of value, because you have something that Nigeria has that Ghana needs, you have something that Kenya has that South Africa needs, and we just have all these differences, and whereas unfortunately in present times, these differences have actually drifted us apart. But what we actually have is a resource, a potential resource, that if we can be able to harness the technological prowess in this part of the world to unify these various countries and these various sub-regions of the continent using technologically aided infrastructure, then you have a medium for value exchange. So that's why we focus on the African area and not just on a single country, because it's actually harder to develop a single country in isolation in this part of the world, because you're at a disadvantage when you consider trade restrictions and whatnot. So we looked at it as being more economically viable for us to implement these solutions or encourage the advocacy of tech capacity building on an African scale, because each nation stands to benefit from that corporate advancement in that regard.
All right. In all that you've said, you identified some deficit or tech deficit in the continent which need to be bridged. What have you done in that regard?
So as a group, and I'd use this opportunity to encourage other actors in the space. We're looking at covering the entire value chain, so from training and education to job placement, the entire value chain of capacity building, because a lot of people don't realize this, but I mean, job employment is actually capacity building as well. It's just that value is exchanged for capacity building. So we're looking at investing, and we're already in talks with different partners in the space to actually be able to train more Africans with tech skills, and we're hoping that more people can actually get into that initiative as well. But not only that, we're in talks with some of the global recruitment firms to see how we can be able to promote more African tech talents, to secure job placement as well. I believe that once we can cover these two areas, the education module, so to speak, as well as the job placement module, just basically invest as much as we can into these spaces, we can definitely see, a drastic improvement of, tech capacities in this part of the world.
Okay, I need to understand what it is that you really do, because you have been talking about tech capacity and solutions. But speaking about it, really, what you do, I need you to explain to me and how you've been able to get the buy-in of Nigerians, because Nigerians are really apathetic when it comes to homegrown solutions. So what do you do, and how have you been able to convince Nigerians to accept homegrown solutions?
Okay, so I think one of the values that we're looking to offer is that we've been able to aggregate multiple recruitment providers, right? So whereas a lot of companies, focus on like a direct mediation between, engineers or job seekers or people looking to get into the tech space, and just mediating between them and the clients. But what we're looking to do is to become an aggregator, right? So referring to like the educational aspect of it, which, like I said, we're looking at getting involved in actively. We're looking at aggregating multiple, educators, to see how we can provide people access to, educational material over the internet. So there are already companies who are providing, tech education or tech training programs, boot camps, and coding camps and coding academies and whatnot, and are currently rendering this, on an in-person basis. This limits the reach that those companies can have. So as a company, we're looking at how we can create platforms and infrastructures that can pull in these various contributors and, offer what they have to offer to the African domain, so that people can be able to benefit from these various contributors, both in the education and the training sector, as well as in the job placement sector. We're really just an aggregator. You can look at us as the bridge.
Okay, that's a good bridge. All right, you're still watching Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. We'll take a quick break, and we're still looking at building capacity in the tech sector, specifically, not just for Nigeria, but for the continent that is Africa. In a moment, we'll be back to speak more with George Amoso. Stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Welcome back. It's still Business Insight and Plus TV Africa, and we're looking building tech capacity in Africa. We have George Amoso. He is the CEO and co-founder of Black, and he's been sharing useful insight on what we need to do to improve on our capacity as a continent. All right, thank you so much, George, for staying with us. Beautiful idea that you have talked about. But let's look at the African continent as a whole. That report did very wonderful justice to us. If you were to just infer or give your own opinion, how would you really say our work with technology or technology has actually impacted on the continent?
So obviously, I feel like it's been a progressive movement so far. It's been a very progressive journey. I like the fact that the report highlighted that the African space is becoming more invested in actually patronizing African-made tech products and services, because prior to now there's been this narrative that if it's African then it's substandard and it doesn't meet global standards, right? So I'm glad that the rise of these, we have so many fintechs now in Nigeria, and we have these different companies that are doing amazing work. First of all, I feel like it's changing the African mindset towards what African is capable of doing, and this has the potential to further drive the investments of other African creatives and solution providers to create more, because it's very encouraging to hear that people are actually using African made tech solutions and tech services. So yes, I think that would be my take on that.
Very interesting. I just want want you to tell us more about what you're doing for young people. I know that you've started more like a talent program. I want you to tell me about how the idea was birthed and how Nigerians can indeed get on this particular platform and build their own capacities.
Of course. So growing up, I was opportune to actually spend bulk of my life in two major African countries, Ghana and Nigeria.
I know they look a bit Ghanaian. Just joking.
So this gave me a very strong empathy for the African people, just seeing these shared struggles that we have and shared challenges that we have. So it led to the creation of the idea, which is the Black Talent Program that I talked to you about. And basically what this aims to do is to, first of all, aggregate, like I said, players in the educational and the training sector for the purpose of building tech capacity, and also on the other end of the spectrum, also aggregating job placement providers to allow people have I guess a more unified access to job opportunities. So it's basically covering the entire value chain of, like I said, tech capacity building. And for people to actually get involved, they simply need to apply to our...
Okay, we don't need to get there. All right. So, but let's talk about that before you now get marketing, surcharging me, just on a lighter note.
Of course.
But are the big players in the Nigerian tech space really doing enough to build capacity of not just Nigerians, but also people from the continent?
Yeah, so I feel like the work that's been done so far is very commendable. So I'd like to commend the players in the field and in the industry. But I think there's still a lot we can do to really drive this development of African tech capacity. So I'd really like to emphasize, more investment in training in particular, because we still have a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of demand for tech talents that we do not yet have the supply for. So really just driving investment in training and in the initiation of bootcamp programs and hackathons and these various endeavors that can allow for the African community to rally around the idea of tech capacity building. Just more investment in that space will really go a long way.
So how do you see Nigeria playing out in the tech space, really? Because a lot of people are really talking about fintech, digital economy, and it seems to be like leading. Just the other day, the government released a second quarter GDP result, and non-oil sector actually boosted the economy. And fintech is one of the major boosters right now. So don't you think it's actually a place or a sector that Nigeria or Nigerians should be, actively involved, knowing that the benefit or opportunities in that particular sector abound?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, and I believe a lot of Nigerians are actually becoming more and more aware of this. Not too long ago, I spoke with with a lady who recently started her path towards a tech-centered career, and she's been in another industry for years. But there's a wave of people becoming more aware of the direction that the world is taking. Everything on every industry is has tech in its DNA in one way or the other. So just becoming more aware of the value that it has or that it poses to being tech literate and to being and to developing tech skills is really something that I think is happening in this part of the world.
All right. It's still Business Insights on Plus TV Africa. We'll take yet another break. This time around, we'll be coming back to talk about Business 101. George will tell us more about what he does as a CEO when he's not really working, and some advice for young starters in a moment. Don't go away. And our guest is George E. Omosun. He is the CEO, co-founder of Black, and he's going to be telling us about how he started his business and what it takes to be a CEO and what he does when he's not working. Over to you now, George.
So how I started, so Black was founded in August. Actually, I think that was around August 2020. That was around when the COVID pandemic was at its peak, and I guess it became more glaring to us, and by us I mean my the co-founder and I. It became more glaring to us how much Africa really needs or is lacking in terms of certain fundamental technological infrastructure, because we became heavily dependent on technology. People could not move around as they used to. Life changed for a lot of people, and people had to work remotely and whatnot. So this actually birthed the idea to start a company that solves African-specific problems and that builds infrastructures that allow for people to be able to deliver their services over the internet and just connect the African continent a whole lot more using the internet for the facilitation of trade and to also yield job employment increases and whatnot. So when I'm not doing my work as a CEO at the desk, believe it or not, Justin, I'm actually very passionate about music. So I spend a lot of the time on my guitar or on the piano or just listening to music sometimes. At other times I do read, I like to research. So sometimes I like to catch up on what's going on in other parts of the world, especially in the tech domain. And sometimes it's just family and friends, and I like to spend time with the family and just relax and chill. So for
startups,
so just to the startups out there, I would say just keep going. It helps to have a really solid clarity as to what you're trying to solve, as to what you're trying to do. So once you have that, just keep going, really. There's been a lot of setbacks that we've had as a group to solve these problems that we're very passionate about. But it helps to really just keep going. Share your ideas with people. Don't be afraid to share your ideas with people. You'll be surprised by the support that you can rally, because there's a saying that when an idea has come, there's nothing as powerful as an idea whose time has come. So just keep at it.
That's some very, very wonderful, useful insight shared by George. Thank you so much, George. George E. Omosun, he is the CEO, co-founder of Black, and together we have been looking at building the continent's capacity in tech. Thank you once again for your time. We do appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Justin.
Yeah. That's the size of the show for today. I am Justin Academy. Many thanks for watching. See you again next time. Bye for now.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be like, really, really compelling, one. The next thing would be like in terms of like the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be like the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up like your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of the totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
Good evening, I am Ifeanyi Ilumezem. This is the news update. The National Industrial Court of Nigeria, NICN, has adjourned the suit filed by the federal government challenging the ongoing strike by the Academic Staff Union of Universities ASU till the 16th of September for further mention. On Monday's proceedings, the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project (SIRAP) sought to join the suit as an interested party, as its lawyers Ebun Olu Adegboruwa said that his client had filed a similar suit asking the court to compel the federal government to honor its 2009 agreement with striking varsity lecturers.
The action of the federal government is totally condemnable in trying to abandon the negotiations that commenced already and not allowing that process to go through. We had filed an action on the 8th of September before this same National Industrial Court, asking the court to compel the government to respect and enforce the agreements that is pending and binding on the parties, because we're not giving a good impression to the entire world. If you willingly enter into agreements and then for one reason or the other, one party to that agreement is not willing to abide by it and is trying to use force, and that's why it's important that we believe that the court will intervene to ensure that that agreement remains enforceable. And then once that is done, we can then talk about how lecturers can go back to the universities and then the schools will open, because the state of the universities presently is totally decrepit. I am working with a lot of alumni in my own former university, building hostels, doing a lot of things to ensure that the welfare of students and lecturers is something that can be proud of. So we can't allow a system whereby government abandons its own responsibilities, and then the money that is supposed to be used for infrastructure and the education of our children are being embezzled. How much is ASU asking for? What does it take to build the universities? So we believe that those of us who went through those universities, it was because of the commitment of government that we were able to attend those schools and we came out.
But the federal government's lawyer Tijani Ghazali, also a senior advocate of Nigeria, opposed Adegboruwa's application to consolidate the suits when he told the judge that SIRAP's application was premature as the case was billed for mention on Monday.
All of you here are employees of your various organizations. You can't dictate to your organization how you will be paid. Your organization can decide to give you a check, can decide to pay directly into your account. One of their major issues is the issue of payment through either IPPIS or UTAS. We are saying that that cannot be dictated to government. We reserve the right to pay the way we believe is most appropriate in the circumstance. The 2009 settlement has been resettled in 2020. They are avoiding that of 2020 and always talking about the 2009. By the time we file all the necessary things, you will have it to see.
Reacting to Adegboruwa and Ghazali's arguments, Femi Falanan, another SAN who represents ASU, said that he was aware of efforts by the lawyers to file court papers in the suit on Monday. Addressing journalists shortly after Monday's proceedings, Falanan said the Nigerian government often adopts dilatory tactics that have a way of prolonging strikes.
We have no business coming here because the matter ought to have been resolved by now. And the government has just set up
another committee of 14 members. That was done last week. So we're expecting their report. So when we're just suddenly told that the government had rushed to the court. I hope it's not a reaction to the suit by Sarah. What the law envisaged was that if you didn't work, you shouldn't be paid. But if I'm saying I am going to work, you know in the past, when ASUT declared a strike, the members always covered lost grants, and they're going to do so this time. So there shouldn't be any blackmail here. Because when the government says there's no money, but you know there's money in the country. But it's a question of priority. Has the government given attention to education? And we must run a country where agreements are observed by governments under the rule of law. Because once the government has signed an agreement with us and is registered in the Ministry of Labour, it's binding on the government. But the government has a way of violating its own commitment all the time. And that is why you have this strike.
The Attorney General of the Federation, Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, has reviewed the improvement of the remuneration and conditions of service of judicial officers remains uppermost on the agenda of President Muhammadu Buhari. Malami, in his address at the 2022 Court of Appeal annual legal year, stated that amidst the revenue challenges the nation is faced with, coupled with various demands for a wage increase, one confident assurance remains the improvement of the remuneration and conditions of service of judicial officers. According to a statement by his Special Assistant on Media and Public Relations, Umar Gwandu, the AGF said that the ongoing process will be completed in accordance with extant constitutional and statutory provisions. A coalition of aviation workers unions have threatened to proceed with industrial action in the next 14 days if their demands are not met. The workers will hold rallies today, September 12, at airports nationwide to protest anti-labor clauses in new aviation bills currently awaiting the assent of President Muhammadu Buhari. The union threatened that if their requests for withdrawal of the bills are not granted, they will proceed with industrial action in the next 14 days. The coalition is made up of the National Union of Air Transport Employees, NUATI, Air Transport Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, ATSAN, National Association of Aircraft Pilots and Engineers, NAPIB, Association of Nigerian Aviation Professionals, ANAP, and amalgamated unions of public corporations, civil service, technical and recreational services employees, OCPRE. The union called the bill a subtle attempt to restrain the powers of unions and obliterate unionism in the aviation sector. 9 yet to be identified ladies who were trapped when a story building around Akinwumi Street, Mende, in the Maryland area of Lagos State, sunk due to torrential rainfall were rescued on Monday. The Lagos Territorial Coordinator on National Emergency Management Agency, Ibrahim Fariloye, confirmed the development in a statement. He said the agency's officials were deployed to rescue the victims after receiving a distress call about the emergency. Foreign lawyer said while speaking with one of the trapped victims, One Blessing, she said there were up to 9 people, mostly women, who were trapped when the building started sinking after being submerged. 2 Super Tucano fighter jets of the Nigerian military have eliminated scores of Islamic State of West African province ISWAP terrorists in Somalia, a location near Zambiza forest believed to be where the terrorists treat wounded fighters. Aside from killing many ISWAP fighters at the location, the airstrikes also raided Abdalari, a terrorist enclave located northeast of Maiduguri. Several terrorists were also neutralized and structures destroyed by the bombardments. The senator representing Anambra South in the National Assembly, Senator Ifeanyi Ubah, has confirmed the deaths of some of his personal and security aides during Sunday's attack on his convoy. The senator, who confirmed the incident to newsmen on Monday in Awka, said the assassins killed one Obum Ikechukwu and Goodness Matthias. He added that some of his security aides from the Police and Department of State Services, DSS, were also killed. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has condemned the Sunday attack on the senator representing Anambra South Senatorial District, Senator Ifeanyi Ubah. In a tweet on Monday, Obi said the attack is condemnable and unacceptable. The former Anambra State governor also re-emphasized the urgent need for enhanced security of lives and property in the society. He demanded the use of all machinery available to the government to promptly punish those who engage in these dastardly acts in accordance with the laws. In other parts of Africa, Ethiopia's Tigray rebels said Sunday they will accept a peace process with the federal authorities led by the African Union. The rebels from Tigray People's Liberation Front (TPLF), a party that ruled Ethiopia for nearly 3 decades until 2018, decried the closeness of the AU mediator Nigerian Olusegun Obasanjo to Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. The Ethiopian government has previously said it was ready for unconditional talks anytime, anywhere, brokered by the Addis Ababa headquartered AU, and set up a 7-member peace committee which drew a proposal to start ceasefire talks with the rebels and end the war in the northern region. And outside Africa, King Charles told Parliament on Monday, September 12, he was resolved faithfully to follow the example set by his mother, Queen Elizabeth, addressing lawmakers and peers in what he described as the living and breathing instrument of our democracy. At the ceremony in Westminster Hall, the oldest building on the parliamentary estate, Charles used his address to upper and lower houses of Parliament to pay tribute to his mother and to pledge to uphold the principle of constitutional government.
We gather today in remembrance of the remarkable span of the Queen's dedicated service to her nations and peoples. While very young, Her late Majesty pledged herself to serve her country and her people, and to maintain the precious principles of constitutional government which lie at the heart of our nation. This vow she kept with unsurpassed devotion. She set an example of selfless duty, which, with God's help and your counsels, I am resolved faithfully to follow.
And in some sport news, Remo Stars, who made their CAF Confederation Cup debut on Sunday night, performed admirably as they fought to a 1-1 draw away to AS Rabat of Morocco. At the Stade Prince Moulay Abdallah in Rabat, Remo Stars earned a respectable draw thanks to a second-half header from Adams Olamilekan. Remo Stars proved they were ready to ravage the continent on their first attempt after their scorching run in the Nigerian Professional Football League last season, where they finished in third place. The visitors battled hard against the more skilled Moroccan team from the moment the whistle blew. Bankole Kayode, the goalkeeper for Remo Stars, was outstanding, making several pivotal saves throughout the contest. And there's a news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Ifeanyi Elumezem. Many thanks for watching.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sanko and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too. My name is Ese Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for Ese Azinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God, because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs. And that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to Him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been, and I just try to tie them into to modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bowl to create a true essay as an Abor couture piece.
Hello, my name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Murphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African for me means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Why are they standing behind those, giving them, you know, the money? So, like, what can, I mean, again, it's just very funny. Like, we know, but we still, are we going to say that, is it a conscious thing, right? Is it a subconscious thing, or is it a level of moral decadence that had happened in terms of values?
It's the three of them. Yeah. So I think that pretty much you've answered your own question. It's the three of them. Because, on one hand, the fundamental issue with this, delicate situation is the system that's been designed. Once the system is faulty, there's very little you can do to beat it. I stayed up all night to watch that, the primaries here. People were like, Tolu, and I said, the truth is you can't change a system you don't understand. Exactly. You can't beat a system you don't understand. So the first thing is we have to understand how the systems work. A lot of people don't even know how those things work. To be honest, it's the first time I'm actually sitting down to watch how the system of, getting a flag bearer works. And if you look at the system, it's already flawed. And once the system is flawed, there's very little you can do to change it. Sure. So we must start by redesigning that system. Or, like I was going to advocate for, create a third force. And you design a different system. And when you see the numbers, you see that things are possible. If you actually look at the numbers of voters and the numbers that these winners actually go home with, you find that if you create a different system, you can actually, disrupt that system. So it's a systemic issue. Yeah, it's not really a delegates issue. It's actually
it's a systemic issue.
It's a systemic
issue. Corruption has been systemized and institutionalized in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And this is, and corruption is broad though. It's not only when money exchange hands.
Many other things.
But my point is, looking at that, this what you were talking about, delegate. These guys, they know what they were doing. You said subconscious, yes. So subconsciously they were corrupt because they grew up in the corrupt society. Consciously they made efforts and went there to make sure they get something, because in their mind they'll say, after all, in this election, we could chop our own. And if you ask I've interacted with other Nigerians, some few persons I have around, they are not, they seem not to be interested in politics, as if it's a way of being self-righteous or something. Talk about, what's my business with politics? To them, they are being self-righteous, and some other people come for their own that I don't care, I beg, let them do what they want to do. I will go and open shop and sell my market anyhow. What they want to do, go do.
Yeah.
If you don't try, if you don't claim ownership of Nigeria, who else will?
Absolutely.
Do you want?
Is Kayode there by any chance?
No, I don't.
If not,
Just
go on.
I mean, someone even made a tweet.
Sorry?
a very funny tweet I saw that Tunde Bakare spent 100 million and 30,000 naira. So like, what are you saying? 100 million for the form, and then 30,000 naira.
30 million.
No,
it's correct. It's
hold on. 100 million for the form, 30,000 naira for the bulk SMS. And he didn't do what other people were doing.
Then someone added 100,000 for tickets.
For tickets. Doesn't that reflect the values? These are young people
looking at the money.
These are young people making joke. I mean, it's funny, but it reflects the value system that we're talking about.
So generally, I feel like, just to take on from what Elijah said, I feel that there's a general sense in which the average Nigerian just feels as if politics is a means,
the highest bidder, wealth, the highest money giver,
and connection to that, to any politician, is just an opportunity for them to also, harness the opportunity. Because if you think about it, let's not even start going into service, because that's what police is supposed to be. I mean, as a leader, or someone in government or in governance, you should be a leader. You should serve. You're there to serve. However, it's been turned upside down. If you get a chance to become anything, from the lowest councillor to chairman to House of Reps, House of Assembly, senator, anything that you are in Nigeria, most of the time in politics, is always an opportunity for you to make money. So if you think about that already, because there's a perception that has already been set. It just once, like they say, once the use of a thing is not known, abuse is imminent. So already we don't understand the idea of leadership and governance. So naturally abuse is what's taking place. Until people start to understand what leadership is and what governance is, then we've actually haven't started.
Well, the thing is, it's unfair for people to price positions in Nigeria and make it worthless by attaching money to it. That's why we are saying that the too much monetization of political. We know that political parties have to sell their form, maybe to generate some source of funds in sustaining the party, but you have to make it 100 million. I said before that, is it possible to make presidential form almost free, but then it's difficult for you to have it if you don't meet some certain criteria? Can we do that?
Yeah. I mean, so what happens, in my opinion, I think that setting the form at that price already just cuts out a lot of people. That's what it does for you.
Yeah.
I think there should have been other criteria, beyond just money that qualifies you. So does it mean everybody that can afford 100 million can then vie for the position?
Yeah.
So let's look at how it's done in Senate claims. What are the things that qualify you to aspire for the highest position in the land? And have a long list of things, a strenuous, and mostly intellectual, and knowledge-based process.
Intellectual bank,
Ask these people. I mean, when they give these guys 2 minutes to speak,
clean record.
Talking crap. So if you can't say in 2 minutes what your plan is for the economy, for education, for technology, for power, for renewable energy, I mean, those are things I expect to be hearing when they give people 2 minutes to talk. They're busy talking crap, more or less. So it just goes to show, the quality of people that we're. And like I said the last time here, I said the quality of our candidates actually reflects a lot on us as a people.
As a people, and you're chiming on that really, because when people see failure succeed, right, they begin to see success as failure.
As failure, exactly.
So which is this person that has almost next to nothing. One. So that means I don't need to, this is my path of integrity, honesty, being intellectual, having a clean record doesn't work in this ecosystem. So I need to throw this other part. I must have a track. So that means for me to actually even claim that title, I must be well, bred in the art of scheming people, in the art of, laundering money. So let me even start laundering now so that when I get to that level, my portfolio in money laundering is robust. And these are the values we are now subconsciously selling, which is now destroying the polity. And I think it's something that we need to really, really give it.
Yeah, that's why I said the last time that we can make this thing almost free, but then just like you said, the process to get it will be difficult. We need to do more as a country.
All right, the future is all we can be but have not yet become, all we can do but have not yet done, all we can have but don't yet possess. We need to go back and refix our values if we must create, a better future for Nigeria, and it begins at the family level. Up next now is Elijah. Please do stay with us after the break.
National elections, the stark unpreparedness of some aspirants. When you open your mouth, you tell the world who you are. That's from Richmond Dial Johnson. He's a Nigerian British international trainer and executive. He's now of blessed memory. The race to a leadership seat in Aso Rock requires dogged, structured, and skilled politicking, thus leaving little or no room for nonchalance or any form of inadequacies. Observing the just concluded manifesto delivery in some parties' primaries, it can be deduced that majority of these aspirants were ill prepared to defend their cause and individuality beyond politics. The world is watching, and the world sees every speaker as a representative of a faction of the populace. It is believed that the art of political showmanship entails the bearer's ability to package and present values, visions, and set goals on a pedestal of excellence. Despite having to surrender to baton to the next fit candidate, the following has to be in place to assure citizens and the global populace at large that it is not a game of clownery. Vision precision, ability to articulate goals and agendas properly, define goals, consciousness of recent and past happenings of the states, empathy, and awareness of the people. Lastly, the recent attack by unknown gunmen in St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, Ondo State, which left at least 70 people killed and injured. Also, the killing of a 30-year-old Ahmed Usman over alleged blasphemous comments against Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, in the Lubo area of Abuja, Nigeria's capital city, is a call of awakening from all and sundry. As security, healthcare, and sound education are bedrocks to any given civilization. Political aspirants and candidates should therefore be certain about what they are bringing on board to address these issues. May the soul of those massacred in St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, and other victims of violence and insecurity rest in peace. Here we are again.
Amen. Yeah. So, I mean, to be honest, it's what we just said. I mean, it's basically just taken out from the last conversation. If someone has said that they're aspiring for the highest position in the country, and they're given 2 minutes to make their case, some of them spend 5 minutes, some maybe more, and you're not hearing. So the first thing that I noticed, like you said, about that convention is what I expected them to even start from was a minute silence. It just shows you the tone deafness and the stark, lack of empathy and thinking through and deep thinking in this country. Because in a crowd of 10,000, 20,000 people, or in an organization of maybe 50, 20, 100 people that put this event together, none of them thought it wise to actually give a minute silence for the departed soul. Then eventually one of the candidates finally spoke about it. But throughout all the speeches, I was waiting to hear, even the one that people, and there's no need to mention it, even the one that people thought was such a wonderful, speech, it was just an inspirational speech. I didn't see any action points. I didn't see any, tackling the issues of insecurity, of the economy. But why am I surprised? There's nothing to be surprised about. It's been 7 years of, stuck, I don't even know what name to start to call it. But if you look at the scorecard of this government in 7 years, the truth is, if you're part of this government, there's really nothing you have to say. What are you going to say? Because you've been part of the government for 7 years. So what are you going to say you want to do? Some guy came and said he wants to build on the legacy that, the current government left. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So I can understand why these guys actually have nothing to say, because most of the people that are vying for this position were part of this government past 7 years. So to say anything is actually to contradict themselves, because they've had 7 years to prove that they can do something and have done nothing. So I'm not surprised that they're unprepared. There's nothing to be prepared for. But for anybody else that's been outside this party, and I expect, so unfortunately, the opposition in Nigeria is really weak, and they just get distracted with, the unnecessary mundane details. I think that whoever is in the opposition has more than enough material and resources to deal with this, with the ruling party. They have more than enough material. Just look at the past 7 years and ask the people, is this, what you want? This is what I do for a living, so I'm not about to give anybody any free advice. There's too much material.
Sure.
There's way too much material.
Sure, thank you very much, Tolu. So, Victor, just like what Tolu said, many of them could not articulate their idea. Many of them, we just had few of them were able to do that. And what touched me most was the fact that the only female candidate among them, a female aspirant among them, they gave her 2 minutes, a lawyer for that matter. You couldn't even say something for the sake of encouraging other women in politics. You came, you ranted nothing, you stepped down and you left. And then people were like, why? Women for that. No, I was disappointed
You're
actually.
expecting too much.
So Victor, I know you're a life coach. You deal with behavioral, you talk about behavioral approach, people behavior and their speech and their, so what's the advice? We have the major debates coming up among candidates. So this time around, we want to hear them communicate. We look forward to that. What strategies and would you advise them, these candidates?
Maybe I will even tell the power of Tolu, I'm not here to give free advice. They should contact me. But anyway, the truth is, the reward system is so dilapidated. We are rewarding mediocrity. We are rewarding moral decadence. We're rewarding ill-mannered, lack of values kind of people. We're just rewarding nonchalancy, and it's a problem. And like Tolu earlier mentioned, can we begin to think about a third first? Before we got on and said, I told you that how we think about this third first has to be very strategic. When you look at the tech ecosystem and what they had done to really disrupt, traditional businesses, we must come with that kind of spirit, right? But of course, also taking cue, because the truth is, we can throw away the fact that, some of these people had, been working for the positions they are trying to get in for maybe 20 years ago, 20. So it's a roadmap. But oftentimes I see we millennials or we revolutionaries trying to come and say, 4 years election, I've got the clincher. I've got the strategy. We'll take over this nation. You can't take over this nation in 4 years. You can't even take over America. It doesn't happen like that, right? So I think 2 things are critical. 1, have a proper roadmap, and that roadmap has to be built in such a way that we take some intelligence. In as much as these old chaps are, annoying us, but there's some intelligence we need to draw from how they have built the political system. If you must disrupt anything, you must understand how that thing works. And back to what Tolu kept saying, we don't even understand what's the dynamics of we don't understand how it works. When you talk to some, they're just saying some bogus motivational stuff, which is not technical. There's no dynamics as to how the politics works. And I tweeted something a few days ago to really get things to really command the kind of power and the kind of influence, because leadership is intentional influence. So there's no good or bad leader. There's a leader who is either good or bad based on their personal values. So no good or bad leader. Osama was a leader So he used his skills to, you know,
For
so
something negative,
everybody. So you
So was Obama. Let's
yeah, exactly.
Obama too was a leader. So it's about. So again, back to what I tweeted. I said 3 things are critical, right, to build that political influence. Number 1 is, you know, mobilization. Number 2 is money. Number 3 is structure. So you've got to mobilize. You've got to have a structure, and I mean, you need money. You can't just be fully thinking that money is not important. So you can't be speaking words. So those 3 things are key. Can we begin to now? Because again, you can't change who doesn't want to change. You can only reinvent. Okay, those that are. Someone said something that the old people are irredeemable. Can we begin to recreate a new order? Can we begin to recreate a new pathway? So I think we should rethink this thought first, right, and begin to build. Show me a 2050 roadmap. We may not all feature in it, but let's do it for the culture. That's what I think, really.
If that's very apt, actually, both of you. If you check, let's take a look at the pathway of the person that emerged winner of APC. I'm talking about Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. If you check from some years back, this man has been on the opposition to the ruling party at that time, and he stayed in that line. And if you watch his processes, his strategy, whether you like it or not, we're not here to campaign or commend him or condemn him, but I just want us, let's just look at his principles, his strategies. So like he worked a long time for this. Even though, yes, there are still some other factor of luck, God, and other things, maybe money, like you said, but this man
say maybe, absolutely,
yes,
definitely money.
So this is what we young people need to learn. And then more importantly, I'm going to say this to all aspirants, you know, just like I quoted Richmond Dyer Johnson, the Nigerian British executive, is late now. He said, when you open your mouth, you tell the world who you are. Means that they give you opportunity. They think that it's just Nigerians that are. It's not a Nigerian affair. The world is watching. What kind of person do you want the world to remember you as? We were here in Nigeria. We were at least watching aspirant debates in America, in UK. Mention those countries. So it's not just about being the president. It's about having an identity of yourself. What kind of person I am. When I come outside to speak, I speak value, I speak intellect, I speak reason. They gave you the ticket or they didn't give you the ticket or you're stepping down for someone should not stop you from communicating. This is what many of the aspirants lacked.
So I totally agree with you. You know, and I mean, I always say you can't give what you don't have.
True.
You know, the truth is it's actually unfair to demand from someone what they don't have. You know, so if you look at, if you look at the current situation of the country in Nigeria, I mean, the bar has been set so low. The bar is so low.
Really low.
You just need to be a thinking person, you know, to sit down, analyze the issues, and then ask for solutions. I don't think that it's so complicated. I mean, the problems in themselves, solving those problems might be complicated, but I think just on the face of it, the problems are obvious and we can start to solve the problems.
So much has been said already about the importance of coming prepared. You don't just come to the race unprepared. Up next is Tolu. Just stay with us.
Your PVC is not the answer. Your vote is. The main contenders are in. The aspirants are ready. The real politicking is about to start. The electorate is scared, excited, apprehensive, agitated, and every other emotion in between. The drumming of get a PVC is reaching a favorite pitch. Unfortunately, the almighty PVC will not solve your problems this election season. Only your votes will. So yes, I know you cannot vote without a PVC. However, recent statistics have shown that the main problem is voter apathy, not actually the PVC in itself. I mean, let's look at some numbers. In 2011, 73,528,000 people registered to vote, but only 53.68% of those people showed up. That's about half of that number. In 2015, 68.833 million people registered to vote, and only 43.6% turned up. Again, less than half of that number. In 2019, the most recent election, there were 82.344 million registered voters, the highest so far in the history of Nigeria. But unfortunately, only 34.75%, way less than half of that number, showed up at the polling station. So for 3 election cycles, 30 million people in the first one, 40 million in the second, and 50 million people, respectively, in the third cycle, registered to vote, but they didn't show up on election day. And that exactly is the problem. Leaders do not win election on election days. Trust me. Election is already ongoing right now. Delegates have chosen your candidates for you. If you're not careful, they will also go ahead and choose your leader for you. Let's put this further in numbers perspective. In 2011, 30 million plus registered voters did not vote. And that election was decided by about 10 million votes. In 2015, 40 million plus registered voters did not vote. And that election was decided by less than 3 million votes. In 2019, about 50 million registered voters still did not vote. And that particular election was divided by 4 million votes. So, does that tell you the actual problem? The actual problem is not your PVCs. It's actually voting on election day. In 2023, what are the margins needed to win this election? Just think about it. It's a numbers game. Sir Advocate that will set up a database of voters to constitute a third force. We actually have the numbers. We have the people. We have the funds. Everybody just needs to chip in here and there. We can set up the structure. And we have the youth, technology, we have the diaspora. We have the know-how on our side. We can make a loud statement if we actually vote.
That's a very, very interesting angle to look at it. It's just like when I'd normally tell startup founders that ideas are $0. Execution is the game.
Absolutely.
It is the person that moves first that gets the answer. Absolutely. So ideas are like the PVC, which is I've gotten the PVC, I've registered. And, just putting myself out there openly, I'm putting myself very responsible to the whole world, right? I checked to just confirm that, where I registered my PVC is still intact. And, I haven't gone to pick it. I've been scheduling and scheduling. I think with what you've said now, right, you've triggered me to really make our time this week and go get it. Because, I voted last time and I'd moved places and all of those things. So it just got me thinking that I believe you're correct, that it is not the PVC, it is the vote, which is that day, they're not going to count, let's count how many PVCs that are in, so that let's mark them. This PVC, are you for this person? I'm going to ask PVC questions. They're going to, count votes. And again, the votes that we cast. So I believe it's something that we can start from our space. And here's what I'm proposing, right? I recall then, where I used to work in the last two elections, I think 2011 elections, and they would always ask in every stand-up meeting, guys, we got in your PVC, you're voting, and sure you come out to vote. So it was always a song, and it was almost like we're going to deduct your salaries if you don't vote. So it was almost like that. But I thought that also triggered some action. I think what we can do is in our space, back to what I said about values, as you're probably chilling out with your friends, guys, how far now? We need to take this in serious. You go to ATM point. Guys, have you gone to your PVC? You just engage people. You get on Uber. You're asking the Uber driver, hope say you go vote, sure. Let's begin to consciously, not just say, go and get your PVC. Are you going to come out to vote? I think it's a very good thing.
Because
I love
you
it.
see, one question actually begets the other.
True.
So
true.
if you say, go and get your PVCs, then people get PVCs. They don't show up on election day. But if you say to people to vote, then they understand that to vote, they need to get their PVC. So we're missing the actual point.
That's very intelligent.
The actual point is not the PVC. Because the PVCs there, last election cycle, there were 82 million registered voters.
It's crazy.
Less than 40%. 50 million people refused to vote in that election. Wow. That was won by less than 4 million margins. 4 million people margin. So you must ask yourself, imagine just half of those 50 million people that didn't vote, that come together and say, these are our candidates, and this is who we're waiting for. We would have a different result.
It's true.
So it's really not the PVC. So the PVC is important, but the voting is more important. So you must begin to ask the question, when you meet someone, are you going to vote? And they say, I'm going to vote. Then you say, okay, now go and register, make sure you get your PVC.
Fantastic.
I think we need to start asking that question.
My point is PVCs are not just means of identification.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Some of them will tell you, I have my PVC, no go vote. You say, I beg, go get time. I want this to open bank account. That's number one. Number two, the government should try as much as possible to enable the facilitation, to facilitate the process. You want to go to collect your PVC, the crowd there can discourage people. Some people are of weak faith. It's not everybody that is as dogged as you that will want to stand long. So, in queue, you know, some Nigerians are easily discouraged. Like today, let me tell you what happened. I was coming from Ojo today. So I was coming, and then on my way, I saw that I saw this mammoth crowd in front of Ojo local government today, as sort of today being so I saw them standing in front of the local government with placard. We need our PVC. We need our PVC. I don't know what was happening. You see? I said, okay. I was like, wow, I wish one
Those
of
are the
these,
movements that we need
so
to be
they
happening
should,
now.
No, they were there. They actually went to pick up their PVC. Obviously, someone is not responding to them. So the government should try and facilitate the process.
Yes.
We don't make this thing difficult so that people can just do this and get out. Because not
absolutely
everybody
right.
have that strength and stamina to stand long and waiting for people.
The
If they don't,
full
they
day.
just discourage and they will go back.
Yes, because again, when I
It's
looked
not
at the
good.
numbers, right, there are two things conclusions I came to, because numbers don't lie. So it's one of two things. It's either there's actual voter apathy, where people refuse to show up on election day. Or, because remember, these are registered voters, or people actually register and don't pick up their VCs to vote. Or there's a system that's been designed to frustrate people from getting their PVCs. And that in itself is voter suppression.
So you stay for
and
2
voter
days,
suppression is
you know.
actually is an actual crime. So maybe people need to start suing the INEC.
Yeah.
Right?
Just
Look at the
sue them.
system.
Hold them to
Why
high
should it be so
standards?
difficult? If I
Yeah.
can walk into a bank and literally 5 minutes I get my
my
card out.
debit card. What can I do?
Why
that
should
for?
the PVC be more difficult to get?
Very true.
It's difficult.
We need to
Why should it be more
hold
difficult to
INEC to
get?
a
It must
very
be
high.
that easy to get. I must literally walk into a space, and in 5 minutes I can get out my PVC. But you see, they understand also that the average Nigerian, because the apathy already exists, all they need to do is just trigger it. Trigger that apathy, and you've given up.
Yeah.
So they know
and
that.
that's the margin
And that's that margin that you're
facilitates
seeing.
rigging. You
Yes,
know.
absolutely.
Can we talk to Kayode if Kayode is still here with us?
Okay, he's not.
Okay. You know, so that's the margin that
Makes the difference.
That facilitates that rigging, because you know someone said, I mean, when I said this, I knew I was correct, right? Which is rigging needs something to trigger it. Nobody just wakes up and says, you know what, I'm just going to. So something there has to be, just like in chemical reaction, you need something that triggers something that triggers something.
I'm not a science student, I don't know.
Yeah, he's talking about chain reactions.
Chain reactions. But the truth is, if there is no favorable, and I mean you did biology, so you know photosynthesis, sunlight. So there has to be the perfect condition for photosynthesis to happen. There have to be the condition created consciously or subconsciously for rigging to happen.
Yes.
And oftentimes we are subconsciously creating that condition by what you said. Number one, not going to pick up your PVCs. Number two, the system frustrating you from picking up your PVCs. Number three, picking up the PVCs and not actually going out of vote, saying, I beg, they know who is going to come in. And because of that, so it's now learned helplessness.
Yes.
Since I know that even if I vote, it will not count. Right? So because of that, my vote will not count. I refuse to vote. And guess what? If 10 million of me, right, or 10 million people think like me, rigging has been
absolutely, and that's just a fraction of 200 million people.
This is the strategy for rigging.
That is where belief
absolutely
come into place. A lot of Nigerians have lost hope in the country, forgetting that they have no other country. These same Nigerians will have the opportunity of go to America and behave well, go to UK and abide by the principle. Here in Nigeria, you feel I beg, make they go stay their own. Election is public holiday for them. Yeah, I know a lot of people that will tell you, I beg, let me rest. I beg. This election process is public holiday.
And I think also there's a
country.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I think also there's a narrative, redesign that I want to start doing. There's a narrative problem, and there's several. So for instance, someone says, "Oh, my vote will not count." There has to be a narrative shift.
PDP set for 2023 polls after NEC meeting, says former national chairman, while Uche Secondus says party has approved campaign structure. And insecurity may affect elections outcome in Kaduna, Imo, Katsina, and Southern Kaduna, says People's Union. Now this is Plus Politics. I am Mary Ann Okon. The former national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Prince Uche Secondus, has hailed the party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, and the National Executive Committee of the party for stabilizing the party ready for victory in 2023. Now, Secondus, in a statement yesterday, said the outcome of the NEC meeting showed the party is set and ready for victory. Meanwhile, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, said that the problem bedeviling the party was not fundamental. He recalled that the governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, had faulted the emergence of Atiku as the presidential flag bearer. Yocha Ayu, chairman of the party, and Senator Walid Jibrin, chairman of the Board of Trustees, all from the northern part of the country. Now, Wike accused the party of violating the principles of equity, fairness, and balance, noting that the laws guiding the party has been trampled upon. The People's Democratic Party has approved a unified campaign structure across the country ahead of the 2023 general elections. And joining us to discuss this and more is Frank Shaibu. He is Special Assistant Public Communications to Atiku Abubakar. Glad to have you join us.
Yeah, good evening. Glad to be here.
Without further ado, let's just dive into it. The PDP has been making headlines every single day. And when I say the PDP, I'm talking about Governor Wike. Right from when your presidential candidate picked his running mate, who is the Delta State governor. Now, it's interesting that it's still an issue as at today. We were hoping that we would hear something from the NEC meeting that would calm frayed nerves, but Governor Wike is still speaking on the issue. Now, recently, Mr. Wahid Jibril left the party. He resigned from the BOT. But then the response came again from Governor Wike saying that this is mere, water on the back of a chicken. Let's start with the Wike-Atiku situation. What exactly is going on here?
Well, you've clearly explained that, and we believe that it's just politics is basically about interest, and you don't expect a bitter heart to be capable of charity.
What does that mean?
What it means is that he contested the presidential election with Atiku Abubakar, and he missed that ticket. And Atiku emerged in a free and fair contest. And if you notice, he never questioned the process that produced Atiku Abubakar in that election. He has not, in all the statements he has made so far in the public domain. No, he has not questioned that. So I don't think it's about, I don't think it's about Atiku Abubakar. It's not Atiku that is his problem. He's talking about the party. It's a genuine and legitimate complaint. He has a right to do that. He has a right to, to express his opinion about the state of the party, the state of affairs of the party, the structure of the party, and all that. But for me, I believe he's a lawyer, and he knows very clearly the constitution of the party and what the constitution says, particularly in Section 45, subsection 2 of the party, that clearly states unambiguously that, look, where a national chairman resigns from his position during the pendency of his tenure. Are you with me? During the pendency of his tenure, a national vice chairman from the same region, will replace him in acting capacity. That's what our constitution says as a party. So it becomes difficult to even juxtapose that provision of the constitution of the party. Are you with me? With his demands at the moment, with what I've read in the papers as demands of His Excellency Governor Wike.
You read in the papers?
Yes, I read in the papers. Yeah.
Interesting. I have had people who call themselves members of the Southern Caucus in the People's Democratic Party on this show, and they would be very quick to say that this is not an Atiku versus Wike problem. It is a Southern Caucus in the party asking for fairness. And this is one of the things that an elder statesman within your party, Chief Bode George, has also voiced, saying there has to be some level of fairness. But you're telling me that this is what your party constitution says. Does your party constitution also say that most of the people at the helm of affairs need to come from a particular region?
No. You see, with profound respect, who are the most? What do you mean by most of the people? The person championing the campaign now, talking about equity, was a part of the process that produced Atiku Abubakar as candidate of the president of the PDP in the presidential election. Now, if we're talking about equity, Before the emergence of Dr. Yochayu, we had Uche Secondus, whom we listen to now. You just read a statement from him. You know, he was chairman of the party. He was from the South-South geopolitical zone. But along the line, there were agitations, there were interests, political interests of some persons who were aspiring to contest that election. And they got him out of the way. And with profound respect, somehow, Dr. Yochayu emerged as chairman of the party. I want to ask you this simple question. Were there agitations as it is today, before the emergence of Atiku Abubakar as candidate of the party, talking about equity and justice in the structure of the party? The answer is no. We were all comfortable with. Hold on. You asked the question.
The party at some point. You asked me a question, so I want to answer you. At some point, they were pushing for a southern candidate. Hence, the likes of Governor Wike running for that office. So those agitations were there.
Beautiful. The party now at that point proceeded to set up a committee. Because they were talking about, look, we need, presidency should be zoned to the southern part of Nigeria because the north has had its fair share. And the answer is no. That is not being fair even to the north. Because as far as PDP is concerned, the last president of Nigeria in the PDP administration came from the south, in the person of Goodluck Jonathan. You understand? So that's President Muhammadu Buhari from the north, an APC president, represents his party. He is not from the PDP. He's not.
But is the PDP an independent political party from Mars, not representing the people's interest in Nigeria?
No.
Because President Buhari, yes, might be a product of the APC, but he's a president of Nigeria.
Hold on. You see, I want us to see this as a conversation and not a monologue. So when you ask me questions, I would like to break it down because the teeming mass of our people are watching this program. Yeah, it's a very popular program, and I'm glad to be on this platform. You see, the basic thing is this. The agitation we're talking about is an agitation by members of my party, not members of the public, who have the right to vote whom they so desire, based on programs. You see, and we keep telling people, the Nigerian people are aware that hunger and anger is the major determinant of our election in 2023. So, and they're not going to be bothered about geography. The president Nigeria needs at this time is not a president based on geography, because a man who is hungry in Calabar is the same as a man who is hungry in Sokoto or in Zamfara. So the issue of geography does not even arise. So this agitation is an intra-party agitation. And when it came up, based on the party constituted a committee chaired by one of the allies of Governor Nyesom Wike, Governor Tom of Benue State. He was the chairman of that committee, to look the agitation from the south-south. Should the presidential candidate, should it be zoned fully to the south-south? And they made it an open-ended contest. And none of the aspirants at that time protested. They all went into the contest. Election was, the primary election held. It was won and lost. Then after the victory, after the declaration of Atiku, we now return to say, look, we want to now start an agitation in the middle of the road to say, look, Atiku is presidential candidate, he is from the north, he's from northern Nigeria. It was not by appointment, it was by election in a fair context that nobody protested, nobody contested, nobody even proceeded to court, apart from some lazy guys who took the matter to court only recently and claiming that he had an interest. But that's an issue for another day. So the issue now is, what are we asking for? So if the agitation now is about equity, if it's about equity, a man who is talking about equity had the national chairman of the PDP from not just the south, from Rivers State, Nigeria, in the person of Uche Secondus. He was there as chairman of the party. Nobody complained. He was doing fantastically well. He organized the party. He went into the last election with Uche Secondus as chairman of the party. This time round, they agitated. Let me tell you something. That's why I started by saying a bitter heart is not capable of charity. I have my interests because I am from the middle belt of Nigeria. If I want to run as president and I have Dr. Yochayu as chairman of the party, what will I do? What will be my first assignment? I want to plot to see that I remove him and bring somebody from a different region as chairman, so that Nobody would think that there will be no level playing ground. And that was what happened in the case of Uche Secondus. He had to leave the seat. So now we have Dr. Iyochayu as chairman of the party. Duly elected. We don't have a problem. That's why I said legitimate agitation for change, for equity, for justice, that's not a problem. But the presidential, Atiku Abubakar is only a presidential candidate. He is not yet a president. So we are in the middle of a race. It's just like a football match between Chelsea and Arsenal. And while the match is going on, you say, oh, because the goalkeeper of Arsenal and the captain of Arsenal are from the same country, the coach should not play them at the same time. When we're in the finals of maybe the UEFA Champions League, it will smack of wretched illiteracy. It will be tendenciously wicked for anybody to contemplate that at that point, because we're talking about victory. We're talking of emancipating Nigerians. We're talking of taking Nigerians out of hunger and poverty. We're talking of providing security for the mass of our people. So it should not be about geography at this time. But when we win elections, you now say, okay, come on. You have Atiku Abubakar, you are now president of Nigeria. Since you have been elected president, automatically, we can't still continue to have the party chairman as chairman of the party because he is from northern Nigeria. These agitations, you see, we have to look at the undercurrents. We have to look at the motive. You understand me? That's why I tell people, I say, look, God is a judge of both intentions and actions. What are the intentions? What are the actions? The action is, oh, we're agitating. Legitimate agitation. We don't have a problem with that. Atiku doesn't have a problem. Wherever the chairman comes from, he is comfortable because he's not going to be president of the PDP. He's going to be president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. PDP is a platform, it's a political party and not a pressure group, mind you. So this is the issue. And we consider it as something that is amenable, and we know that Governor Wike and his group of friends and colleagues will see reason and know that, look, their interest, the major interest should be about the people of Nigeria. Okay. And they will see reason and will move forward and will win election in February 2023. I'm
curious, what's the relationship between Alhaji Atiku Abubakar and Governor Wike as we speak? And the agitations that you're making reference to that we've been discussing, how does this affect the party going forward? Because, of course, you need to present a united front if you must even convince the voters. When you say relationship, you know, they are not, Atiku Abubakar is a man and Wike is a man. They are not lovers. You understand me? I don't think I implied that. Okay, no, so but if you're talking of relationship, of course they have a working relationship. I'm not sure you have heard Governor Nyesom Wike cast aspersions on Atiku Abubakar. And I'm not sure you have heard any of us, the personal aides of His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, cast aspersions on Governor Nyesom Wike. We have said it times to that number that Governor Nyesom Wike of Rivers State is one of our finest. He's our poster boy in terms of projects, in terms of development. You understand? And we cannot denigrate him. We will not denigrate him. It's impossible. You understand? He has legitimate claims. But you see, we are different. How we ventilate our anger and agitations are different. I know, I listened to him on the day of the primary election. Before even the election, he came out clearly and said, look, whoever emerges from this process, he's going to support the person. I believe him strongly. He's a man who keeps to his words. He's still going to do that. And I don't have a problem. That's why I said, look, he is making legitimate claims. And we believe that at the end of the day, water will find its level. And there will be a meeting ground. And we will go into this election, not just as a united front, but as a formidable force to displace the do-nothing APC government in Nigeria. Let's move away from the Wike drama and talk about your candidate. This is not his first rodeo, neither is it his second, third, or fourth. He's been at it for a long time. Many are concerned because the government of the day, President Muhammadu Buhari, is somebody who tried to be president so many times, and on the fourth try, he finally became president. But here we are, almost 8 years down the line, and many Nigerians are wondering why he wanted to be president so bad, and this is the result that we have. Why should we trust Atiku Abubakar to be president for a person that seems to be so ambitious to want to be president over and over and over again? You see, at this point in our history, what Nigerians need is a man who can unify the country. We have never been as divided as we are in this country than we are now.
In the first quarter of 2022 alone, about 1,743 persons were either killed or kidnapped in this country. With profound respect to you. So, on daily basis, the only testimonial of this government in 7 years has been that of tears, that of death, senseless massacre. We have over 18 million out-of-school children in Nigeria today. Over 18 million out-of-school children. Our universities have been shut for over 6 months. I heard the Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria said the other day that parents should go and, and prostrate to ASU so that they can come back to school and all that. It's marks of wretched illiteracy. So we need someone who can unite us, who can use our dynamic diversity as a unifying factor. Nigeria is one of the most heterogeneous societies in the world. One of the most heterogeneous societies in the world. We have multiple ethnic groups. But this government has divided us along religious lines, tribal lines, political lines, sectional lines, then insecurity. Insecurity, in fact, is the mother of all. Because without security, nothing can happen. Without security, we have so many children. Let me give you a classical example. In 2011, the current running mate of the APC presidential candidate was governor. I remember that barely few months after he came into office, he relocated to Abuja. He operated from Abuja. Moved his 2 daughters and 1 son to schools in Abuja. One Tom in Turkish school and one other British school like that. They were less than about 10 years old at that time. And he operated from Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, abandoning governance in the state. So if a sitting governor had all the paraphernalia of security aides would abandon governance at that point. Today, nothing is farther from that. It's the same thing. We remember when they came in 2015, they told us, oh, we are going to do this, we are going to do that. Security, we're coming with a retired general, a war veteran, we're going to do it. No, all those things, nothing has happened. So now we need someone with a technical know-how. We need someone who is going to deal with the issue of education. We need someone who is going to create a program of schools to job pathway, a school to job pathway, concentrating on our vocational schools and technical colleges. Let me tell you something. In our country today, in Nigeria today, and even world over, there's a curious coinage. While listening to His Excellency a few days ago, he said, look, certificates no longer even move anyone anywhere. What we need now is called certificates. And that's Your Excellency, what do you mean by certificate? He says certificate is a curious coinage, where he's targeting a situation where he wants to drive our educational system to a point where children should be equipped with entrepreneurial skills, resuscitate our vocational and technical colleges, where every child who passes through the functional secondary education should learn a skill in addition to his academic knowledge of the basic of basic education. And I tell you, my dear sister, if you go further, you will discover that it is impossible, practically impossible, to deal with the issue of insecurity without education. Do you know that in the last 6 months that Nigerian students have been at home? With profound respect to you, they have become more vulnerable to these insurgents, to rapists, to kidnappers, of course, because they want to keep luring them into different crimes,
okay,
including but not even limited to drugs.
I'm sorry, I want to bring you back to my question.
Go ahead.
Why should Nigerians trust your candidate to be a different president or a good president? You're telling us about our problems. They are problems. We know these problems already. Yes. What solutions do you have for us?
We have multiple. I just gave you one concerning the schools schools to job pathway.
Do you think that that's the most important thing for Nigerians right
now?
Education is important.
The most important thing to us now is unification.
Will that make a person vote for him?
Of course. The most important thing as we speak now is unification. We need unity.
Okay.
Atiku Abubakar believes clearly that we have been so divided. He believes too that, look, the agitation, for instance, you see in the southeast, And insurrection you see in the southeast, for instance, is as a result of the fact that power has been absent from that region for a long time. Do you understand me? Now, he believes this is a man who all his lifetime is associated with different persons from different geopolitical zones. I read in one of the papers recently where one of the candidates for this election said, oh, who did Atiku make in Sokoto? Who did he make in the Northeast? Who did he make in... No, we're talking of a Nigerian. He is a pan-Nigerian candidate who has his tentacles all over Nigeria. He is not a tribal jingoist. So we can't look for an Atiku. We're not looking for somebody who runs an enclave in one state, dominates there. He wants to be the bride at every wedding and be the corpse at every funeral. No, that's not the kind of leadership we're talking about. We're talking of someone who, if he steps into the north, he's celebrated. He goes to the southeast, he's celebrated. Let me tell you, the chairman of the governing council of Atiku Abubakar's University is an Igbo man. The American University of Nigeria is an Igbo man. So his businesses, his chains of businesses, that's how you see different persons from different geopolitical zones who are there managing those businesses effectively. He prays like every Christian, he fasts like every Muslim. Be a wonderful Muslim. He allows you the space to do your job. There was a day, look, it was time for Angelus. I'm Catholic, and I said, Your Excellency, it's 5 minutes to my prayer time. I need to leave so that I can go for my. I said, please, we suspend this meeting for you to go and finish and come back. That is the kind of person we're talking about, who is tolerant about religion. Who will not take advantage of our religious diversity to say, they're not, let me target them. The only way I can get them is to say, look, let me pick a vice presidential candidate who is a Muslim from there, take him from there so I can use religion to target them. No, they are wiser. The people are smarter because they are hungry and they are angry. So those kind of shenanigans can't work anymore. Those kind of outdated tactics cannot work anymore. They are looking for someone who will unite us as a country. Atiku is that candidate. He represents that force. He is the face of unification. He's good. He's equipped with the requisite skills to do that. And that's why you see some of us around him. I'm a blue-blooded Catholic. I'm a Christian. I love God. But I love every Muslim around me as well because he has taught me to do that. He has shown me love.
Okay. Let's talk about... You just said something funny, that you love God. We all love God, don't we?
No,
whatever God that we serve.
Some persons don't do. Some worship Igbe.
Let's talk about the campaign strategy. Now, you've told me some things. Hopefully, when the blueprint is out tomorrow, I hear he's going to be presenting it somewhere to, I think, the Guild of Editors.
We have multiple. We have been interfacing with multiple.
What is your campaign strategy?
I think sometimes I think it would be wrong for me at this point to tell you our campaign strategy. Our winning strategy should be kept to our chest. The only one we don't keep away from the people is our policy document. From day one, he remains the only candidate who has a laid down policy document.
This is going to be, whether we like it or not, a three-horse race as we have seen it. Many would want to differ, but then we've seen the Labour Party, the PDP and the APC. Let's talk about the power of the incumbents. We've seen your candidate try several times, even against President Buhari, and still didn't win. What's the certainty that comes? Because I always say that Nigeria is a very, very diverse country, and so are our problems. Why would anybody want to be president of this country? But then, since he's interested, so that's my question. I'm wondering, what makes him so certain that he can win this time around?
Not he can win, he will win this time around.
Well, Nigerians have to decide that.
Nigerians will decide that. Nigerians will separate the wheat from the chaff.
Well,
this
you
time
also
around.
can't call the race right now because it hasn't even started.
I will tell you why. Campaigns have not started, but I will tell you why Nigerians will choose an Atiku over and over again.
I'd like to hear it.
Yes, because first off, I'll tell you something. When in 2015 President Muhammadu Buhari emerged president of Nigeria, of course Nigerians felt they voted for him. But somehow they got to find out only a few months ago that one man and made him president single-handed. during his outburst in somewhere in Abeokuta in Ogun State, when he said, the president cried even on national television after failing 3 times, and he promised him and made him president. Now, when a man appropriates and arrogates the power of giving power, listen to this analogy carefully. When a man appropriates the power of giving power to man, to himself, it means that it is the height of heresy. Power belongs to the Almighty. Only God gives it to whom he desires. And he uses the people to do that. But when you begin to feel that it is about you, that's why I said earlier that, look, Atiku is different because the other candidates, that's why you say it's 3-horse race. No, I said no. For me, I disagree very clearly because there's going to be a 2-horse race. It's going to be between Atiku and the Labour Party's candidate.
No. So you're telling me that you see nothing, or you're not worried about the Obi phenomenon and the
I said, did you listen to me? I said did. The election is going to be between President, His Excellency Vice President Atiku Abubakar and possibly maybe a P2B of the Labour Party. But certainly not the candidate of the do-nothing APC government.
Why do you think so?
Why? I think so because Nigerians know better. Nigerians are hungry. Nigerians are angry. Nigerians are insecure.
But then the PDP has been in power for so long. And then we built here we are in 2022. Maybe Nigerians wanted, or maybe Atiku thought that he would be able to give us a new Nigeria in 2015 or in 2019, but this is 2022. Our problems are totally different from the problems that we had
that is why I said
that year.
See, the scenario today, the indices today, presents Atiku as just the right choice for the people.
Really?
Yes, the indices today clearly situates him.
Okay.
Situates him properly to win this election.
I'd just like to quickly push this in because we're running out of time.
Oh my goodness.
Now, Shetima, the running mate of the APC presidential candidate, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has said, and I'd like to quote him, "We'll retire the political tourist Atiku back to Dubai." Would you like to respond?
I will respond to that. Ordinarily, I would not have even elevated him by responding to that. But here is a man, I asked him a question. I would ask him a question on national TV today. I remember, if you remember, the Christmas bombing in Madala in 2011, December 2011, on the eve of Christmas, where over 37 persons, worshippers, were killed and over 58 persons were injured in that massacre. The mastermind of that bombing, Kabiru Sokoto, was traced to the governor's lodge where His Excellency, Mr. Shetima, was staying. Whenever he answers that question, I think I can now decide to respond to him. But as far as I'm concerned, there's complicity. He should explain to Nigerians what happened during that time. Why would Kabiru Sokoto, the mastermind of a bombing incident that claimed the lives of defenseless Nigerians, be found in the residence of a sitting governor? And he was arrested there before he now escaped again.
Okay.
Only God will help us.
Well, Frank Shaibu is the Special Assistant Public Communication to Atiku Abubakar, who is the presidential candidate for the PDP. Thank you so much for being part of the conversation.
Thank you, and I look forward to speaking with you again, possibly after we are, or before our inauguration in May 2023.
Okay. Well, that's it on this segment. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll be talking about insecurity and how it might affect the 2023 election. Stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you. So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam, you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, PlusTvAfrica, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers. You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
what we see and envy in other countries, we don't pay enough attention to how it is done. So, for example, people are always talking about, we should tell African stories. I smile.
I'm one of those who says that.
I think that we should talk to ourselves first before we're even worried about what people are thinking about us. We overvalue the opinion of other people. We don't value ourselves. We don't value our people.
But isn't that why we should tell our own story?
To ourselves.
Yes, first.
You understand?
Yes.
So we won't be talking about telling African story because we didn't wake up this morning and think first and foremost I'm African. I think I'm Nigerian.
That's what I'm saying.
You understand? So in Nigeria,
yes,
first and foremost, we need to talk to ourselves. How do we talk to ourselves? What do we say to ourselves?
What's our reality?
So what does reality mean?
Reality.
And what lens are we looking at reality from?
Don't forget that this whole thing is driven by the frustration of Nigerian businessmen, the anger of Nigeria's youth, the failure to see the progress Nigeria should make. Take any indicator. Nigeria is at the bottom, literally at the bottom of just any indicator you can think. Why? Compared to our peers that don't have the factor endowments that we have, that don't have the human capital we have, it's clearly a leadership challenge. And the center of the problem is that it's leadership that is focused on transaction, trade-offs. You don't vote for me, I come and scrap the road that is in your neighborhood, you do this, you do that. So everything becomes me, myself, and I. Whereas the transforming leader doesn't even think of today. He thinks of the future. And what I see happening in Nigeria today, these transactional leaders are dividing Nigeria as much as they can. They are creating fake news. They are, trying to dig up some stuff for Biafra, all kinds of sentiments that will prevent Nigeria from going anywhere, just so they can have power. I think that until we can get people who think long-term and the greater good of all, we're going to find that we're going to be merged in these transactions that ultimately hold us back.
Our current status of unemployment in Lagos is extremely high. 66% of Lagosians are living on the poverty line. 20 million people are living out in Lagos. Transportation is a crash. We have a lot of issues in this state, and we think that the method of the current leadership is snail speed, and it's focusing on gratification of individuals rather than attacking the problems, rather than facing the problems.
And during our time, we are trained to critically analyze, not to accept insinuations, rumors, innuendos, hook, line, and sinker, and begin to propagate it. Now, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, before the primaries, tell me which of the aspirants that traverse the length and breadth of Nigeria canvassing for votes from delegates like Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and all through the period they were saying he couldn't move, and he was moving all over the country. He was traveling. Even younger elements didn't have the same stamina. And tell me, even after the primaries, when he became the candidate, tell me another person that's been moving around, consulting with all categories of people, interest groups, voters, and all that. And apart from all of this, these are things open to the public. Let me now tell you what's not open to the public, which some of us are privileged to have known for decades with him. If you work with Asiwaju, that's when you will know the man's style of working. He rarely sleeps. And please, go and do a content analysis or a random survey of all the people that are close proximity to him, that have been working with him. Ask them. No, you either go gray or go bald or have bags under your eyes or develop wrinkles because of the brilliant nature of his working style. He rarely sleeps. He's always pouring at books, meetings, developing ideas, thinking, looking at issues from all angles. So he rarely sleeps. Now, if he's an unhealthy person, he cannot keep up that schedule of work for the last 30 years that I have known him. And he's doing the same thing tomorrow. Now, what I do is a fluke. It's a fluke.
How do you mean?
And I'm saying that with all sense of responsibility. Apart from not having structure or anything, when Nigerians closely scrutinize everybody's antecedents and records of performance, you will see that people are being repelled into insignificance. He ruled Anambra for 8 years. Tinubu ruled Lagos for 8 years. Put their achievements on the table. In vision, in knowledge, in courage. Put everything on it, you will see that Peter.
It's still Plus Politics now. Amid widespread insecurity, which has taken an alarming turn in some states of the Federation, among which are Kaduna, Niger, Imo, Katsina and Zamfara states, among others, the Southern Kaduna People's Union, Sokapu, and other leaders of crisis-ridden communities in Kaduna State have called the federal government to ensure that the prevailing insecurity is brought under reasonable control for a smooth conduct of the impending 2023 general elections. Now, they contended that though the terrorists have succeeded in sacking and taking over some communities in the state, with more efforts from government towards securing the state for the conduct of successful polls, the impact of security challenges would be minimal. And joining us is Professor Chris Nwokobia, who is the convener Country First Movement. Professor Nwokobia, thank you very much for joining us.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to be on with you.
Great. Let's start by looking at the security situation in the country. I mean, never in the history of Nigeria have terrorists been bold-faced enough to threaten the president, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. We've seen that in 2022. We've seen that certain schools were shut down in the Federal Capital Territory at some point because of a terrorist scare. I mean, the list is endless as to what's going on across the country. And we're getting ready amidst all of that for an election come 2023. Where do we even start from to deal with this issue?
The tale is heart-rending. It bothers every sincere Nigerian. It bothers everyone who's committed to the beloved community. It is a tragedy of sorts that we live in a country where villains, bandits, terrorists, if you like, because the new cliche is unknown gunmen, threaten the state. And it is so bad that just a few days ago, Nigeria was categorized as the second most terrorized country in the world after Iraq. It is also harrowing that, as you and I talked just yesterday, a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria was almost killed, and about 10 persons in his convoy lost their lives. That's what the news has told us. And as we progress towards 2023, it gives every sincere statesman sufficient cause to worry. But I want to say that much as it was what we had in 2014, 2015, a few weeks to that election, the 2015 election, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan was able to helm in the terrorists and the bandits at that point, recovered about 17 local governments in the Northeast, and then they were able to hold the 2015 election. I hope and pray that this government will cease to play politics with matters of national security. I pray that those who are politicking with a terrible situation will cease to politic with these issues and think about how we make our country safe and better. Because when the terrorist or the bandit comes for you, they do not ask whether you're Christian or Muslim. They do not ask whether you're Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba, or from the minorities. They do not ask whether you're from the north or the south. They just dish villainy. They just dish banditry. They kill the helpless. They maim and rape women. And so at the point is, that we are as a nation, is a call for every sincere Nigerian to not only lampoon the situation, but prevail on government to do that which is needful, right, and right.
I'm curious, Professor. You said something about the government politicking with the issue of insecurity, but could it really be politicking? Could it also be that maybe the government is overwhelmed, overstretched, somewhat bereft of ideas? I mean, because I'm trying to understand why government would have to be lampooned to do its job, especially a job that is their number one responsibility, protecting lives and properties of Nigerians.
Have you noticed that there's something they do? Every so often, there is villainy. Every so often, there is terror. Every so often, Nigerians are mowed down and killed. Rather than take responsibility, government is either throwing platitudes. They are either telling us, oh, we shall. Promissory notes that are never cashable. And then what bothers me the most is that when we challenge them, when we lampoon them, they tell us that it was better or that it is better now than 2014, 2015, which is a colossal lie, which is very untrue and unfair to the Nigerian estate. Because within the last 7 years, we have lost more lives. Like you noted in your opening remark, schools were forced to close down in the FCT. A National Guard was attacked in Kubwa or Buhari. For the first time in the history of our nation, the Nigerian law school could not hold its call to bar at the law school property. They came to town. That's how bad it is. And so when we lampoon government, when we challenge government, we're not saying that because we're of the Labour Party or the PDP or any other party. We're saying that because, like you noted, the primary responsibility of government is the protection of lives and properties. But largely, this government has failed to do that.
Where do we go from here in closing? Where do we go from here? Because you see, like I said also at the beginning, elections are underway. The 28th of this month, there's going to be the lift on the ban for campaigning, and so it begins in earnest. What should the average Nigerian and voter be having at the back of their mind, especially when they're not safe to even go out to vote?
No, the first thing every Nigerian, the average Nigerian must do is to be circumspect and careful, is to be able to look above one's shoulder, prayerfully watch whatever state protect, and then ask the National Security agencies, the police, the Nigerian Army, the road safety, the paramilitary organizations like the civil defense and all that, to sit up and do what is needful, right and right, which is the protection of lives and properties. And then above all, the political class, those who are going to be in the field campaigning, must be careful not to exacerbate tension, must be careful to deal with issues, campaign on issues rather than mudslinging, must be careful not to preach the messages that divide, but present before the Nigerian people issues that will locate our country on the pathway to revival, the pathway to growth. Because save and except that is done, if we continue the way we are, if the politicians continue to divide and preach ethnic and religious messages, then we're in trouble. Because I say without equivocation that it appears like the Nigerian security agencies are overstretched. So we must be one another's keeper. We must protect each other. We must push and preach the message of peace whilst we politic.
Well, Professor Chris Mwokobia is, well, I think that this is a point where we all just say our Hail Marys and hope for the best in the coming future. Thank you so much, Professor Chris Mwokobia, for speaking with us on the segment. We appreciate it.
The pleasure is mine.
All right. And that's it on the show tonight. We'll be back tomorrow talking for development on the biggest political stories across the country. I am Mary Anacone. Have a good evening.
My name is Adeyemi Shoroye. Here is my good old days story. I was born in Ibadan to the family of Adekunle and Folashade Shoroye, both of blessed memory. I had my early childhood at Ayonide Street, Ekotedo, popularly known as Ekotedo Iyaolobe. Two things struck me about my good old days, which I will share here. First, my primary school was at St. Luke's Demonstration School, Molete, Ibadan. Ekotedo to Molete was quite some distance, but at a very tender age, I will follow my elder siblings from Ekotedo to Molete, hopping from one bus to another, sometimes trekking part of the distance till we reach Molete. No fear of kidnappings or molestation. In fact, safety was never an issue. Life was generally peaceful. We would leave home after a meal of hot rice, beans and dodo, bought from Iyatewo's makeshift canteen, the popular Mama Put seller down the road. Leave for school between 6:45 to 7 a.m. and after dropping from one bus to another, we would arrive school around 8:15 a.m. and the return journey would be equally peaceful. There were some days when we would spend part of the transport money and trek some parts of the journey. It was so enjoyable. Our parents didn't have to fear nor worry about our safety. Life was peaceful and safe. Those were the days of fountain pens with ink and blotting paper. I recall there were special holes in our desks where the ink containers were fixed. You must be an exceptional student to have come home daily without soiling your school uniform with inks. Those were days when teaching good handwriting meant a lot to our teachers. Today, text messages have taken over. The other thing that struck me about my good old days was the spirit of communal living. You see, in our house, we lived upstairs as landlords, and we had some Igbo families living downstairs as tenants, but you hardly tell who was a tenant's child or who was a landlord's child. We were all the same. In fact, some of the Igbos who were born about the same time as me spoke Yoruba fluently, to the extent that Stephen, my age mate, wrote Yoruba as a subject in his WAEC and passed with flying colors. Yes, there was no discrimination of any sort. We all lived together as a happy family, irrespective of tribe or tongue. On Saturdays, we will go to Scala Cinema in Sabo to watch mostly Indian and Chinese films. Sabo, the Hausa community in Ibadan, is a short trekkable distance from Ekotedo, where I equally made some friends among those Hausa children of my age group, majority of whom we are still friends till today. What a glorious childhood. Can Nigeria still go back to that old days when our children will be safe on their own and we don't need to worry about child kidnappings or molestation? Can Nigeria still go back to that old days where tribe and tongue will be inconsequential? Can Nigeria still go back to those wonderful days when you were not defined by religion or religious affiliations? Can Nigeria still be a nation where merit is more valued as a determinant to your success than your place of birth? Yes, our nation can still rise above those primordial sentiments. We can. I believe with good governance, those days will come again. As I round up, strongly resonating in my mind is our first national anthem, which said, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. We can still recreate a nation where Nigerians all will be proud to serve our sovereign motherland. I am a believer. To this end, I join Sashimore Badejo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you very much and God bless.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Usaiwame Thali, and today we have a very, very full house. Hello, Money!
She's back. More money, some money, more money.
Hello, Manny. We missed you. Please, can you sound
I
like...
missed you.
Can you sound like the British? The British.
Okay, I really missed you guys, like, seriously.
Blimey.
How was your holiday?
It was short. It was just like 10
Yeah.
Yes.
But it was a much needed rest now.
It's just that I'm never here on Monday, so I really
You know how
missed
it is, just walking around up and down all 4 seconds.
Nigerians don't go on holiday,
We
they go
don't
shopping.
go on a holiday, especially when we go to destinations that have shops. So I think I'm going to plan something
I
else,
go
like
on
an
holiday.
island
Now, not they go
holiday.
holiday.
Yes, where
I
it's me
go
and the
on
water.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
No,
what
that's SC
type. No, I think that's what I need. That's my go-to going forward.
Welcome back. Really
Thank you.
I'll say hi to my fans. So I realize a lot of people love me on the show.
Yes, they do.
And I'll tell you guys that I love you too.
Okay.
Thank you for supporting me.
Okay. And the Oscar goes to
Elsie. But really, Elsie has this amazing Ofada sauce.
Oh, that's
yes,
true.
that just came out. I wanted to make a specific request.
We're trying to hustle in life. So I've opened another business like this, Ofada Factory. So if you love Ofada sauce, just go to Instagram of Ofada Factory. It's very simple to look for.
I needed to make that.
Put what?
All beef in mine.
All
you can
beef.
do that for me.
No inuero.
Okay.
Yeah,
If
I
you can
don't
do
like
that
that
for me.
thingy.
Really?
I will be
No.
ordering
Me
a
too.
Greet me now, greet me, please greet me.
By the way,
And the color.
Thank you.
I love your
She's
brain.
always remember what I said
really
about the
nice.
weekend.
Yes, it was a sweet one.
Lide got a group bar.
Okay.
Huh?
On that note, please, it's a Monday.
Wait, that's got
It's a late night show now.
How?
The group back. When my daughter came round.
And then she has come around since.
She cooked for me.
Okay.
You Elsie, behave yourself.
She cooked for me.
It's okay. It's okay. We were discussing nation building. Just scratch everything they said.
I'm a nation.
And you were built.
Very well.
All right, so we're discussing nation building, and here's what we found as today's quote. You can't have a value structure without a hierarchy. They are the same thing because a value structure means one thing and takes precedence over another, right? So Queen Elizabeth II, the longest reigning monarch in British history, died on Thursday, 8th of September 2022, marking the end of an era. Now, she was Queen of the United Kingdom and other Commonwealth realms from the 6th of February 1952 until her death in 2022. Now, seeing how England is expertly handling the demise of its ruler has really opened our eyes to the importance of structure. And today we have with us Dele Momodu. He'll be discussing nation building, the topic. And we're asking the question, is a structured Nigeria attainable? That's the question we're having today. Now, please, we'll do all of that. First, let's quickly go on a break to see what we found in the news. You are still watching Ways. Now, the United Nations Day for South-South Cooperation aims to raise people's awareness of the UN's effort to work on technical cooperation amongst developing countries. Now, it also celebrates the economic, social, and political developments made in recent years by regions and countries in the South. It is a time for individuals and organizations to agree on the importance of South-South cooperation in complementing North-South cooperation to support low-income countries in achieving development goals, rather. Now, on this day, political leaders from different countries reaffirm their goals in working with the UN leaders to reinforce or strengthen ties on their commitment to South-South cooperation in developing countries. And this can be done through speeches, action plans, special seminars or conferences, or press announcement, right? I mean, everybody knows that the future is collaboration. Anywhere, any way possible, partnerships, collaboration. I don't believe in loner, doing things by yourself. There's one person that has what you need. You just need to find the right person and collaborate. Yeah.
There's a group of people also that need the solution that you have.
Absolutely.
So when you don't get your clientele or the people that you need to work with within your circle, broaden your horizons.
Absolutely. All right, so quickly, who we starting with? Manny, I think you're ready. Yes.
Okay, 9 rescued as one-story building collapses in Lagos. So, Lagos Territorial Coordinator, National Emergency Management Agency, Ibrahim Farin-Loye, has announced that 9 persons who were trapped when a story building around Akinwumi Street, Mende in Maryland area of Lagos State sunk due to torrential rainfall on Monday, September 12th, have been rescued. So, Farin-Loye said the agency's officials were deployed to rescue the victims after receiving a distress call about the agency. The torrential rainfall, which lasted for about 4 hours in the early hours of the day, flooded lots of communities in Lagos State. NEMA advanced team, upon close observation, called for more reinforcement of personnel. The landlord of the building had used the ladder to escape, but NEMA questioned him for failure to contact emergency responders, but someone from one of the trapped victims' offices contacted NEMA. So it's really sad, and especially since we know the kind of rain that falls in Lagos. So we have rainfalls falling for 4 days non-stop, 7 days non-stop. So all the buildings that are not, up to standard are going to give way this time.
In fact, talking about rainfall, let me quickly just take my story, because that's what is linked to the conversation that you just made. There was a part of Lagos today. I mean, if they can bring out that video, I think it's Aboru Iyano-Ipaja area of Lagos, right? You needed to have seen this video. They said that area has been completely affected by the flood, that the flood had taken over. If you see the video, I mean, the man behind the camera talking, the entire place, so it is on complete lockdown. Submerged.
Is this Lagos?
Now, there's a palm tree in this video, right? That palm tree is supposed to be very tall. See the level of wet water is. So, I mean, when we're talking about real planning, right, these are the things that we demand from governance, right? Like, do you know that there are some places I will go to in this neighborhood and say, do people really live here?
Even
like,
under the Third Mainland Bridge.
How do you survive, right? So this is like complete lockdown. So whether we like it or not, the government must take, because you know your problem. We don't have snow in this country. We don't have volcanic eruption. We don't have earthquakes. Rain. I mean, I saw a video of teachers when they were drilling students when there's an earthquake, how in China and all of that. We don't have all of those things. What we
don't even have hurricanes, and they can't handle this.
Do you understand? And you cannot handle flood. So what if we started having issues like what the other
God knew already.
But we were not destined to be. We were not destined to just be like this. Be small forever.
That's great. Quotes. It will give you the.
It will give you what you can handle. It won't give you
that we wouldn't be able to handle. So he gave us the grace to not have to go through it. Because the countries that went through tsunamis and hurricanes, I mean, we've had enough practice. We've seen it happen in my lifetime, at least. I've experienced it 20 years, if nothing else. And soldier come, soldier go, nothing changes.
Let's move on. Quickly, Elsie, your story.
Okay. So 60 million Nigerians suffering from mental illness. And this is from a psychiatrist. So Professor Taiwo Obindo, President Association of Psychiatrists in Nigeria, says that more than 60 million Nigerians are suffering from mental illness. He's also the chairman, Faculty of Psychiatry, West African College of Physicians, Nigerian chapter. He said this in an interview with newsmen in Abuja on Sunday. He said, and I quote, mental health care is in a sorry state, given that we have more than 60 million Nigerians suffering from various mental illnesses, and the fact that only about 10% of them were able to access appropriate care. We are left with more than 90% who are unable to access care, and this group is called the treatment gap for mental illness. He said the gap was as a result of various factors like the knowledge gap, in which the people do not have appropriate information about the causes and treatment for mental illness. It was important for me to take this because 60 million out of 200 million, that's alarming. It is alarming.
I believe that the number is higher than that, actually.
Oh, wow. I was just going to say that. I believe that we have more than 60 million mental cases in Nigeria. Everybody is almost mental.
Everybody. I know well.
Myself, I meant
like this. We go get because
I actually think I'm among one of the very few ones that are well.
Don't say that. You're speaking in faith.
A friend
Your
said
wellness is even
that those that have mental illness are the ones that usually say they are the ones that don't
there's nothing wrong with them because they don't want to be committed.
So
quickly like this.
It is well.
Back to mental illness, so Jerry. We went to a forum yesterday, funnily enough, and when we left, I mentioned depression and everything, and 3 people stopped me after the forum saying they had experienced it. Now, these are people that function through it on autopilot. So you recognize it, you call it what it is. But the ones that don't recognize it, because the way we drive alone in Nigeria, we keep saying everybody is mad. We're under pressure and the pressure is getting worse.
It's worse.
So, to my story, thank you for opening it for me because of this same pressure, network is not working for me right now. A graduate of Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Lautech, Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Oshuleke Alaba, who recently returned his certificate to the institution, requesting refund of his fees during his studentship, has received 500,000 startup fund support from the Alumni Association. Mr. Alaba, who graduated from the Department of Agricultural Extension and Rural Development, had complained about the worthlessness of his certificate following his failure to secure a job years after graduation. We treated this story last week, and we're just trying to give you an update because we don't really want to delve into it. But you know how Nigerians are. Once your story goes viral, we're going to chip in 1 naira at a time, 2,000 naira at a time, and we're going to help you out. That doesn't mean you should go and create a viral story hoping for help.
You know what? We're going to see videos this week of so many people returning their certificates.
Trying to raise funds.
I don't know. I don't think that will happen.
That's how
I'm
we
even
roll.
more concerned about I'm glad that the alumni is doing this. It's very, very heartwarming.
Yeah.
But what is the structure they are building around this man? Have they really had a conversation with him to know what he
Sure
needs?
his alumni will
How?
No,
I hope so.
Let me tell you
I
something.
hope so.
Not everything is
Elsie just started a business, right? Before you say you want to hand money to someone to set up something, what's the structure?
Did you even say
I
he
don't
was
think
set
he's
up
set up. I think it's to first attend to his.
Okay.
Well, on that note,
But yeah, kudos to them. But
kudos to them.
This is why we are here.
That's why we are where
This
we are.
structure.
No, because we do not have a structure. Let me tell you something. If I am not here tomorrow, ways will still go on. Because there's a template on ground, there's a structure. So regardless of the whatever, if Uwa is not present, the show goes on because there's a structure to follow. That's why we do not have continuity. We don't have any form of growth or progress. Let me leave the conversation for where we enter.
When we go into this
of our guests, stay with us. We'll be right back.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plusttvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers. You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Okay, I think there's a video we're supposed to play. If you can just quickly pull that out. Where is my video?
In and out. Personalities, okay? But my dear, what we need to do in this country is to establish a situation where even if it was the devil who should come and sit on top of us in Ghana, by virtue of certain procedures, certain practices, the devil cannot get away with doing whatever he wants. He would necessarily have to do what the people expect of him.
All right, so we had to pull that in first before we start the conversation. So thanks for staying with us. Now, according to a paper by Ikenna Ukpabi Onya, nation building describes the processes of national integration and consolidation that leads individuals and groups to cultivate a sense of love for their nation and to accept their commitment to the nation state. It aims, or its aim rather, is to achieve sustainable development through the unification of the nation's people within and outside so that it remains politically stable and viable in the long run. Now, nation building as a concept helped many nations and regions to become socially and culturally united by creating a national identity. Now, while other countries have used nation building and national integration mechanisms to improve their social cohesion and deepen their development, Nigeria lags behind. Now, the question we are asking is why and how can we fix it? The United Arab Emirates is an example of a thriving, structured nation, and it gained its independence from the United Kingdom on the 2nd of December in 1971, years after Nigeria gained her own independence. Now, its constitution was established on independence and was made permanent in 1996. Now, how have these nations managed to build and uphold such solid structures? And do you see a structured Nigeria anytime soon? Now, that's the question. Now, let's quickly hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. Because we lost a lot of time, I just want to hear 1 minute from you, ladies. Do you think it is possible for us to have a structured Nigeria? Like we have, a plan in place?
I think it's possible.
Okay.
It's going to be a long, tough walk. But it's possible. First, we need to look inwards at ourselves. We have gotten used to this chaos and anyhowness, and we also now have a system whereby doing the right thing or following this right process is not rewarded. In fact, you get frustrated for doing that. So it's possible, but it
takes a lot.
It take a lot.
Like, let me hear your thoughts quickly.
I think Nigerians got an awakening during NSAS. And with an awakening, there's going to be a change. Thank God, I pray that we would not have a revolution that would lead into war. But we've gotten a sample of the fact that people really want you to be accountable to them. So I pray that we get more accountability, because that's all that matters. Once we have checks and balances and there are consequences for doing things wrong, things will now start falling into place.
How are you, Manny?
Well, I'll say yes. The structure means the building and arrangement of different sectors of our economy and our government. Right now, it feels like Nigeria is like a car trying to drive uphill. So it's very, very difficult. Our natural resources and population, which is supposed to be a source of strength, has become a source of weakness because it has given way for these leaders to, really milk us. So if you ask me, do I think that it is possible? I'll say yes, it's very possible, although it's going to require a radical transformation.
All right, so
yes.
Chief Dele Momodu is an African journalist of high repute and loud acclaim. He's a publisher, polemicist, businessman, philanthropist, actor, politician, and motivational speaker. He is the CEO and publisher of Ovation International, a magazine that has given publicity to people from all over the world in over 60 countries. Now, he is a graduate of the great University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. He holds a bachelor's degree in Yoruba language and a master's degree in English literature from the same university. Now, Chief Momodu announced his intention to run for the presidential election in his homeland, Nigeria, in 2011, but he lost that plan. Now, he was a visiting scholar at Oxford University, England, and he's married with 4 lovely children, and he's joined us live via Zoom. Thank you so much, Chief, for joining us.
Finally.
Thank you for inviting me. Yes, the devil is a liar.
Yes, so our network will not
shame us.
Will not shame us. But thank you so much for joining the conversation.
My pleasure.
We're looking forward to having you physically next time. But now that we have you here,
I promise you I'll come. I've been at your studios a couple of times.
Absolutely.
In the past, so
Absolutely.
I'm quite familiar. Yes, with your office.
Absolutely. All right, so today we're discussing this. I mean, this came off of the back of the recent happenings in the United Kingdom. I mean, we saw a few publications that you had made around, the things happening in the UK and all the plans, all the structure that have been put in place, So it just got us thinking as of course, we always look for a way to drive conversations around certain things that we see happening around the world. And this was really, really instructive for us because, I mean, a monarch, someone dies that has been in power for so long, 70 years, and it seems like nothing happened, because it's not like nothing happened, but the way the seamless process is just going, it tells me that there's always been a structure, there's always been a plan. And, that is the kind of governance, or that is the kind of structure that we are always craving for. But you see, in Nigeria, I mean, maximum any leader can get in power is 8 years. After 8 years, you see so much chaos, so much blaming, and all of those things. So this was what drove the conversation tonight. And we thought, you are one person that you have nation building at heart. You always care about the nation. You want to find ways to make Nigeria better. And that was why, you were the right person to have this conversation with. So what do you think, right, about the question tonight? Is it possible to actually attain structure in Nigeria?
Of course, it is very possible. There is a popular cliche that if you fail to plan, then you plan to fail. So there is nothing wrong with Nigeria other than the fact that we've not had maybe a lot of ambitious leaders. We've had a couple of them who did some things. Some came and became seat warmers. Leadership is about managing people and resources. And I like to give the example of Ghana next door, because it's a place where I've lived partly in the last 20 years. We had a leader till the year 2016, President John Dramani Mahama, who in one term, the problems of electricity, and he was able to fix it. He came on air, he gave a target of 2 years. We used to have what they call rooms off, where lights go off and on, off and on. And he told his people, reassured them, he said, you will get it in 2 years. In 18 months, Mahama was able to inject about 824 megawatts into their national grid. He was able to fix the problem of transmission, and distribution. All you need is a determined leader. He was able to build a Terminal 3 at Kotoka International Airport. He was able to build a place in Aran Circle in Accra, now called the Dubai of Ghana. He was able to build 1,000 capacity bedrooms, hospital in Ghana within one term. So what it requires is determination. All the countries we are talking about, go to Dubai, go to America. Fortunately, I've traveled a little bit. There is nowhere I've been, I did not meet Nigerians doing great things, even as far as in Australia. But at home, our structure is weak. It is weak because we allow sentiments to rule us. Ethnic, religious, and all whatnot. So the day you have a man, one, who is fully prepared, because there is a method for this thing, there must be preparation. After preparation, there must be readiness. Then after readiness, there must be action. Once a leader is determined to succeed where others have failed, you can be sure he will make it. But in Nigeria, part of the problem is you are looking for a saint. There is no country that is governed by saints in the world. None. What you need are performance. And the leader must have a good team. It's like you are going to the World Cup. Every nation looks for the best players to take to the World Cup. I will know if a leader will pass or fail from the moment I see the quality and caliber of your team. So you need a leader who, even if he's going to reflect federal character as dictated by our constitution, he will pick the best from every part of Nigeria, and we have the best. There is no part of Nigeria where you will not find good materials. But when the godfathers are going to pick for you and you don't give them your criteria, you call a godfather and say, give me somebody from Ogun State. Let the person give you the best materials from Ogun State, not somebody because the person is my son, is my daughter. No. So this is the pain of Nigeria. And this can be done. That's one of the reasons I wanted to leave Nigeria. You must run Nigeria the way you are able to run your own business successfully. But the moment you don't do that, you're going to fail. So we have the best materials. Nigerians are among the greatest. I've been everywhere and I've seen them at work. A Nigerian almost became the Prime Minister of Britain just a few weeks back. You understand? So it tells you that we thrive when we go out, but the moment we come back, we all return to the same incompetence, to the same, problems.
Sir, so when I saw this topic of conversation, right, it reminded me of the questions I would usually put to politicians when we have them on this show, right? Is a structured Nigeria attainable? And that question reminds me of the drama that happens in political parties, right? If you have political parties, I can't point to anyone right now that I would say the structure is working for properly, right? If the political parties would be producing the president and they cannot keep their home in order, how do we expect them to give us a country that is structured? And I'm asking you this question because I know you declared your intention in February 2022. Unfortunately, you're not the flagship bearer, right? But you are in that space. Based on your experience, how do you think we can begin to get it right from the party? And then that can translate into great leadership for whoever becomes the president or governor or whatever position they get.
There is no perfect political party anywhere in the world. America produced a Donald Trump not too long ago, a very, very, I would like, rambunctious leader, very, very cantankerous. He will fight over little things, but he was still able to deliver. That's why I told you that nations are not governed by saints. Nations are governed by performance. You see, Donald Trump was a successful businessman before he came to power. So he understood the rudiments of how to make a business successful. The problem is, here in Nigeria, you have leaders who have never managed people and resources, a man who has never earned 1 million naira a month. Suddenly, you bring him to come and manage a multi-trillion naira budget every year. He may not know what to do. So the structures we're talking about is the structure of understanding what to do from day one. Most of our leaders will spend the next 4 years learning on the job. So what do you expect? Failure. I know where you were going when you said parties who cannot manage their own structures and all that. It takes time. Nigeria, our independence came in 1960, so which means, that was the year I was born. We're 62. Look at how long it took America for them to produce the first black president. So today, people are going to say, oh, Nigeria is dominated by the North, PDP could not honor its promise of zoning formula. After Buhari, we're supposed to have, a southern, that for me right now, yes, while it is crucial, that is not the end of it. You could have a southerner take power and it will be much worse than Buhari had been. So what you need is to look for antecedents, look for people who have been able to manage their own businesses successfully. That will help. If you go into party politics, of course, there will always be bickering, there will be infighting, but that should not distract us. And that is why I've been suggesting to our younger ones, when they say, oh, PDP is useless, APC is useless. No, there is no party that is totally useless. What makes up a party is not the name of the party, it is the people in the party. And you are not going to govern over saints. When you take power, you are going to govern over saints and sinners. So what we need to do is, if you believe you are a saint, then gather more than enough saints so that you can overwhelm the bad people in the party. Because I insist, at the presidential level, I can't talk about the Nigeria, at the presidential level, it's almost impossible for you, if you are not in a mainstream political party, to win that race. It's almost an impossibility. I didn't say it's impossible. People will say, oh, Emmanuel Macron in France. We're not in France. Well, our democracy has not matured to the level of France. We still have a lot of
We
challenges.
have a long way to go. Absolutely.
A long way to go. So the two major political parties that there are, we can manage it. I used to tell Omoyele Sowore, for example, I said, look, if you believe you really want to make an impact, go to a mainstream political party. You can join the PDP, you can join any party you like. I joined PDP because of that. You can see Banky W today is PDP, and it's making bigger impact than it was in a smaller political party. Yes, oh, you can build. We have Labour Party now where Obi is coming up, but it is not an overnight thing.
But you see, people would argue that those political parties will never give someone like Omoyele Sowore or even you, a chance. That's why Peter Obi had to move to a different party.
That's why I told you it is not an overnight thing.
Well,
that is the problem. If Alhaji Atiku Abubakar has been contesting since 1993, so why do you think Omoyele Sowore or Dele Momodu will get it in one day?
Okay, let's go on a very short break. When we come back from the break, Manny has a follow-up question on that. Stay with us. Now, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, we're discussing nation building. We're asking, is a structured Nigeria attainable? And we have with us Chief Dele Momodu. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at PlusTvAfrica1 with the hashtag Wayshow. Manny had a follow-up question, and I'll come to Lydie.
Means this is a form of government where policymakers are appointed based on their technical skills. And from what you've been saying, you've been talking about some people not being able to manage some things, and then we're trying to, deliver Nigeria into their hands. I think Elsie talked about, it was Uwa that talked about some people, you leaving the show and then the show continues. So now we have some businessmen who have spent years and years trying to build businesses. So without them, they go on holidays and the businesses continue. Do you think that in Nigeria, what we need are technocrats as opposed to politicians? People who are already used to building structure. Yes. So do you think that we will do better with technocrats as opposed to politicians?
I have no doubt in my mind that we need more of technocrats. When people describe me as a politician, I tell them I'm a part-time politician. Because 2 days after I lost the PDP presidential primary, I returned to my job. Right now, I'm speaking to you from my office at home. I have an office at home and I have an office at Ovation. So I know what to do. And I don't have to go to my office at Ovation before the place will run. I have editors. I have line editors. I have the camera crew. They know what to do. I'm sure the CEO of your company does not have to come to work every day to breathe over you. So what we need in governance are those people who know how to manage people and resources, and it is not difficult. I can give you an example. Even under the military, under President Ibrahim Babangida, we had one of the best foreign policies when we had Professor Kolabi Akinyemi as our foreign minister. And even before then, everybody remember Joe Gaba, the military man who was also in foreign affairs. Today, a lot of our ministers, if I ask you to name 10 ministers in Nigeria, you might not even remember them. That's why I use the example of football. You know that when you get on the field and you see a Ronaldo, you see a Messi, then you are hopeful that it's going to be an interesting match. So in a country where you want to pick an 80-something-year-old man to represent Nigeria, in a country where you had a 40-something-year-old president, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I know what I'm talking about.
I like the fact that
there is no way I will be the president of Nigeria and I will not be able to pick the best team. It's not about age. It's about you. It's about your beliefs. The moment you restrict everything to sentiment, those I can control. You don't have to control anybody. We have a lot of superstars. It should be a superstar cabinet.
Absolutely.
Where each person, look at when Okoye was our Minister of Finance. Look at when Akinwumi Adesina was in charge of agriculture.
Can I interject very quickly, Uncle Bob D?
Yes, please.
When you talked about age, it's funny because it was what I was going to come up with next. You said, we can't, because I want to speak about Tinubu Jagaban very boldly. Everybody says that the age that we have, that he claims that he is not the correct age. I don't think it's so much about his age, but the state of his health. How can someone be so gung-ho about being a president of Nigeria, be with this very frailing health, and nobody has been able to convince him that, you could actually be a producer instead of wanting to be the star act in the show? He thinks it is right, but it's not about what you want so much if you love the country. Daddy Baba Sanjo said the other day when Charles, what's his name, Charlie Boy was seated with him, that he's not about a candidate. He's more concerned about Nigeria as his baby. Most of the people that are running for government are not thinking about Nigeria as a whole or humanity. What they see is that they told their grandchildren before they turn 50, that one day I'm going to be president of Nigeria, and they feel that is their birth-giving rights, and it is their turn. This is not a monarchy that we pass from one household to the other. So, going by what Baba Obasanjo said, I'm looking at Nigeria as my baby. Who is the best caregiver for this baby? It's not just about age. Someone who is not in good health runs the risk of not finishing a term, and I'm not wishing death on anybody. If he doesn't finish a term and the Shetima comes in, because I think it's actually a plan. So let me give you the chance to educate me.
Well, let me respond. Number one, I'm not a member of APC, so I can't speak on behalf of APC. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, everyone knows I have the highest regards to him. I don't have access to his health or medical certificates, so I will not be able to speak about him. Yes, people have said a lot of things that he looks old, he looks frail. I've met him on occasions when he didn't appear to me like that. So, but like I said, I'm not going to judge anybody. I'm a Democrat. I have only one vote. I will allow Nigerians to determine who they prefer between him, Atiku, Obi, Kwankwaso, Kola Abiola, and the rest of them, Omoyele Sowore. You know, we have options. We're running a multi-party system. So if a party decides to field someone that you feel is not healthy, then the choice is yours, not to vote for the person. But the Constitution of Nigeria, I don't know if it can disqualify anybody just like that. I believe for him to agree that he will run, he must have checked with his doctors, and his doctors would have confirmed to him that he's good to go. But if it is an error, I'm sorry.
So can I ask a follow-up question on that? Because there's a saying that says everything rises and falls on leadership, right? So I wanted to, because the video we had played introducing the show was a Jerry Rollins video that said that even if he was the devil himself that was going to come to Ghana, the kind of structure that Ghana was going to put in place, even if it was the devil had no choice than to run Ghana the way it's supposed to be run, right? So the question I'm trying to ask, right, is how can we have a structure, right, that ensures that whether we like it or not, if you like your health to be frail, if you like be healthy, the country would run itself? That's the question I'm asking. Because again, you talked about selecting a leader that says, oh, that leader is what's it called? The person the person is not healthy, the person is old and all of that. If we had a blueprint, right? For instance, we had a checklist as to who. So before you even get to that point where you want to present the person as a party, right? The nation has a checklist of the kind of leader,
how you choose
and how
representative.
I mean, when you are getting a job, for instance, that's why I really like your question about technocrats. If you're getting a job, every organization has
you do this? Have you done this before?
So there is a tick box. So what is your age grade? What is this? What is that? Your health, any medical condition? Do you know how to, there are some jobs you must know how to swim.
Constitution says school living certificate.
No. I'm not even talking about that.
So it has to be.
I'm saying
it has to be changed.
So I'm saying that beyond.
If you're talking about it, then it has to be changed.
That's where I'm going.
Because it's a problem as well.
I'm saying beyond just saying secondary school living certificates, right? Can we have like a standard document that as a nation, we all agree to say, you know what, this is a standard requirement, basic requirement. So we will check your medical history, we will check everything. Maybe when we start to have that, political parties would then have no choice other than to
present
the candidate that qualifies based on the structure that we have laid on ground. So everything, the reason we're having all of this rigmarole is because even us as a nation, a national body, we do not have standards that we are benchmarking on. So they will give
do you know that some people, when they are trying to get a nanny to take care of their children, they go, not just medical tests, they even feel like the people we have in Nigeria can't do the job. They go to the Philippines to bring the people that they feel that they can care for their children. So for me, I'm just thinking, if even in choosing a nanny, you are looking for different things, different criteria, but for choosing a president of a country, we just throw everything away and say, you know what, caution to the wind. Then we expect a good Nigeria. So what I think is at this place in time, you know, Dele Momodu said something just now that just got me thinking, like, really, it's a political party. He said that we have multi-parties. So we have multi-parties, meaning everybody has a right to choose. So, see, like you just said, even if someone wants to choose a man that is sick, it's actually the person's prerogative. It's the person's business. But you know why we are so passionate about it right now? It's because Nigeria is failing. And we see that if we don't take a hold of it right now, we might not even have a country called Nigeria in the nearest future. So if you see that the car is going downhill, you probably will need an experienced driver to navigate.
I can use gear 2 to
yes, you understand. So what we need right now is the best man. So it's not even about everybody just saying, okay, let's just present anybody. We really need the best man at this point in time.
So that's why I was saying that, you know, what is the possibility going forward in selecting our leaders? We didn't have like a standard selection document that you must check the boxes. Is it possible? Yes,
I agree with you.
Sorry, Elsie, before I forget this point. You know, to change the constitution and change the rules. The problem we always have with Nigerians is they waste the funds, because we would need to change rules and constitutions for us to be able to put these things in place. But we never get it right because they're always there to get per diem and waste money.
So what you just said just now makes sense. So how do we go about it? Elsie,
go ahead.
I think it just reminds me of what we tell ourselves most of the time, that we deserve what we get. Because at the end of the day, even if you're saying, yes, we have the constitution is saying just school isn't certificate, right? We also have the right, like you said, it's our prerogative to decide one vote. Do we really pay attention to the things we
so we're just
arranging this document? Are we as a people ready?
You don't see. So where I'm saying
and say, this
let's
is supposed
choose
to be our
explain
leader.
something.
Do we have the
to
capacity to
But let me. I
choose?
think I hear Dele Momodu's back because the reason I asked that question, you know why? What it would then mean is that the standards will be tougher. You know why? If we already have like an initial screening. So before you even get to that point where you become the flag bearer, so you now leave Nigerians at a difficult point to choose. So they really
within your party before we even get to that point.
I hear it. Dele, please, I think we lost you for a bit. Thank you for. Oh, we lost. Are you there? Is he there? Oh, sugar.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. So I don't know if you heard the question because we have barely like 5 minutes.
Oh, no. I've been here. I heard everything.
Awesome. So please go ahead.
No, so for me, we tend to make it look like it is difficult to have good leaders, or that it must be a certain age. No, it's about the personality of the leader. We've had very young leaders who were hopeless. We've had old leaders who did not perform. So it tells you that it is about the determination of a leader. I like to give the example of Governor Nyesom Wike, for example, in Rivers. I mean, anytime I go there and I see the quality, and I'm saying this because one of you said it just now, about the quality of the work that people do. Everywhere you go, most places you will see that people think only Nigerian contractors should be given contracts. But if Nigerian contractors do not demonstrate enough seriousness, discipline, and responsibility, then you have to go and find a contractor from wherever you can. In England, the Bank of England, at a point, appointed a Canadian to manage the economy of England. And that's England, where you have Cambridge, you have Oxford, you have Imperial College, you have all the most fantastic universities in the world. They still believe that, look, let's go and bring someone who can look at our economy with a fresh eye. Nigeria is too isolated and isolated. I think that's part of our problem. We always believe a Nigerian must do everything. If a Nigerian is not able to do it, these days I say, if you don't have brain, you can buy one. When you buy one just to build the Burj Khalifa, tallest building in the world, They didn't say their own people must build it. They assembled the best engineers, I think about 55 of them from all over the world. If you go to the Burj Khalifa, you see from the world, their names, their pictures.
Absolutely.
So Nigeria is getting to that stage where we should stop throwing money away because you just give money to a contractor and all he does is to take off. Go and marry a new wife, buy new cars, So you need serious people who, when they leave power, they have somewhere else to go. Look at Obi Ezekwesili. Look at Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Look at Akinwande. When they left power, they had jobs to do. That is key. But once you have a man who lives perpetually on politics, you can be sure he's not going to do anything. I don't know how anybody can make politics a permanent vocation. It doesn't make any sense to me. You need somebody with a second address, somebody whose life does not depend on politics. Until we do that, we are going to be talking about lack of this, lack of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So do you agree? Because I am just seeing on YouTube. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry. I'm just seeing on YouTube, I think someone, Abiola Adelana, he says radical transformation is needed. Do you agree that where we are in Nigeria, we have to get to that point of radical behavior to change things? Or is there still room for dialogue and just trying to push it small?
Let me tell you, in this same country that we are all complaining about, we have produced some of the wealthiest human beings on earth who have worked assiduously to get to where they are. Some of the top 10 richest people in Africa are from Nigeria. And trust me, they didn't get there because they will say, oh, they have access to government. Even if your father gives you 10 billion today to start a business, it does not mean you will succeed. They use their brain, they use their acumen to get to where they are. So when Abiola, I know Abiola, she works at Sterling Bank. When she says radical, I would like to know what she means by radical change. Because radical change could be a Jerry's option. Is that what Nigeria needs now? I doubt.
Okay, let's take some comments quickly.
Yes, please.
Money.
Therefore, Uncle Dele by Abiola Adeshino. Abiola Adeshino, Adelano, also says, well done, ladies. The same Abiola Adelano. It's indeed possible to have a structured Nigeria, but the change must start from all of us. Radical transformation is needed.
Okay, I have no name here, but it says, good evening, ladies. There is a lot lacking in Lagos. This is the Lagos they claim Tinubu built with so many slums and bad sites. Just few touch places in Lasgidi. I guess it's responding to the what's in the news regarding fraud.
Yeah,
so thank you for your message.
Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying? #ways. Nation building is a structured Nigeria attainable. To cut the long story short, it is all in our hands. It is very attainable if we play our games very well. Money made a very important point. She said it will take a radical transformation, and I believe it. Someone can travel and come back and meet his or her businesses intact. I am so excited to have my dear beautiful sister Money back. God bless you, one love. My name is Daniel Ilo.
We love you.
We have 1 minute to go, Chief Dele Momodu. So if you had one thing to say to the Nigerian youth, especially because we are the ones clamoring for this structure, for this better Nigeria and new Nigeria, what would you say to us? Oh, are you there?
Uncle Dele, are you there?
Did we lose him?
Thank you.
I think we lost
We
him.
always heard when America was about to start talking for the black people and fighting that there has to be a revolution. And they used to say the revolution would be televised. The closest thing we had to it was NSAS. I want to say that also by the grace of God, I'm really thankful, just the same way we don't have natural disasters, that we haven't had a war in our lifetime. Because the people that would suffer are the mekunus, the masses, not the ones that really need to hear what we need to say.
Thank you. That's true.
So thank God for that.
Absolutely. But I think we've had a fantastic conversation. We're hoping Dele has promised to come physically to this studio because you see all these online things. Sometimes
he don't used to walk.
Sometimes
he didn't use
the devil. He used to walk there. But thank you so much, ladies. I think we had a fantastic conversation. Now, before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram at PlusTvAfrica, Twitter and TikTok. Follow us everywhere. You can interact with us further. Drop a comment and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed our quote, here it is again. You can't have a value structure without a hierarchy. They're the same thing because a value structure means one thing takes precedence over another. Right? For us to have a good Nigeria, a better Nigeria, there has to be a structure that somebody just comes and is a plug and play situation. We can't keep having this shaky government every time a new government comes into power. Shaky daddy will not work for us.
It's not going well.
We'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to you.
Honestly.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Do it.
Okay. Welcome to the lounge. And the conversations today, as you can see from what we've been fooling around with, is the Insta world, the world where everything is real-time, online, wherever you are. My ladies are in the house, and we're going to be having the conversations today. And I'm going to just quickly say, just in case you didn't know, this is Omoye, our actress and our producer. And all of the above with her juju bag. She's Insta. And then sitting right there is my yang to her yin. My baby sister. You can't take that away from her. This is Dion, one of the top writers in this country.
Yes.
Take a bow. And then right here, we have Ebufeludu, the coconut lover, who is a media practitioner and very savvy in the Insta world. And then finally, our one and only little girl. I will call you little girl. This is Eno Essien of Ray Track, the only woman in the tracking business in Nigeria. You good? You good?
Yeah.
You're good? I am Adesuwa Onyenakwe, the one and the only TV producer, presenter. I'm being naughty. I mean, well, really and truly, That Insta world was something that happened to me because I had to be part of some campaign that required that we ran something on Instagram. And I did it. I'm like, so it was fun. But after about a year, when I found myself getting up every day saying, 3 likes, 5 likes, 20 likes, and I started imagining that I'm getting sucked into a world that I'm not sure is real. I don't know whether you guys feel the same way.
I've always wondered about this. But, let's ask you again and ask everyone what they think about it after the break.
Okay, let's take a break. All right, we'll be back, I guess.
The Insta world, what's the reality, truly? What does it do? What does it change? I mean, I'm used to telephones that you wind. Now we press everything and it happens straight away.
But
what is the reality?
I can tell you what it changed in my life.
Yes.
It means I have to, I'm like, for 5 days I haven't been on Instagram, and then I put it up and I see messages, and I'm like, everybody looks so touche. So I'm worried to post picture of myself because I'm like, will people follow me if I post all these real photos? Everybody looks so perfect. Perfect on Instagram, and it bothers me. I don't know whether it bothers the rest of you.
Ebu has said there's an Insta look.
Yes.
What is it?
What is the Insta look?
It's a finished look. So, yes. So you don't wake up. I mean, this is not my reality, but it is the Insta reality. You don't wake up from your bed looking all bashed up and put that on Instagram, unless you're looking for attention or, you're looking for a story or controversy. You make sure it's all polished.
Makeup,
yes, and you think, have I worn that outfit before and put it on Instagram before? These are the pressures of, Insta world.
Being on the gram.
Yeah,
for
on
the gram. Yeah.
So is it the same thing as Snapchat?
Oh, Snapchat is it's another
She's
platform.
really behind the time. Your children are teaching me.
Forgive me.
Yeah.
I find my kids are the ones teaching me.
I think people have moved away from Snapchat. People only go there for the filters because they give you.
The young ones love Snapchat.
Do they still?
Of people who still go on Snapchat because that's where a lot of the naughty stuff takes place. Yes.
Because it disappears in 24
hours. So. That's like WhatsApp status as well.
Yeah, WhatsApp status
okay,
and Insta stories.
Okay, I just only got to know about Insta stories. Yeah.
That's okay. Okay, so I'm going to be really dull here. A lot of the naughty stuff.
That's the one that caught
What
your
does
ear.
that? Totally.
Dion.
I want you to explain that.
I wag my finger.
I hear that there are live sex shows on Snapchat.
Wow.
That people send naughty DMs to one another on Snapchat. So
but can't
it's still there for that. And then people
can't it be
go for the
recorded
filters.
though? Isn't that dangerous?
Exactly.
Can't somebody just like save it? Can't you save it?
Yes, you can.
I guess you
can.
So you see.
Okay.
I mean, if anything is showing on the screen, I can easily record it with another screen.
Oh, okay.
So it's highly risky. That's my worry.
Yes,
my fear about these young people that are so caught up in this world.
And old people. That's the Insta world reality.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, everybody is on social media and everybody goes for something or another. Some people go for the shows. Some people go for to be the show.
How come people like Eno, who just got in, how many weeks ago? A few weeks
3 weeks ago.
What happened? Is it not working for your business or what?
Well, my business is on Instagram, but I personally, not on Instagram. I don't know, I just didn't think I needed the publicity and the paparazzi that comes with it, So I prefer to be private. And even while on Instagram now, my account is private, and when I get requests, I'm wondering, who is this?
I don't understand
I know
this.
this
Why
person?
would you go on Instagram and be making your account private? I don't understand it.
Why is it supposed
security.
to be public?
Remember what I do? Still security. Just like Facebook. I've been on Facebook for a long time, and everyone on my Facebook I know. Either we went to high school or university or church or something, but if I get a random Facebook request, I don't accept, even till now, So maybe still the security. I think privacy is like building a fence around your house. You open the gate to people who knock only if you know them or you want them in your space. Right.
So
So
you
that's
do
okay.
social media for companies, right?
Yes, we do that. So for corporate brands and for personality brands. And I think that a lot of people who are maybe older, who are on Instagram, they want to share their expertise, their thought leadership. So apart from showing off or whatever, my new bag or my breakfast or my trip to Paris or whatever, there are also people who are using Instagram to sort of build a dossier of their thought leadership and their expertise. So that's for personal brands. And then for corporate brands, people are showing what they have. So Instagram is just like a world. It's like a virtual world. It's like a virtual village, and people are spending more time there. And if you want your business to be in the eyes of people who are buying, you need to be on Instagram. So most of my time on Instagram, unfortunately, fortunately, is on business. And so my business pages or my clients' business pages. So a lot of the things that go on, you know, like personally, or when they say, oh, this person has gone to London, or this person has done, I can't even catch up because I'm sort of busy with other things.
I find that some people just live, I think some people, because I know what it's like. If you have to post on Instagram, right? It means that you are stopping what you're doing, you're taking a photo, and so if you have nothing to say, why bother to be taking a photo? This is me here, unless you're communicating a message.
Well, I suppose.
Go ahead.
Well, there's also bandwagonism. Everybody's on Instagram and showing off stuff. So some people want to be there and do that, not understanding why it's being done. Some people who just post a selfie or show a picture of their breakfast are doing something deliberate. Some things are deliberate, but others are not. So like you said, it's a village and everyone comes to the village. Some people just go to the market square to see everybody, they're not buying anything. They just watch the parade. And some people are there to work. I mean, for me, being on Instagram, I'll be very happy to outsource my Instagram activity. Let's talk. Because selling right here. Because it's work. I mean, I have a juju bag that has gadgets. You know, I got these recently because I understand the need to be on social media as part of the work that I do. You know, nowadays, companies and brands and producers are looking to influencers to promote their work because fewer people are going to the cinemas. There's Netflix, there's Amazon, there's all sorts of things, and nobody goes to the cinemas anymore. So in order to get, well, not as many, and in order to get the traffic, they have to go to their world because everyone is online. They have to go to the people they like online, bring them
That's what I was going to say. Because it's work for her, and it's also it's a private life. If Omoye is trending, she's an actor. So what Omoye had for breakfast. So I may want to look like her and say, what's she eating this morning? What does she have to drink? You know, so it's private and work for her because she needs the publicity for what she does.
Precious that will be put on the people who put themselves on Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
If I have to look pretty and perfect with every photo, then I'm not going to be able to walk the streets.
But what are you saying? Can't I just be jaga jaga?
I mean, it depends on what your brand is, right? It depends on what your brand is. So some people have a jaga jaga brand. And, you know, so the day they're all made up, it looks a little bit funny. So if that's what your brand is, you know, that's fine. But I'll say, for me, my greatest concern is this. I mean, people who do Instagram professionally.
Well, let's not just kill only Instagram. All these social media.
They do it professionally. So you think that they're sitting down, documenting their life per second, per minute, posting for you. You don't know that they have planned the thing, spent 30 minutes planning it to release, and they're busy doing research. My concern is that we are not spending enough time actually thinking, doing research. So you're an actor. Why is there so much pressure on you to document your entire life?
Okay, so that's
rather
than
spending time on your craft.
Exactly.
Why,
and that's the
why
thing.
does it affect your how does it affect your life as an actor?
So
because I'm curious about that.
Okay, so as an actor, I believe that. I was trained to believe that you work hard, you improve your skills.
When you get it past.
You're good, you will blow, right? But now, you'll get the work that you want. But now the reverse is the case. If you blow, then you'll get the work. So lots of people are spending a lot of money on their brand, how they look, how they're perceived, on PR, you know, and not enough time on the work itself. So I've struggled with this a lot, and I've understood that there's a fine blend. So I'm also very uncomfortable with putting my life on social media. So what I've decided to do is to put out my work.
Curate.
First of all, to curate, that's obvious, but to put out more of my work. So what I do is I have conversations about things that pertain to people, social issues. I like to talk about my work. You know, let's have a conversation about how to cry on cue. Because that's something that actors struggle with.
Tell me, how do you cry on cue?
Sorry, I'm just serious. You work with someone like her, you know, like you do media consulting.
Absolutely.
You do. Yes, so do you teach people how to sit properly or how to project themselves
or what time
via
to
media?
No, I think what we do is just to determine, actually, I love what you just said, to determine what you're about.
Yes.
And to make sure that the world knows that this is what you're about. So when people are looking for an actor to fit a specific role, you're the only one that comes to mind, or you're the first one that comes to mind.
My
so
worry,
it's just,
my worry is, which is why I would wonder about her. You know, my worry is that if that's the case, and it's not about how many likes and
that you
get,
yes.
and then you make your account private, that means you don't need it for work.
Well, that I don't really need that.
The likes.
Yeah, I don't really need that
personally.
Publicity. Yes, you know, and I think that the likes now. There are places I would go to. I'll go to a store to buy something, and then they will say, "Please, can you stand with the bag for Instagram?" You know, so everyone is like very conscious of that, you know, and I've also realized that the Instagram likes does not translate to Naira and Kobo. I asked the lady who, the lady who did my makeup some days ago, you know, I went on her Instagram page and I saw like thousands and thousands, and then I asked, how is the business? And she goes, it's good. Does it translate to Naira and Kobo? And she's like, yeah, but she didn't have a car. You know, and I'm like, but you have all this number of followers and you say it translates to Naira and Kobo, but you don't even have a car. So I think the Instagram, the social media thingy,
Not social media, I suppose what you do, what you do for a living. Because on Facebook, because I'm a writer, I get work from Facebook. Because you have to read what we write on Facebook. On Instagram, if I can take all the photo I want to take, it doesn't translate to what I do for a living.
You know,
so
also, you know, I think
Instagram.
that the
Really,
Facebook...
it won't serve me for money purposes. If I want to be fancy, yes, I suppose.
But you know, the Facebook is like, same like, to our pair, or our generation, it seems like old, you know?
These are the people in their 30s.
Yeah, the Facebook is like...
I agree. I think Facebook is specific to a different
particular audience.
Yes.
But there are more older people there, though.
There are older people on Facebook,
who read more. So for what you do, maybe if you advertise your business there, if you weren't showing the pictures of the gadgets, you know, which you can do on Facebook as well.
Even for us, I don't think our business is Instagram friendly. I think it's more of, I don't think our business... For real, I think if you're selling hair, you're selling things, you're doing things.
You would be shocked.
Okay, well, right.
I disagree completely. Because I've asked you what your price sort of bracket is for what you do. And you'd be amazed at the volume of cash transactions that go on Instagram. If I had found you on Instagram, I would probably engage you. If clearly through your Instagram feed, I can see that you're an expert, you know your onions, you know. I found Gardner Calloway on Instagram. It's an hydroponic city farm. And I went there. And I've gone there 4 or 5 times in 1 week. And I can't even count how much I've spent there. And I found them on Instagram.
What do they do?
It's an hydroponics organic farm. It's a city farm.
Okay.
So, you know
we've had a few business. We've had people who have sent us, is it DM? Yes. Also, they've sent us DMs, messages. You know, we've had clients. Yeah, we've had clients come from Instagram. Maybe 5%.
But that's with you not curating, not being deliberate.
Not being intentional.
Yes. So imagine what you would achieve if you were actively seeking out your audience on Instagram, because there's the algorithms that tell you, you know, the location of the people, the demographics, the age.
That's what she told me.
Nobody is addressing my own question.
What's your question?
It doesn't allow for too much fakirity.
Okay, I tell you
that fakirity, you know, that's fake.
If your neighbor buys a new car, are you under pressure to buy a new car?
No.
If you go, hold on, but it's not when I say you, I don't mean you in the room.
Okay.
If we go to church and this lady is wearing this nice hat and her dress is so nice, I'm like, I wish I would, I wish I could dress like that. I wish I had that. Truth is, there's always going to be pressure all around you. If it's one thing,
I don't want it instant.
Not only instant. First of all, honestly, I cannot relate. That's, again, my neighbor buys a car. Personally, I can't relate. But the difference between going to church on Sunday and seeing your neighbor with a big hat and a lovely dress is you see that once a week. On Instagram,
you see there. Well, you know, it depends. You put yourself under that pressure.
They're always on.
And I'll admit that there are times when I have been on Instagram and looked like people were doing a lot of things, achieving so much, and I compared. Yeah, you often compare. It takes willpower, and this is the world we live in. I think what we need to do is start conditioning our minds, start raising children to be fiercely independent and confident.
But because you have children, young people that don't have the savvy to make that decision.
But
to
you
not
know,
be guided by or good can by these things. So
no,
yes,
but
so
you know
it's a little bit
there's
dangerous if
a
it's that
saying, don't
powerful.
compare your real life with someone's controlled online content. I believe that the fakerism you're talking about is what people decide, okay, I want to... All right. So people want you to see stuff, like on my page so far, is what I want you to see that I put up.
I can deceive you. Or you can deceive me.
Yes, you know, because, yes, because I would go somewhere, I would eat, I'll take a picture. I may be at home and I remember, oh, I didn't put that food up. Meanwhile, I'm lying down on my bed. Do you understand?
And maybe you didn't even buy the food self.
But you know what I do? Yes. But you know what I do with my own pictures now? If I have to, like, put a picture of my food, I put my hand, I put my bag, I put something to show that this is me because of that fakerism still.
Yeah, but the trends now, okay, like when we started doing that whole thing that makes you look like a fish, the pout.
Selfie.
You know? You have my, 14-year-old daughter that thinks that that's the thing to put on Instagram. I'm thinking, what are you doing? Mom, it's a pout. And it's on Instagram.
I think it's fun, though. I like the fact that you can be
for
real.
Yes,
my worry is that, I'm somewhere and I saw something interesting. Like once I was going up the Onitsha Bridge and I saw the traffic. After a long time, like, oh my goodness, this is on Instagram. Guess what? This is the bridge. And people were talking about, what's happening there? Are you sure it is this? But I wasn't made up.
Yes.
I was a little worried about putting my face. I said, well, who knows? What people will say this woman self, you know? So, but I think...
Did you put your face?
There was traffic.
There was traffic.
At this day and age, when I thought that bridge should have been built by now, the Niger Bridge across up to Onitsha, you know, there was such... And people were in 10 lanes. You know, like, look at this Nigeria. I can't understand this. So I'm like, for me, as a reporter, originally, it's an opportunity for me to just report. But the question is, would I be worried if people don't find what I have to say interesting? Would I have to go and buy fake followers? So that people like Omoye that say that they will come and give them work and come and give them work.
Let's take a break now. But when we come back, we'll find out why people actually follow these things and whether it's of any real advantage or maybe disadvantage.
Well, we'll be here.
As you can see, I'm the most Insta-world illiterate here because I actually think it's a lot of bother. I worry about it sometimes with my children, for instance, being on an unsafe place that I can't really control. So that might just be me being a control freak. So they don't get that much access to it until they get to an age of accountability. But you guys say you maximize, and it has your Insta life, because it seems to be a separate life from your regular life.
They even have TV now, Insta TV.
Yes.
Okay, so how do you do that? How do you maximize and keep it away from the dangerous parts, personally? And then how do we do it with the generations that come in?
Okay, I think it's just teaching the kids from the time that they're young. I think it's really important that we learn wired and unwired time. Yes. So in my home, the TV doesn't come on until Friday evening. So during the week, there's no TV. And same goes for tablets for the kids. I mean, I work on my computer and during the week, but for the kids, no TV, no tablets until Friday. And they know when you're eating, no TV, no phone, no iPads.
Why?
So you can talk.
So that you can talk. So my children play
Yes.
together. They actually play and they miss each other when they're apart from each other, you know, for a little bit. And I think as adults, we need to learn that if you're constantly on the screen consuming, what can you possibly create?
Yes.
What time do you have the time to
but they're
actually...
creating things and putting them on Instagram.
What's wild things?
I think there's also room for you to grow your imagination. When you're, like you say, consuming, even if I'm staring at Ebon through the screen, we're not connecting.
That's my world. That's my worry.
It takes a lot.
You think you know somebody, but you don't even know the
It takes a
person.
lot. You find out that you go out for a drink with someone and they're... You know, it takes that...
You know, that's really annoying.
Yeah,
you go to
it takes that...
everybody's on their phone. Yeah. There was a time, I think T.A., he's a comedian.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a Valentine's dinner. And he came in and he said, you guys want to stop? Everyone was on their phones. We're all doing this. Everyone just moved it under the table and continued.
It's an addiction, you know.
Yeah,
It's
That's how it started. You go to a party, let's say this is the party, and you bring me, I'm your guest, and in fact, I don't know anybody here.
I need some
and
sweets.
It's the escape. You know, you're escaping that awkward situation where you where you're unable to have conversations. But what it is that escape now becomes a trap. you're never able to get out of it. So what we need to do is build social skills.
Okay.
Go to a party and make sure, thank you, that you get to know at least
So you're saying there's a
3
social
new people.
media etiquette that needs to be built? Is that what
There's
you're
a
saying?
social media etiquette, and there's also an education that we need to understand that we get a high every time you get a like, every time you get a ping, and it's called dopamine. It's the same thing. It's the same thing that happens when you go gambling. You know, that ding, 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 ding. You know, you get a high from that. So it keeps pulling you back in because you're addicted. You're addicted to the dopamine.
Now.
Yeah, there's a rise in dopamine.
Yes, you need to control it.
So if you don't control
But
it,
isn't that a worry if our youngsters are so used to that world? I know people who that's their world. I mean, I don't want to name names, but it's done very well for a lot of people in this industry. I mean, I can actually say, someone like Toke Makinwa, for example, has perfected the art of the social media space, and she does a great job with it. The same thing with the smart money woman, Arese.
Yes, Arese.
They've taken, it's their world. So would they know anything else? Is that disconnection? Because they're so connected to people online that when they see you live, will they be able to connect?
But
It's
you
a
know,
chance they have to take.
You know what I would say? I would say the Toke Makinwas and Arese they're few and far between. The people like them are few because they're actually creating stuff for the masses to consume.
You're right.
What they've done is they've done a fine balance of the gloss and the content. And I have had to learn that from my days of working in Farafina, like an intellectual sort of space, and then working in a glossy magazine, and just finding the balance, knowing that you're creating content and the content must be consumed by a public.
Yes.
And so they've curated that, space online on their social media where they've built a massive public, and they're creating, products, books, bags, and that public is buying it.
So what we're saying is people should be more deliberate about how they use it.
Be clever about this thing.
Yes. But for the young people, I wouldn't say I would encourage that deliberate act of making their world around the social media until they're a bit more responsible on how to use it. I have my children's social media handles open on my phone till they're 16.
They might have
so I can see everything that I jump into DM conversations and go, I know you there, Ebu. You needed me to tell your mom that you're awake at 10? Do you want to shut it down?
You do that?
Oh, yes, I do. That's the deal. So when they act responsibly, at 16, I let them have free reign. But because there's sites they're not supposed to get onto, and I have to check all those things. There was one called Ask FN.
It's a tedious job.
Then.
I even find it a bit awkward, like having the children have
on social media.
Social media. Yeah.
Well, my children have their first. When they're 14.
Those ones, they're even older.
Yes.
They are much younger children.
Ladies, the truth is, this conversation must continue. And as usual, we wanted to continue the conversations online on our platforms. On our Instagram platform at TW Conversations. So we will continue our conversation here, but let your voice be heard. What do you think? But here, obviously, what we're saying is that please use it sensibly, right?
Yep.
So continue the conversations, and we'll continue ours.
Can I just end with one quote that I use all the time?
Yes.
Be online on purpose.
Yes.
Be online on
Be online on purpose. Okay. Be online on purpose. So anyway, this
Instagram is not doing
this your whatever important.
Honestly, I think it's so
It's not doing what?
I can't
as a gift.
Well, I think it depends.
Help you.
It depends. For me, I think I really enjoyed it like this week.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs, but what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer, but did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? Many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, a public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections, and I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you would help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me, and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you are not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself.
on Plus TV News Now. National Industry Reporter John's Nigerian government suits acting striking university lecturers to September 16. Tigray forces express willingness to enter peace process. Queen Elizabeth's coffin is taken through Edinburgh in a solemn procession. Good evening. This is the news now. The National Industrial Court of Nigeria, NICN, has adjourned the suit filed by the federal government challenging the ongoing strike by the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, till the 16th of September for further mention. At Monday's proceedings, the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SIRAP, sought to join the suit as an interested party, as its lawyer, Ebun Oluwa Adegboruwa, said that his client had filed a similar suit asking the court to compel the federal government to honor its 2009 agreement with the striking varsity lecturers.
The action of the federal government is totally condemnable in trying to abandon the negotiations that commenced already and not allowing that process to go through. We had filed an action on the 8th of September before this same National Industrial Court, asking the court to compel the government to respect and enforce the agreements that is pending and binding on the parties, because we're not giving a good impression to the entire world. If you willingly enter into agreements and then for one reason or the other, one party to that agreement is not willing to abide by it and is trying to use force, and that's why it's important that we believe that the court will intervene to ensure that that agreement remains enforceable. And then once that is done, we can then talk about how lecturers can go back to the universities, and then the schools will open, because the state of the universities presently is totally decrepit. I am working with a lot of alumni in my own former university, building hostels, doing a lot of things to ensure that the welfare of students and lecturers is something that can be proud of. So we can't allow a system whereby government abandons its own responsibilities, and then the money that is supposed to be used for infrastructure and the education of our children are being embezzled. How much is ASU asking for? What does it take to build the universities? So we believe that those of us who went through those universities, it was because of the commitment of government that we were able to attend those schools and we came out.
But the federal government's lawyer Tijani Ghazali, also a senior advocate of Nigeria, opposed Adegboruwa's application to consolidate the suits when he told the judge that SIRAP's application was premature as the case was billed for mention on Monday.
Employees of your various organizations, you can't dictate to your organization how you will be paid. Your organization can decide to give you a check, can decide to pay directly into your account. One of their major issues is the issue of payment through either IPPIS or UTAS. We are saying that that cannot be dictated to government. We reserve the right to pay the way we believe is most appropriate in this circumstance. The 2009 settlement has been resettled in 2020. They are avoiding that of 2020 and always talking about the 2009. By the time we file all the necessary things, you'll have it to see.
Reacting to Adegboruwa and Ghazali's arguments, Femi Falana, another SAN who represents ASU, said that he was aware of efforts by the lawyers to file court papers in the suit on Monday. Addressing journalists shortly after Monday's proceedings, Falana said the Nigerian government often adopts dilatory tactics that have a way of prolonging strikes.
We have no business coming here because the matter ought to have been resolved by now. And the government has just set up another committee of 14 members. That was done last week. So we're expecting their report. So when we're just suddenly told that the government had rushed to the court. I hope it's not a reaction to the suit by SIRAP. What the law envisaged was that if you didn't work, you shouldn't be paid. But if I'm saying I am going to work, you know in the past, when ASU declared strike, the members always covered lost ground, and they're going to do so this time. So there shouldn't be any blackmail here. Because when the government says there's no money, but you know there's money in the country. But it's a question of priority. Has the government given attention to education? And we must run a country where agreements are observed by governments under the rule of law. Because once the government has signed an agreement with us and is registered in the Ministry of Labour, it's binding on the government. But the government has a way of violating its own commitment all the time. And that is why you have this strike.
The 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has said that the federal government can meet the demands of the Academic Staff Union of Universities with the income it generates from the sale of crude oil in just 1 month. But the government of the day does not have the political will to solve the problem. Obi, a former governor of Anambra State, stated this while speaking at the national retreat of the party in Abuja. Speaking also at the Labour Party event, the national president of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Ayuba Waba, said that the union, its affiliates and political commissions across the 774 wards in Nigeria will mobilize its members at the grassroots to achieve victory for Obi in next year's presidential elections. The senator representing Anambra South in the National Assembly, Senator Ifeanyi Ubah, has confirmed the deaths of some of his personal and security aides during Sunday's attack on his convoy. The senator, who confirmed the incident to newsmen on Monday in Awka, said the assassins killed one Obum Ikechukwu and Goodness Matthias. He added that some of his security aides from the police and Department of State Services, DSS, were also killed. The President of the Senate, Ahmad Lawan, has commended the efforts of the ICPC for putting the national policy dialogue in place to further guide the country's policy direction towards addressing the security challenges. Lawan, who declared the national dialogue on corruption and insecurity open the Federal Capital Territory, stated that it will summarily deal with the ugliness of insecurity in the country. He said that the 9th Assembly, in collaboration with security and law enforcement agencies, passed 3 bills aimed at combating money laundering, terrorism financing, and the proceeds of crime. President of the Senate, Ahmad Lawan, has made an appeal to Nigeria's judiciary to hastily prosecute cases of oil theft and other related crimes in order to curb the revenue loss emanating from this sector. Lawan made the appeal when the leadership of the Senate met with heads of security agencies as a follow-up to a similar one held in August. Also in attendance were the Chief of Defense Staff, the 3 service chiefs, the Inspector General of Police, the Directors General of the National Intelligence Agency, NIA, the State Security Service, SSS, and the Commandant General of the National Security and Civil Defense Corps, while the Acting Comptroller General of the Immigration Service was represented. In his opening speech, the Senate President noted that it's not enough to just confiscate the looted goods, but ensure they are publicly brought to book.
Nobody, no matter how high that person is, can work sport-free if he or she decides to get involved in this kind of criminal activity. Of course, I will appeal to our courts, the judiciary, once we have cases like this, we must give expeditious consideration, because these are the issues that today are militating against our stability and even against our democracy. So I want to appeal to the judiciary to give a special consideration once an oil thief is taken to court, but we must prosecute them.
The Nigerian Immigration Service, NIS, Bios State Command, has arrested about 12 irregular immigrants at various locations in Yenagoa, the state capital. The state controller of the NIS, Sunday James, said the move was part of efforts to curtail the growing security challenges across the country. Those arrested were mostly cobblers and water vendors, but NIS said that the operation was not targeted at any particular group of people.
The issue concerning flush out of irregular migrants is an immigration-related issue. But the issue that concerns all of us that has to do with security is a general issue, and that's why all and sundry are requested to work hand in hand with us. Those who are going to give us intelligence should do so. Those who are going to divulge information should do so. Nobody should hide any irregular migrant who is a security man or a peddler that sells water to them or a shoe cobbler. Our mission is not to frustrate anybody who actually wants to follow the due process of the law from doing what it's supposed to do in Bayelsa. And we are not targeting any individual. We are only trying to do what the federal government wants us to do with respect to ECOWAS protocol that gives specification for how citizens of member states can reside, can do business, and can work.
The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, has revealed that the improvement of remuneration and conditions of service of judicial officers remains uppermost on the agenda of President Muhammadu Buhari. Malami's address at the 2022 Court of Appeal annual legal year stated that amidst the revenue challenges the nation is faced with, coupled with various demands for a wage increase, one confident assurance remains the improvement of the remuneration and conditions of service of judicial officers. According to a statement by Special Assistant in Media and Public Relations Umar Gwandu, the AGF said that the ongoing process will be completed in accordance with extant constitutional and statutory provisions. Ondo State Governor Oluwa Rotimi Akeredolu SAN has expressed his worries, like millions of other Christians in the country, over the Muslim presidential ticket of his party, the All Progressives Congress. The governor, who spoke at the 40th Holy Ghost Convention dinner of the Sword of the Spirit Ministries held at the International Conference Center, University of Ibadan, Agbowo Ibadan, Oyo State capital, also said that the struggle for the president of Nigeria to come from the southern part of the country in 2023 should not be in vain. The governor pleaded with Christians to look beyond religion and focus on the competency of Tinubu and Shetima. Those who filed a lawsuit against the PDP's presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar to contest the outcome of the PDP primaries are lazy people. These were the words of Frank Shoaibu, who is the Special Assistant on Public Communication to Atiku Abubakar. According to him, the current situation in Nigeria is not about geography or ethnic differences, but more about intentions and actions.
The primary election held, it was won and lost. Then after the victory, after the declaration of Atiku, we now return to say, look, we want to now start an agitation in the middle of the road to say, look, Atiku is presidential candidate, he is from northern Nigeria. It was not by appointment, it was by election in a fair context that nobody protested, nobody contested, nobody even proceeded to court, apart from some lazy guys who took the matter to court only recently and claiming that he had an interest. But that's an issue for another day. So the issue now is, what are we asking for? On daily basis, the only testimonial of this government in 7 years has been that of tears, that of death, senseless massacre. We have over 18 million out-of-school children in Nigeria today. Over 18 million out-of-school children. Our universities have been shut for over 6 months. I heard a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria said the other day that parents should go and and prostrate to ASU so that they can come back to school and all that. It's marks of wretched illiteracy. So we need someone who can unite us, who can use our dynamic diversity as a unifying factor. Nigeria is one of the most heterogeneous societies in the world. One of the most heterogeneous societies in the world. We have multiple ethnic groups. But this government has divided us along religious lines, tribal lines, political lines, sectional lines, then insecurity. Insecurity, in fact, is the mother of all. Because without security, nothing can happen.
The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Mahmoud Yakubu, has stated that the acquisition of sensitive and non-sensitive materials for all elections remains the sovereign responsibility of the federal government of Nigeria. He stated this at the closure of Phase 1 and the launch of Phase 2 of the European Union's support to democratic governance in Nigeria, held at the International Conference Center, Abuja. Yakubu said that INEC was a key beneficiary of the first phase of the program conceived under the National Indicative Program 2014 to 2020, adding that the Commission received various support mainly in the areas of training and capacity building for staff, engagement with stakeholders, voter education and public enlightenment, and the promotion of inclusivity.
The electoral campaign will start in 2 weeks. As a friend of Nigeria, we would like to see peaceful and issues-based campaigns, and we encourage all stakeholders to take a firm stance against violence and against hate speech. As the largest democracy in Africa, elections in Nigeria matter. They matter to Nigeria and Nigerians. They also matter for Africa.
The Commission will continue to work with the EU, our development partners, and all electoral stakeholders to ensure the sustainability of our electoral reforms. I want to reassure Nigerians that the votes will continue to count.
The EU SDGs has given voice to the voiceless and given hope to the hopeless. Without this project, much wouldn't have been achieved.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has described the allegation by the All Progressive Congress, APC, that the Commission was planning to change the locations of polling units as baseless. APC, through its Publicity Secretary Olawale Sadare, had alleged that the INEC intended to rig the election in favor of the PDP. Head of the Department of Voter Education, Publicity, Gender and Civil Society of INEC in Oyo State, Rosemary Alabadeniyi, described APC allegation as baseless. Rights advocate Rita Lowry Ogbebo has implored the federal government to review the Niger Delta Development Commission's NDCC master plan for an understanding of the interventionist agency since its establishment. She made this call during a press briefing in the Federal Capital Territory, stating that the exercise would give a better insight into what had been done and avoid the stealing and crisis going on in the Niger Delta.
There are 4 big states. There are 4. There are other smaller people producing oil. But there are 4 big oil producers. And they will always produce the MD. And this is what Omagege, Silva, and they are trying to change. And this is why there is no stability. Because if we had this act properly interpreted, there will not be all this appointment of pipeline production. Because all is embedded in the act. So please, we want the act, the federal government, to go back to that act and work according to the act. We should go back to that act. That is the only way that there won't be war now in the Niger Delta.
As part of efforts to reduce unemployment in the country, a non-governmental organization, Open Arms Outreach, has empowered hundreds of Imo youths with various skill acquisition programs. While issuing certificates of completion to participants, the founder of the NGO, Basil Njoku, said that the program was timely and highly strategic, especially now that students are at home over the Academic Staff Union of Universities ASU strike. The program covered various areas such as fashion design, information communication technology, ICT, and cosmetology. Some of the beneficiaries expressed their gratitude, saying that the program has provided them with the opportunity to become self-reliant.
In fact, we told them that they must register their business. As I'm talking to you right now, list of names have been given going to CAC to register their business so that it will be part of them. So that it will be part of them. When they register, because when a child is born, you need to give that child a name. If after training, they don't go to register their name, well, they've made a mockery of what they learned. And so it's good, I advise anybody who has gotten involved in any skill to register it, to have it have a name.
So our government, we all know this. We all know this, without missing words. They have refused to burn the bridge of oil and gas, so that our brain will come alive, so that we can think, so that our young ones will reason. But thank God, we have decided to burn the bridge, and we can see that our brain, of course, coming up alive.
Does what? Rules the world. And so ICT, this is the certificate, it's a means, it is not the end. When this young boy came in, I was doubting. But when the boy came in, he mesmerized everybody.
Since I've been here for a few weeks now, I've learned a lot. Before I came into decoration, I had no idea of decoration. But now, I've showcased it in my church, firstly, for me to be proud that I've learned all.
A coalition of human rights activists has called on all medical practitioners to speak up against child sexual abuse or any form of abuse of children and domestic violence. The group led by Comrade Tonia Ojenagon made this call when they stormed the Secretariat of the Nigerian Medical Association, Bode Thomas, protesting the alleged rape of a minor by one Dr. Femi Olaleye. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun witnessed it all and now reports.
Solidarity forever, we shall always fight for our children.
These human rights activists are here at the office of the Nigerian Medical Association, Bode Thomas, Surulere, Lagos. They are protesting the alleged rape of a minor by Dr. Femi Olaleye. They told Plus TV News that the case had been reported to the police and wondered why no arrest or action has been taken against the perpetrator.
What is keeping the case from going to court? We don't know. Who is shielding Dr. Femi Olaleye? Who is backing him up? Why is the law not taking its course? Why? We want to know.
They are saying that they are heartbroken because almost a year after the case was reported to the police, Dr. Olaleye is still walking on the streets of Lagos as a free man.
There are no sacred cows. No matter your class or your placement in the society, if you are found guilty of a crime, you should be punished for that crime. And that is what it is. The Constitution is there. No one is above the law.
We do not want this to continue. Perpetrators are walking away with impunity, traumatizing and harassing victims. The victims are scared. Now we are hearing that there's someone in the helm of affairs backing this man up. That is the reason why he has not been arrested. He has not been arrested. Nigerian police, why?
We hope they will do the needful. Yes. Because an injury to one is injury to all. And if they keep quiet about it, then, like I asked upstairs, that are we sure many of them are not doing the same thing? Yes. Because if you hear of something and you decide not to do anything about it, then you might also be an accomplice, or maybe you are also enabler, that you are encouraging men to do such.
The group is eager to see Dr. Femi punished for his crimes, and so are calling on concerned authorities to ensure that justice is served.
Want the state government to expedite action on this very case. It is justice delayed, is justice denied. For the victim to get closure, for the victim to get a modicum of relief, it is when she sees her abuser actually facing the music for what he has done.
At a press conference last week, the group alleged that the minor was living with Olaleye when he allegedly deflowered her and threatened the victim against informing anyone. Olaleye was said to have perpetrated the crime for about 19 months until his wife got to know and subsequently reported the case to the Lagos State Police Command for investigation. The group has vowed not to stop at nothing until justice is served on Dr. Femi Olaleye. Meanwhile, all efforts to reach the accused proved abortive as he constantly places calls put through to him on busy mode. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
Nine yet to be identified ladies who were trapped when a story building around Akinwumi Street Mende in the Maryland area of Lagos State sunk due to torrential rainfall were rescued on Monday. The Lagos Territorial Coordinator National Emergency Management Agency, Ibrahim Farinloye, confirmed the development in a statement. He said the agency's officials were deployed to rescue the victims after receiving a distress call about the emergency. Farinloye said while speaking with one of the trapped victims, One Blessing, she said there were up to 9 people, mostly women, who were trapped when the building started sinking after being submerged. Still ahead, Somalia forces kill more than 100 Al-Shabaab militants. Details when we return.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
In other parts of Africa, the Tigray forces battling Ethiopian troops have said that they are willing to abide by immediate cessation of hostilities and participate in a peace process led by the African Union, a significant shift to which Ethiopia's government has not yet responded. The conflict in northern Ethiopia's Tigray region has killed an estimated tens of thousands of people and left millions without basic services for well over a year after fighting erupted in late 2020. The Tigray authorities' statement came after the new pressure from the United States and others following the renewal of fighting last month that shattered months of relative calm. Somali National Army SNA, backed by local militia dubbed Mal Aswi, has killed more than 100 Al-Shabaab militants and liberated over 20 villages during security operations carried out in 2 regional states. The Ministry of Information, Culture and Tourism revealed that operations were conducted in Gamudong, Hishabel and the southwest states, and that the militants have caused atrocities on the local civilians whom they have kidnapped and killed, with their properties destroyed. It also said in a statement that the terror group has been using these towns as strongholds for organizing their terrorist attacks with explosive and suicide bombers in different parts of Somalia. The United Nations UNN has said that 3 of its peacekeepers in Mali were wounded on Sunday after their patrol vehicle hit a landmine. The UN's mission in the country, MINUSMA, said on Twitter that a vehicle from one of their patrols hit a mine between Ber and Timbuktu in northern Mali, and that patrols are on one way to provide reassurance and protection to communities from the threats they face. The incident came a week after a peacekeeper was wounded in Mali's northern Gao region after a UN convoy hit a landmine. And in Uganda, Uganda has paid $65 million in the first installment of a total $325 million it was ordered to pay the neighboring Democratic Republic of Congo as compensation for losses caused by wars in the 1990s when Ugandan troops occupied Congolese territory. Finance Ministry spokesman Apollo Munginda, who confirmed this, said that the payment was made on September the 4th, while Congo's government spokesman Patrick Muyaya also confirmed that the first of 5 installments had been received.
Uganda says it has paid the first installment of a total $325 million it was ordered to pay neighboring Democratic Republic of Congo. The reparations, determined by the International Court of Justice, are compensation for losses caused by wars in the 1990s, when Ugandan troops occupied Congolese territory. On Monday, Uganda's finance minister said a first $65 million payment was made on September 1st. A Congo government spokesman confirmed the installment had been received. In a case first brought in 1999, Congo had asked the ICJ to compel Uganda to pay $11 billion for the deaths, looting, and general economic damage caused by Uganda's military occupation of parts of the country. After lengthy proceedings, the ICJ, the UN's highest court, ruled that Uganda had violated international law.
Of its obligations under international...
Congo and Uganda were ordered to negotiate reparations, but in 2015, Congo told the court that talks had stalled.
The total amount of compensation awarded to the DRC.
ICJ judges ruled on the $325 million sum in February this year, to be paid in 5 installments.
Zimbabwe's opposition Citizens Coalition for Change (CCC) party has said that its leader Nelson Chamisa escaped an assassination attempt after his convoy came under a bomb attack in the town of Chinhoyi, about 115 kilometers west of the capital, Harare. In a statement posted on Twitter, the CCC said Chamisa's convoy was attacked with explosives as it approached the venue of a rally, and that the venue was also petrol-bombed on Saturday by unknown people. The party blamed ruling ZANU-PF thugs for the attacks, but there has been no immediate reaction from the government. A magistrate's court in Zimbabwe's capital, Harare, has dismissed an application by 2 female opposition party members to drop charges of faking an abduction. MP Joanna Mambombe and Cecilia Chinembiri applied for the charges to be dismissed last month, arguing that the state had failed to prove its case against them. Chief Magistrate Faith Mushure ruled that the 2 had failed to discredit the state's evidence, so their case will continue on the 15th of September. The 2, along with another Citizens Coalition for Change party official, Netsai Marova, were arrested after they said they were victims of abduction in May 2020. And outside Africa, King Charles told Parliament on Monday, September 12, he was resolved faithfully to follow the example set by his mother, Queen Elizabeth, addressing lawmakers and peers in what he described as the living and breathing instrument of our democracy. At a ceremony in Westminster Hall, the oldest building on the parliamentary estate, Charles used his address to the open lower houses of Parliament to pay tribute to his mother and pledge to uphold the principle of constitutional government.
We gather today in remembrance of the remarkable span of the Queen's dedicated service to her nations and peoples. While very young, Her late Majesty pledged herself to serve her country and her people, and to maintain the precious principles of constitutional government which lie at the heart of our nation. This vow she kept with unsurpassed devotion.
She set an example of selfless duty, which, with God's help and your counsels, I am resolved faithfully to follow.
The coffin of the late Queen Elizabeth has been taken along the Royal Mile in the Scottish capital, Edinburgh, in a solemn procession watched by thousands of people lining the streets to pay their respects to Britain's longest reigning monarch. Details in this report.
For decades, Charles's destiny was to follow the Queen, and on Monday, that was his solemn duty. Along with his brothers and sister, the new king walked behind the hearse as their mother's coffin was taken to St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh for a service and 24-hour vigil. A day earlier, the Queen was brought from Balmoral Castle, where she died aged 96 on Thursday. Crowds have lined the streets of the Scottish capital, forever under the watchful eye of security staff. On Tuesday, the coffin will be flown to London to begin a period of lying in state until early on September 19, the day of Elizabeth II's state funeral. As in Edinburgh, many thousands of ordinary people will be allowed to process past and pay their respects to their late Queen at Westminster Hall. And it was at Westminster, the home of Britain's Parliament, where King Charles began his day of royal duties, meeting lawmakers and speaking about his mother's lifetime dedication to democracy.
She set an example of selfless duty, which, with God's help and your counsels, I am resolved faithfully to follow.
Later, he boarded a jet for Edinburgh to do the same at the Scottish Parliament. In his first public comment since her death, Prince Harry, reunited with brother William on Saturday, paid an emotional tribute to his granny on Monday. He said she would be sorely missed, not just by the family, but the world over. His message joins the thousands of personal notes and flowers left by mourners at royal palaces across Britain. And it's a scene being repeated in far-flung corners of the former British Empire, like Hong Kong, over which she reigned for some of her 70 years on the throne.
Up next, manufactured goods fall 36% to 2.87 trillion naira's inflation looms. That's in business news after this short break.
Helen, welcome to business. Nigeria's debt rose by about 4 trillion naira in the past 5 months to take the portfolio to 45.25 trillion naira. It was lent at the weekend. An official data reviewed by The Nation yesterday indicated that the government raised about 3.34 trillion through its regular issuance of domestic debt instruments between April and August. The depreciation of the naira also impacted the external debt stocks. The documents were sourced from the monthly issuance reports by the Debt Management Office, the Central Bank of Nigeria, and 2 leading investment and finance firms that deal in government debt issues, Ato Stephen Asset Management and Vertiva Capital Management Limited. Early in the month, the DMO had reaffirmed that the national debt stocks had risen to 41.6 trillion by the end of the first quarter, ended March 31st, 2022. Now, a surge in Bitcoin is slowing down as investors wait for U.S. inflation statistics and keep an eye on a significant Ethereum blockchain upgrade, but of which have the potential to increase market volatility, leaving some investors' bonds. For the past days, 45,776 traders betting against the crypto market rise was liquidated, with the total liquidations coming in at $176.97 million. The largest single liquidation order happened on OKEX BTC USD swap, valued at $3.50 million. Early on Monday, the largest token increased by as much as 3.3%, momentarily reaching $22,000 before reversing course and trading virtually unchanged as of this writing. Smaller currencies like XRP and Solana as well as Ether were struggling. The leading cryptocurrency had a difficult week as it fell to a 6-week low at just over $18,500 in the middle of it. Since it's dropped below $20,000 at the end of August, this has been losing a lot of value, and this trend has persisted. The value of manufactured goods traded tumbled by 36% from $4.51 trillion in the second quarter of 2021 to $2.87 trillion in the corresponding period of 2022. This is according to the foreign trade report by the National Bureau of Statistics for the second quarter of the year and its corresponding quarter of 2021. Foreign trade statistics measure goods traded between an economic entity and its economic counterparts within a given period. The fall in the value of traded manufactured goods came as manufacturers continue to grapple with skyrocketing costs and a harsh operating environment. Amid the attacks on Ukraine, Nigeria has increased its imports from Russia by 143.21%, according to the foreign trade report of the National Bureau of Statistics for the second quarter of 2022. The total import from Russia hit 21.84 billion in the second quarter 2022, a massive increase from the 8.98 billion in the first quarter of 2022. In the first quarter, Nigeria imported 6.27 billion herrings and 2.77 billion blue whiting from Russia, while the second quarter of 2022, the country imported 13.39 billion blue whitings, 7.21 billion herrings, and 1.25 billion malts. This increase is against the prediction that Nigeria's import from Russia might be at risk with the ongoing. The Nigerian Upstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission's monthly report show that Nigeria lost a huge amount of revenue as a result of massive oil theft between January and August this year. Nigeria lost about 13.21 million barrels of crude oil with an estimated worth of 603.64 billion between January and August this year. An analysis of the monthly reports of the country's crude oil and condensate production showed. Figures contained in the report obtained from the Nigerian Upstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission in Abuja on Sunday indicated that the country's oil production only increased in 2 months but crashed in others. Total crude oil production without condensate in January, for instance, was 43.35 million barrels, but this dropped to 35.22 million barrels in February, indicating a loss of 8.13 million barrels. Now, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has said it loses about 470,000 barrels of crude oil per day, worth $700 million monthly to theft. This was even as it stated that security challenges have in turn affected oil production, especially pipelines around Bonny Terminal. Group General Manager, National Petroleum Investment Management Services, Bala Wunti, made the disclosure during a tour of the facilities of the NNPCL. Wunti said about 270 barrels that were supposed to be loaded in Bonny were no longer feasible due to theft. He explained that the illegal siphoning of crude oil from oil facilities by criminal individuals and groups impacted negatively on revenue to all stakeholders, adding that the quantity of oil delivered to federal oil terminals in the country has been limited by the activities of pipeline vandals. And that's all in business. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. The news continues.
And in entertainment news, women have been advised to hold on to God in whatever they do and never deviate from His ways, as He's capable of taking over their many burdens. This advice was handed down by Grace Olubodi during the occasion of her 80th birthday celebration in Lagos. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikoko Yedukun was there and now reports.
Clocking 80 is no mean feat. It's something worth celebrating. No wonder the family, friends and well-wishers of Grace Olabisi Olubodi over the weekend gathered together to celebrate and rejoice with the octogenarian. From far and near, they traveled to grace the occasion. The mood was exquisite, with beautiful, sparkling, glittering floral drenched in purple hues as a live band entertained guests.
You are Yahweh. You are Yahweh. You are Yahweh.
The children believe celebrating a woman who had endured a lot to ensure that they get a good education is the least they can do.
This woman did at the last count over 20 odd jobs to train all of us, all 9 of us, to go through the university as graduates. Odd jobs. I mean, it's absolutely impossible for us not to appreciate that, because those, we all were in school at the time that was very difficult. And she demonstrated through our entrepreneurship, through our diligence, through our commitment, through our dedication, that it can be done. So our life is not just an inspiration and motivation for us. In actual fact, the foundation of everything that we also became later in life can be found in her. So today's payback time is basically first to thank God for sparing our life, and secondly to say thanks to her for all she has done for us.
She's a very enterprising mother. There is no doubt about the fact that she loves her children, and I tell you that she's done a very good job bringing up 8 great men. So these are responsible, enterprising, hardworking men. Mommy is God-fearing. She's a praying mother.
For friends and close associates, Grace Olubodi is simply an embodiment of God's love.
Mama has been wonderful. She has always been for us. Even while we were young, before we entered the university, she was always there. When each time we went to her, she would always call us and advise us that, no, I know fully that but I know you will play for more than 40 years, more than 50 years. After the glory of God, we have every cause to celebrate Mama today.
That she will live longer. In 90 we will celebrate another 90 years, and all of us should be alive to celebrate her. And it should be a point where people will let my life be like that of mommy from years to come.
At 80, looking back, the celebrant is feeling fulfilled and simply grateful to God.
There's nothing I consider to thank God and advise so many women to be so, just to depend on God. I'll be doing everything for you. Don't watch God, adore, and go back to God, and God. Just hold on to God. I will be your strength forever.
The highlight of the occasion is a cutting of the cake by the celebrant, flanked by her children.
The children, the grandchildren.
Love Ikuku Oyedoku, PlusTV News.
Let's now join Belima for more in entertainment news.
And now on entertainment news. Nigerian yoga instructor and therapist Essie Walter, who revealed in 2013 that she had an affair with the senior pastor of Commonwealth of Zion Assembly, Koza, Biodun Fatoyibo, has reflected on how her life changed after the controversy. In a lengthy post shared via her Facebook page, the mother of 3 recounted how her life turned around and how marriage didn't even help issues. Walter recounted how the people she thought loved her remained silent all through her ordeal. The mother of 3 recounted how her marriage was a sham. Celebrities and world leaders all took to social media to honor the fallen with painful memories and heartfelt thoughts for the families who perished, particularly the people who died in the rumble of the World Trade Center. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is among the stars, remembering those who lost their lives in the 9/11 terrorist attack. Also marking the somber anniversary of Bethany Frankel, the Real Housewives of New York City alum, called the date such an important day in American history. Burna Boy's Last Last has achieved another feat after crossing the 100 million streams mark on Spotify. The single has achieved the cross-continental success, which has helped it to reach number 74, peak on Billboard Hot 100. The huge popularity of Last Last across multiple countries has even made different people regard it as 2022 Song of the Summer. It also recently sold more than 500,000 copies in the United States, which made it eligible for gold certification. Comedian Chukwuemeka Emmanuel, popularly known as Sabinos, has broken silence on the ghastly accident he was involved in, stating that he was safe and sound. Viral videos and photos on the internet show that the skit maker's newly acquired Benz was destroyed during the accident. The poor state of the car at the accident scene sparked fear among fans who wondered if Sabinos was fine. Assuring his fans of his safety, Sabinos on his Instagram story told fans that he was safe and sound. He also appreciated his colleagues and fans for their calls and care towards his well-being. That's it on entertainment news. I am Belema Furu.
The best in sports is next.
Yeah, welcome to Sport News. I'm Mudashiru Shitu. Turkey has been selected to hold the 2025 Deaf Olympics 4 years after hosting the largest power sport event in the world, the Paralympic Games. At the International Committee of Sport for the Deaf, the Japanese capital was confirmed as the organizers of the next edition. The 2025 Deaf Olympic will be a very landmark event as it will mark the 100th anniversary of the Paralympics. Now to volleyball. The president of Nigerian Volleyball Federation, Engineer Musa Nimrod, has congratulated Nigeria under 19 volleyball team for qualifying for the World Championship in 2023 after the emphatic victory over Egypt at the just concluded under 19 Boys African Nation Volleyball Championship on Sunday. Nimrod lauded the performance of the players throughout the championship as well as the technical crew for their effort in ensuring Nigeria remains champion. And straight to football, it's not good news that Nigeria striker Umar Sadiq has suffered an injury in his right knee. According to the reports from his club, the striker was taken off the field during a La Liga clash against Getafe. The news from Spain is pointing towards the fact that Sadiq might miss the remainder of the season. And the main news again.
National Industrial Court adjourns Nigerian government suit against striking university lecturers to September 16. Tigray forces express willingness to enter peace process. And Queen Elizabeth's coffin is taken through Edinburgh in a solemn procession. That's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limes on www.limes.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Ifeanyi Elumezim. Many thanks for watching.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Niger, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without much further ado, you know how we do. Let's get to the preview. I scream, you scream, we all scream for the greatest show on television. Yes, we're back to bring you the intellectual vibes, dope narrations, analysis, and dissections. And obviously, I never, ever do this alone. I'm with the queen herself, Osareme. Osareme.
Hello.
You're not a guy, but you're my man crush Monday. How are you, my darling? You
I'm
look absolutely
good.
amazing.
I'm cold because the weather is cold. I mean, the rain today.
Do we have a choice?
The rain today was something.
It was something else. It came out of nowhere and it had to be on a Monday morning.
Right, the start of the week.
It didn't fall Saturday or Sunday. You had to choose Monday morning.
I think it started in the night.
Yeah, but slow. It was coming.
So the sleep was actually sweet. Because when it's raining and then you now wake up and then everywhere is flooded.
My dear.
Traffic on a Monday morning.
Today's traffic was it's the grace of God that we're here. We're here for you. We're actually.
It is your show, not your 9 to 5, where we tell incredible stories of individuals who left their primary disciplines and ventured into something else, which is not necessarily your regular 9 to 5. Today we are telling the story of Olubusola Mada, who left the walls of banking industry to become a maker and producer of apparels, customized apparels at that. Listen to our story in a bit. My name is Olubusola Mada. I studied accounting in school and, I was a banker for 7.5 years. All through my banking career, I was also doing my business by the side. Not until last year, July 26th precisely. That was my last day being a banker, and here's what I do now. I make clothes, I make children's clothes, I make urban apparel, t-shirts, hoodies, joggers. This is my world. Whatever it is, if it is creativity, fun, happiness, you come here. I left my banking career and I've been doing this full time. My experience, well, there's been ups and downs. It's been fun and it's been challenging, especially because this is the first time in my life that I have to totally concentrate and do a customer-facing job. While I was in the banking industry, I worked at the head office all through my banking career, and I never really had to interact so much with customers. But now, I have to take customers' orders, I have to arrange customers' orders, send them down, it comes back to me, sort them, dispatch, get customers' feedback. So right now, I am like the old face of the business, which is very new to me. So it's been a learning phase. I'm still learning, and I'm open to more learning because, well, to keep this place running, we have to face customers. We have to do this. So, well, as much as possible, we try to reduce our costs so that our prices are not too high for our customers. So our packaging materials are actually produced by us. So we just go ahead and, so we bought a lot of papers and we do it by ourselves. So we just go ahead and use gums. So we just go ahead and use gums to like glue them together. So we have t-shirts here. So I don't know if I've told you, we do all these things. Okay, so this one is for a customer. They are yet to pick it up. So we do t-shirts and all these things for families as well. So we do children, we do adults, we do all sexes. So this is for dad. It says I'm dad, I don't care. So other ones, so for the mom, we decided to jazz it up a bit with glitters, and mom says that I make the rules and dad says that I don't care. So we like to put a lot of our creativity and sarcasm in producing our designs. So, well, I told you also that we do children's clothes as well. We have various types of outfits for children. So these are shorts with a little suspenders in front. So we have very cute outfits for children. We still have them. And we also do things with Ankara as well. We are Nigerians, we are. The challenges really come from the fact that you have to keep the place running. You have to make sure that you have jobs to do. You have to make sure that the cost is really low so that you can have enough to plow back into the business and at the same time pay salary. You have to make sure that you're managing your customers and you have as much visibility as possible on social media, you know. And you have to manage everybody. You have to manage the people who are working with you. You have to manage customers. You have to manage the vendors that you're working with. For instance, your dispatch guys. Any mistake can spoil everything, and at the end of the day, customer is not happy. When customer is not happy, you don't make money. So it's a small box that comprises so many things, and at times you feel dragged, like so many things. But it's really interesting, actually. It's really interesting. I won't call it challenging. I would say it's really, really interesting. I won't say that my life as a banker is better than this, or that this is better than that. I would just say that at different points in our lifetime, we are wired to do different things. So back then, I was already doing this as a side also. So, and as at that time, at the 24th of the month, I know that something is coming into my pocket. But right now, I always know that the 24th of the month, we need to pay salary. The company needs to pay salary. So even if we don't even have it at that time. I have to look for every means, get jobs, chat friends, and so that at least we can have something to pay at that time of the month. So it's a totally different lifestyle. At the point in my career, I felt that I had done it all, as in I had given my all to the banking system. And I felt that if I stayed there longer, there's really nothing so much of me, and I'm missing out on the next level of my life. So I thought, okay, how about, this is something I've been doing for a while, how about I give it a try? I've learned so much in the banking industry, and I've learned so much from my mentors, I've learned so much from school. So why don't I put all the learnings together and then create something out of it? So these kind of things give me, as it makes me happy. So for instance, customers have been asking for another pattern on their reversible masks, and they said they wanted something that goes round. That goes round the neck. This is the first sample we'll be doing. We just cut this right here while you're here, and this is what we have come up with. We'll keep practicing until we get it right. So this is the first one, and let me show you. We are not there yet. Okay, so we're almost close. We're almost close. By the time we do the third, fourth, and the fifth one, I'm sure it will be perfect. So this is why I said I want to do this full time, because it makes me happy. What excites me most about the business is the creative part of it. The fact that you piece different things together and it comes to a whole. It's really fun, it's invigorating, and the best part of it is when you now see the results. So that's why most of the time I like to print, because you just put different pieces together and a beautiful picture jumps at you. So it's really exciting, actually, it is.
I've been working with McMurdo since 2014. I love this job, and I believe in future I want to have a fashion home just like this.
My 9-to-5 job. I won't say for certain that I will not go back to my 9-to-5 job, because I don't know which circumstances I will find myself in the next 6 months or 2 years or 3 years. But if you asked me now, will I go back to my 9-to-5 job? Like now, the way I feel now, I will tell you for certain, no. At least not at this point in my life. It's not an option at this point in my life. Hey, this is not a regular 9-to-5, but this is my life. It's my life. And my name is Olubusola Amada.
And in this episode, we are meeting with Juliet Aigbe. Juliet Aigbe has been in the IT world for 3 years, and even with experience in oil and gas as a liaison officer between the company and oil-producing communities. And she left all of this to begin what she is passionate about, which is confectionaries and baking. And today, we are at her premises to have a conversation.
Okay, I would say I moved from 9 to 5 because I didn't essentially leave IT.
Right.
It's always a part of life, especially now that we're in this COVID era, those things really come to bear. So I never really left IT. I just kind of had a paradigm shift in how I was going to express my individuality. So I've always been the kind of person that has independent thoughts and opinion. And so that drove me to discovering myself and in becoming more self-aware about my proclivities, my passion, what drives me. I think I found a fuller expression in sugar crafting, and that's why I'm here. Sometimes I feel like it's a curse because there's this illusion that, oh, you want to be your own boss and then you want to, make things happen. I think the beauty or the blessing there is just being able to create. I think essentially that's the high points of entrepreneurship for me, creating something from nothing, evolving and putting substance to a dream, So that for me is, I'll say, the blessing. But in terms of being in it, it's so good that I probably didn't even see how the journey is going to be. Because if I did, I probably would just remain my 9 to 5, which was more a cushier environment than here, which feels like a jungle, So you just have to know your onions and know what you're doing. And another thing, why I transitioned into sugar crafting is we checked the global dream index. The survey was carried out to see people who really fulfill their dreams. 50% of women don't pursue what they're really passionate about. Maybe you're told to go and study medicine or study, or I think there was a particular place I watched where they said, oh, it's supposed to be 3 things: either a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer, or a disgrace to the family. Like anything outside of those 3, it's like a disgrace. I actually went through that. You mean after all the education, you worked in, I can't call it a company. You're going to start doing cakes? What's the point? It's telling you to screw, because our parents had this artisanal thinking that if you're an artisan, you're a second-tier kind of person, and everything. Or if it's a blue-collar kind of work, it's not really that prestigious like a white-collar job. I think that's a colonial construct, because they come, tell you what to do, but there's no full expression. If you check even industrialized nations, you see people who actually make a difference are those who invent things, who create things, who solve problems. And I think the entrepreneur has that streak in him or her that says, I want to solve a problem. And that's what drives you. And that's why when you have all the challenges, you don't say, oh, I wish I'm back in my 9 to 5. I never regret making this transition. I don't work 9 to 5. I work crazier hours. I work 6 to 6. As in 24/7. You're thinking, even when you're dreaming the next task, So it's always like being driven by passion, being driven by a problem that needs to get solved. And that's why I say, I won't trade this for anything else. Even if I move on from cake making, because right now we don't just do cakes, we also do cake mixes, and then we train people. And I think I have the reformer streak in me where I'm looking at what is happening in the food sector right now. There's a lot of carcinogenic additives that used to enhance production processes just to increase yield and profitability, and they're very harmful and injurious to people's health. So I am taking that as my own advocacy project. Like, you know what? We can actually have baked goods in this sector, in the industry, without falsifying them with additives that are harmful to the body, especially now during this COVID-19 era where people are dying of underlying health issues. I'm looking critically at what kind of baked goods can they eat where they don't have to worry about their health or worry about side effects. And that's why our products in the market right now solve those problems. Talking about challenges, one of the things that we encounter in running our business is power supply, and that's our generator there. Without it, we really can't make this work. And so it's one of the big headaches we have in this sector. We're hoping that things will improve drastically and then we can, make more progress in Nigeria. So we're going to go inside right now. However, no mask, no entry. Another challenge, we all go through challenges in life and in the business as well. Another challenge that we have is ease of doing business. A lot of times you don't get the right kind of information. Then government policies also keep changing. There was a time when tariff on wheat importation was escalated, and it became like 20% increase on that tariff. That really affected the cost of production in terms of raw materials and access to materials. So that's the unstable economic environment is a challenge as well. And then manpower. Sometimes you don't want to go through what they call high key man risk. You want to be able to break down your operational processes, to be able to accommodate this high human risk factor. So what we've just done is to overcome that challenge is to put in place a turnkey model that breaks up a particular task into, or let me say, demystify the process. So if for example, I have a decorator or a baker, we just break up the tasks assigned so that we know who does what, and that way it's easy to scale up, And so one of the things we're also able to do to overcome this challenge is we have our cake mixes where we don't need power supply to produce it. The new normal is to bake at home, because during the lockdown, a lot of people could not really go out to order cakes or see what they want. So either they shop online and like, what, let me just pick up a skill of baking. Now I have time on my hands. Most of the excuse people give is, oh, I don't have time to bake. I can't use my oven. I'm sure 80% of ovens in Nigeria are not even utilized. So with the cake mix, you're able to actually go down from your gas cooker to the oven space and use it. So it's been a very interesting journey, expanding our product offering from just decorated cakes. And we have two types of decorated cakes. We have the made to stock, the ones that you come and pick on the shelf, and then we have the made to measure or the made to order, the ones that are signature or specialty for special occasions. And now moving from that, or expanding further into cake mixes where you don't have to be a professional baker to bake your cake. What we've done is we've packaged the premix in a way that you just open the pack, pour into your bowl, add the wet ingredients like your eggs and vegetable oil and water, and then stir, pour into your baking pan. It goes straight into your oven that you hardly used, and then in less than 30 minutes, a cake comes out. And it just, there's an emotional high you get from being able to bake your own cake, that, oh, me, finally I can bake a cake by myself. And even kids can be fully engaged also using the cake mixes, because they build confidence in that, oh, I baked that cake. Did you see that chocolate cake? I baked it. It's almost like you want to impress your loved ones about, how you can bake a cake. So for me, that emotional high that you get, from baking with the cake mix is something that is so unique that you don't get from even buying a decorated cake. You can say, oh, my cake is pretty, but when you bake it yourself, happiness comes to you because you created something with your hands. And so that's how you become happy, when you create things with your hands and you can see it. And people are like, oh, wow, this is really nice. This looks really good. And it tastes fantastic too. I'm like, oh, that's my cake. So it's like trying to bring the general public to demystify the entire process of baking. And that's why we have amazing cake mixes. I call them the breakthrough cake mixes because it's very easy to use. It's just mix it and then you bake it. It's as simple as that. And me being like a reformer, why I came into this sector is I want to be able to look at why do we use things like aspartame, ACK to sweeten baked goods. I'm like, no, trying to reform that industry, do my bits to reform as much as I can and then pass the baton to the next person, and for them to also go the full distance in ensuring that we don't play part of the bad food politics that's going on globally around the world just because you want to scale a business. So other challenges are, there's a lot, Then the delivery, sometimes the roads are bad and then you can't go too far, or you have to pay premium to get your goods to their desired destinations. Sometimes when we even ship our products out of Lagos to other parts of Nigeria, it can take as long as 2 weeks to move those goods from Lagos to a place like Abuja. And then when you have a shelf life of your products for like 3 months and it's already spending 1/3 of the time in transit, so you just have 2 months to play with, it just puts you under a lot of pressure. And so for us, we've just looked at all these issues as growing pains, and those are some of the challenges that we encounter running the business.
My name is Femi Olawale. I'm a decorator, and we are so structured and has a procedure that makes us. That's what makes us to be more efficient in every of our products. Sometimes it's somehow tough, while sometimes it's easy because we have to give our customers exactly what they really want. So for this, we go a very long way to satisfy our customer in all our efforts. Sometimes, most of our customers, to talk to us rudely based on saying that we are doing cakes, but for the fact that we really need them, so we just have to take it and face the life challenges the way it comes. And we're in another dimension of challenges. Sometimes, based on our product, we are to deliver. Sometimes we have a series of challenges in terms of delivery and all that. Our customers, they are some of them are very easy, while some are tough. No matter how it is, we just have to, satisfy our customers, because all customers are always right.
My name is Juliet Aigwe. This is not your regular 9 to 5. This is my life.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and on today's show we have 3 exciting events that you would very much enjoy. On our first event, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, organized an event to inaugurate Alexander Wilcox as its 20th chairman. PlusTvAfrica was there to cover the event.
In the hall were family and friends, close associates, professional colleagues, and invited guests of Alexander Wilcox. They were all excited to celebrate their own. Wilcox, the man of the moment, while recounting how he was first elected to the executive committee of the body as a social publicity secretary, and now as the chairman of the institute because of his hard work and the efforts of some special people who reposed confidence in him, was self-assured on what he would do differently to sustain the work of his predecessors.
It's not going to be a dash, it's going to be a marathon. And cooperation is the only that can see us through. We have a lot of activities. And what we have planned to do is to engage as much possible stakeholders.
As he further stated how he would go about it, his ever-supportive daughter, Jacqueline Wilcox, was delighted to have a visionary father. She believes her father is capable of leading the organization.
I have appreciated my predecessors. They have all done their very best. But like I said, and I will always repeat what I said in my acceptance speech, more of stakeholders' engagement, especially in media. I started my administration by visiting media houses, and that I have visited 3, and I'm visiting more. Now the media will have to propagate what we are doing. We'll have partnership with the media so that our host committee will know what we are doing.
He did not just jump into this. He has been built up and trained for this. And so I am very confident that he has what it takes to make this work. And as you can see, many other people have that same confidence in him. They have, gotten up to testify to all these attributes in him. For him, I just say, keep the flag flying, keep being you. All the attributes that you possess that have brought you up to this point will take you even further than here.
His friend and professional colleague, Yinka Daudu, and an activist, Nelson Ekujumi, congratulated him and both said,
90s. And I can assure you that he's a very, very reliable person. It is a well-deserved honor given to Alexander. He has put in a lot into that district, and it can only be better that he is given this position.
I would describe Alexander, going by the encomiums poured on him today, as a thorough professional, a diligent auditor, and an accomplished accountant. So that tells you clearly that Alexander is a complete Nigerian. I'm sure these are some of the qualities that the members of his Lagos and District Society have seen in him.
Friends, family, and invited guests congratulated him as they danced and wished him a successful tenure in office.
Our next event is on multi-award-winning writer, film and TV producer, and TV host Funmi Iyanda, who invited family, friends, and loved ones to a watch party for the second season of her newly introduced TV show, Public Eye.
The hall was filled with friends and family, young entrepreneurs, journalists, and the brother and sister of the victim of the Lagos State Bus Rapid Transit, the late Bamshe Anyanwola, on whose story one of the episodes of Public Eye centers on. The quintessential storyteller Funmi Iyanda wasted no time in welcoming everyone as she took the audience through the journey into the birth of Public Eye.
I wanted to come here to have sort of like an intimate evening with friends and family and people I've also met in the course of Public Eye. And so it's a pleasure to see you all here. At the time that I started my career, I was also just very young. I was in my 20s. Sometimes we talk about our country and we talk about the things that are wrong with it, as we should. I can also see the things that are improving in spite and because of the actions and all of us, which is what Public Eye is about.
She also stated that it was high time Nigerians came together in their diversity to build the society.
So beyond talking about how horrible things have been, it's now what exactly can we actually do about it? Who should be doing what? What can we do to ensure that they do it?
One of the special guests, Ogumbanwo, encouraged the audience and Nigerians at large to do the right thing at all times and be responsible for their actions in order to build a society we can all call our own.
What kind of stories do we want to tell? What is the purpose of telling the story? We first have to acknowledge the good things before we keep pointing out the other things that we need to change. It's not just government. The average person in this room may forget, and it is human to forget, to renew your vehicle particulars. Be ready to pay the fine.
Adinrele Edun, alongside other invited guests, admired the skill of Iyanda's storytelling as the shower encomium on her.
I always have this to say about the media mogul and messiah that I call Funmi Iyanda. Auntie Funmi Iyanda, because she's not my mate. I was inspired and motivated by how she was constantly changing the narrative and she was rewriting the story of media and also giving us stories from a different perspective. Where do I even start from? Mama, you are ageless, you are timeless, you are flawless, you are stainless, you are spotless. Bogwe, take all your flowers. In short, you don't even need flowers, you own the garden.
She is keeping abreast of the story to tell us that he shouldn't die because the safety of Lagosians and every one of us is at stake here. And she wants the public to take 1 or 2 lessons from this.
She's real, she's true, she's inspiring, she's humble, she is beautiful, and above all, she's blessed.
In the world we live in today, journalism and new media, it's very, very tempting to go after like flashy, entertainment, fun stories, but it's still important to make sure that ordinary people's stories of justice and injustice and the way Nigerians live are told. And Funmi has always made that the core of her career. She's always wanted to highlight how regular, everyday Nigerians are living and growing and managing themselves in the society we live in. So it's really, really amazing and inspirational to see that she has continued to do that with Public Eye.
Guests at the event were treated to a light entertainment, even as Public Eye Season 2 goes on air.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events, Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry, KADAM, organized a walk in commemoration of World Drug Day and to create awareness about the dangers of indulging in drugs.
About 100 members of KADAM converged just at the gate of the redemption camp of the Redeemed Christian Church of God in Ogun State to sensitize the people about the effects of drug abuse. The sensitization began from the gate with members excitedly singing, dancing, and sharing flyers as they embarked on a 7-kilometer walk to the house of the Grand Patron, Foluke Adeboye. Adeboye advised the members to keep up the work.
I want to seize this opportunity to thank God for all our board members and all our stakeholders and those who love us, who are supporting us over the years at CADAM. Even as we have submitted your wish and your will to eradicate drug by supporting all my beloved men of valor. On behalf of the General Overseer and the RCCG as a whole, we want to say thank you to all our stakeholders.
The Director General of CADAM, Dr. Dukun Adedeji, promised that the organization would continue the sensitization across the nation.
Substance abuse is so bad that we need to know about it. If you know the statistics that United Nations released, Nigeria has about 14.4% prevalence use. We translate about 15 million. And that was about 4 years ago. You can then imagine what it is now. If we don't do anything about it, very soon the whole country will be ravaged by drugs. So we need to work with NDLEA, UNODC to do this.
The Assistant General Overseer, Admin and Personnel of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Funsho Odeshola, as well as the Director of Programs and Orientation, CADAM, Funke Salako, both urged parents to take up the responsibility of monitoring their wards.
Parent and every member of the family should give priority to the family even more than work, because God gave us family before He handed over work to us.
If it's still experimental use, then they need counseling. They will need counseling before it gets out of hand. Getting out of hand, I mean, before it gets to addiction. We've helped so many people over the years. We've helped over 3,000 people, and a lot of them are still standing, and they are doing good in society. So,
World Drug Day is marked on the 26th of June every year to strengthen action and cooperation in achieving a world free of drug abuse.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on today's show. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram account, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Antonia Oshili. Thanks for watching.
Cooking is considered a basic life skill, but some have honed that skill and turned it into a profitable business. This is the story of Abiola Akanji, popularly called Chef Stone. Abiola Akanji discovered his love for cooking at a very early age.
The name came from business school. When I was in business school in London, they used to call me Mr. Stone, the man that cannot be moved. Because when I set my mind to something, there's nothing you can say to stop me from doing it, basically. Unlike many boys, I was in the kitchen more than on the field. I wasn't a football person. I wasn't really a sporty kid. I spent a lot of time in the kitchen with my mom. I was really fascinated with food and baking and anything to do with food. I used to be that kid that anytime a food show comes up, I'll be right in front of the TV watching. My mom enjoyed that because it got us closer together. But my dad really didn't think much of it. Like most African dads, it just thought, it just doesn't like playing football. It likes being in the kitchen. After I went to London for university, while I was in London, I worked as a chef throughout. So that was for me like the ultimate thing, work around food. And that's where I kind of found the passion for cooking and being a chef. But I still, at that point, didn't think I was going to do a business of it because I was studying business. My dad worked in the bank for 35 years. I was never going to come back and say, I don't want to do that. I want to come and be a chef. So for me, it was never a business until I moved back to Nigeria and saw that the industry was totally non-existent. There was nobody was teaching anybody how to be a chef. You have to go abroad to learn or work under someone for many, many years to learn. So that's where I kind of got a gap in the market that I really wanted to fill. I think that point was a tipping point, really, because I remember when I broke it to my dad that, look, I don't want to be a banker. I don't want to. He had interviews lined up for me, like, you work in a bank here. I know this man. I know that man. Like every African father, I want to help his kid. And then I'll go for the interview and I'll almost sabotage it because I didn't want to work there. From there, I'll walk out and go to a restaurant and tell them I'm a chef. I just came back from London. I want to show you what I can do. I was trying to get a job, but the pay was so low. And I just saw that, look, it wasn't going to happen. So I just thought, you know what, I need to set up a school where we can train chefs here. And I had to go to my dad because I wanted to go to culinary school. Because all these years, I'd never gone to culinary school. I just kind of learned from working. But if I was going to teach other people, I need to learn how it's done properly. So I went back to my dad and I said, Dad, I don't want to do this. I don't want to wear a tie. I feel choked with that tie. I want to cook. This is what I love. And he said, you must be mad. And I called my mom and said, your son has obviously run mad. After all the money we paid, sending him to university. Now he says he wants to be a cook. That talk to your son, talk some sense into him. And my mom was very supportive. She said, you know what, this is what you want to do. She tried to talk to my dad. It was a little bit of a fight at home, but eventually my dad came through and said, he thought it was a phase. He thought, you know what, let me send him to culinary school. Maybe after a while he'll come back and see that that's not really what I want to do. But it stuck because, I'm the stone. If I set my mind to something, I just have to do it. So, I went to culinary school and he supported it. Today he's proud of me. He always calls me, my son is a principal. He owns a school here, he owns a school in Abuja. So he's very proud now. I'm glad. The culinary school was 6 months. I did a program at the French Culinary Institute in New York. And for me, I didn't go to culinary school to learn how to cook because I'd worked in 5 restaurants, some of them really top restaurants in London. So I knew how to cook, but I wanted to understand the teaching side. I wanted to understand how to run a culinary school, the business side of it. So when I went to London, I studied business. It really came in handy as well. So all my time in culinary school, all I was gathering was data and knowledge. I pretty much used to talk to everybody from cleaners to receptionists because I wanted to understand everything. And with cooking of food also, I wanted to understand the whys and the whats and why are we adding this? Why are we doing it for so long? So I'm one of those annoying students that will keep on asking questions. And that's because everything I learn to be able to reteach. So for me, it was very important that I understand everything around it. Part of the deal with my dad was, look, if you're going to go to culinary school, he was going to pay half of it, and if I can raise half of it. So I did raise almost half, but it paid the rest. But in raising that half, I sold everything I had, basically. I had a car, I sold it. I started a dry cleaning business. I sold that to my friend. I borrowed money. So I came back to Nigeria, and there was no money left to start up. Even though I had these big dreams when I was in culinary school that when I get back, it's going to look like this, it's going to look like that. But unfortunately, I came back and I was broke. So I had no choice but to start small, which when I teach students about business of food now, I always advise them, look, try to start small. Big dreams are good, but it's better to grow into it. So I rented a small apartment. The kitchen in it was smaller than this office. And that's where Red Dish actually started from. It was in Egbeda, which is a remote area that I thought nobody was going to come for. But when I started letting people know that, look, I'm training people for a culinary school, people got excited. And I got my first 3 students that registered. Those 3 students still ended up working with Red Dish up on 2 of them still work in Red Dish today. One of them traveled abroad. So they were so sold on the dream back then that they wanted to be a part of it after they finished their program. But yes, it was really small, nothing like what you see here today. It was really tiny. This is our studio kitchen. We use this for recording sometimes, and sometimes we teach here as well. The professional 1-year students use this as their classroom as well. This is Chef Nikki. And this is Dami, in charge of our PR. I think when I started, I had a lot of doubts. At the point I was thinking maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I should go and beg my dad and say I want that bank job, because it was tough. Because first of all, Nigerians thought, even one of my friends was telling me that why are you trying to teach people? Nobody wants to learn. They learn from their mothers, or, why are you trying to teach people how to cook? This is stuff that people learn at home, and they're like, you're a guy, you should be working here. So I had a lot of negativity around it that, this is never going to work. People thought that after like a year, everything will fall apart. This is not a business that's sustainable. So that was tough. And then also, sourcing ingredients. I came back from French culinary school where they taught different things. Here in Nigeria, we did not have a lot of the ingredients. So I had to almost dumb down the syllable a lot to start. And then we built on that again. So it was tough. A lot of Nigerians didn't know a lot of the stuff that we were trying to teach then. So we had to come down and go back and review. And a lot of things I learned along the way about running business in Nigeria. Because while I was in the UK, I used to run a business there. It was very different to when I got here and I saw the way things were done. You don't have any support from the government. You don't have support from anybody. You're pretty much on your own. So it's been tough. All right, this is the pantry. Very, very busy. You can pass through. We call this the demonstration kitchen or the demo kitchen. And this, different classes go on here, but the continental class is currently going on here. Chef Isi and Chef Lola. What are we making today? Okay. I think for this business, it's been mostly organic growth. We've shied away from trying to get loan and trying to get finance because we find that, look, you don't want to put yourself in a corner, especially in this economy where things are not as it seems and things are very quick. So the dollar is increasing every time. If you get a finance from an American company, for example, and they give you dollars, they're going to expect dollars back. By the time you're paying the dollars rate has changed, you're losing money. So for me, I've tried as much as possible to grow as organically as possible so that we are not shackled and tied up. But, you can still get finance, you can still get capital, but we have tried as much as possible to just grow organically. So when I say organically, I mean, basically, like I said, I started small. And when I started with almost nothing. I did all the decor myself, I did woodwork myself, everything. I came from a DIY culture living in the UK, so I did a lot of that myself. So as people paid money, as the money was coming in the business, where I was reinvesting in the business. And then when it was time to move from my home to another place, I met a friend that is now the director here. He runs the Lagos school now. So he was the only person that believed in the dream and put forward some money towards the business. But since then, what we've basically done is reinvested money back in the business. So we are not frivolous people. We're not trying to be big boys. So we try as much as possible to just reinvest the money in the business, use it to grow the business on its own.
The food service industry is growing fast, which makes becoming a chef a lucrative and appealing career path for many people. Additionally, the growth of the Food Network and proliferation of YouTube celebrity chefs have glamorized the industry. However, success in the food service industry isn't easy. 60% of restaurants don't make it past their first year, and 80% go out of business within 5 years. According to an IBIS World Report on single location full service restaurants in the US, 67% of a restaurant's costs go directly to wages and purchase expenses. Additionally, the average profit margin for a restaurant after removing all other costs is only 6.2%. With a profit margin this slim, insolvency is unfortunately never far away. However, in Nigeria, the fast food industry is a major contributor to the economy, and it is one of the most lucrative businesses in Nigeria today. The annual value of the fast food business in Nigeria was 250 billion naira in 2015, which is approximately $700 million. The Association of Fast Food and Confectioners of Nigeria indicated that the size of the fast food industry in Nigeria grows at the rate of 4% annually, with a rapid rate of return on investment. According to a research paper, the number of fast food restaurants in Nigeria is increasing at a geometric rate and may double in 5 years.
I think one of the biggest inspirations for starting up the culinary school was the fact that restaurants were going abroad to bring in chefs. So they would go and hire their head chef and pay him in dollars, amounting to millions. They'll give them accommodation, travel, all of that as a package. And then they'll find people that were not trained chefs, hire them, and then pay them peanuts, and then all of that. So, for me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, good food is going to come out of that kitchen. So that was one of my biggest inspirations. And for me, we've worked with a lot of restaurants. We still work with a lot of restaurants. And for me, it was about showing them that we can grow our own talents here. We have a lot of talented chefs that came out of Red Dish, some earning over $1 million now as chefs in restaurants. And that for me is what keeps me going, because there's a lot of time I think, this is getting a lot. But when I see my students doing great things, growing up in the ranks, and then remembering back to when I was trying to look for a job and they were offering me 30,000 naira as a chef, even though I just came back from the UK, that was what really, this is the things that I look at and I say, I have to keep going for the thousands of people that still have this dream of becoming a chef and working as a chef. But I think restaurants are getting more open to the idea of we don't have to go abroad. We have a lot of homegrown talents. We have a culinary school in Nigeria now that we can go to and they can give us chefs. So part of our program here also is when you finish your professional chef's training, there's an internship for 3 months in a restaurant or hotel. So by the time you go there and gain some experience there, most of these restaurants will want to retain you. So again, we're trying to help to create jobs and create opportunities for some of our students. So for me, I have a restaurant project that is 5 years in the making. And the reason it's 5 years in the making is I want to get it right. I'm not in a hurry to get it. It's going to be called the Burgundy. It's Africa. It's not just Nigeria. So the idea is I have a tour of Africa this year. I'm going to travel to 10 countries in Africa. I'm going to Namibia shortly, and then Ethiopia. And the idea is to go and experience food, experience cultures, and bring back a little bit of what I experienced to the table at the Burgundy. So I'm going to do 10 countries and end back in Nigeria here for the launch of the restaurant, which hopefully would be one of the first restaurants in Africa to be internationally recognized and hopefully win a Michelin star. I think our palettes are opening up a bit more. I think 10 years ago, if I brought lobster for you or I brought you oysters, you'd be repulsed, you'd be like, what is this? You won't want to eat it, you'd be scared. But I think more people are more traveled now. The networks and TV networks have shown more food programs, international food programs. A lot more people know ingredients that they didn't know 10 years ago. So I think the culture is changing. People's palettes are opening more. They are more willing to try new things. They are seeing how to cook more things. So I think definitely we're going in the right direction. I would say it's a tough business. Just knowing how to cook is not enough. A lot of people think because they can cook or because their families have said, oh, your food is amazing, you should start a business. A lot of them think, let's go for it. But you need to also learn the business side of food. People say, oh, you can't go wrong with food. That's a lie. You can easily go wrong with food. And a lot of food businesses close every year. You just see them, they start up and they can't survive. So you have to understand the business side of it. If you don't understand it, then you need to find somewhere to learn and educate yourself. And with being a chef, you can never stop learning. Learning I learn every day. I open up a book, I look online, I go on TV. I'm learning. The best chefs in the world are the ones that continuously learn and they're not too proud. So don't be hasty to become a celebrity chef or be an Instagram chef. Learn your trade, learn your craft, better yourself and continue learning. That's what I would advise.
The success that restaurant businesses has met with can be attributed to the fact that eating is a necessity. As a matter of fact, it is the #1 need of man. Another factor that has contributed to the success of restaurant businesses is the busy lifestyle that an average Nigerian leads. Most people are so busy that they consider home cooking a waste of time. The business, when planned and executed well, rarely experiences poor sales. Even when other commodities experience poor sales, restaurant business thrives. This is largely attributed to the limitless target market for the business. Despite the success of the industry, please be warned, it is not rosy all the way. Running a restaurant is quite a tedious task. In fact, it is one of the most stressful businesses to run in Nigeria. The biggest risk for the restaurant industry is rising wages and food costs. If you're not constantly working to improve profitability and grow your revenue, the costs will take over. Despite the challenges associated with owning a restaurant, many individuals have found successes in this sector of the economy. According to Chef Heroes, in an economy like Nigeria's, where it is difficult to get funding, food business is one of the fastest businesses you can start with little or no capital. As a matter of fact, he stated, "I started my business with 25,000 naira, and today we are a multi-million naira company." A lot of people have seen the journey of a few chefs and have been inspired by it, so much so that I can advise that if you are out of a job or you are not getting enough on the job, start a snack business and deliver to your friends. Before you know it, orders will be coming in. There is enough space for everyone. We are a country with a population of about 200 million people. People need food. The demand is really huge. Thus, venturing into the food service industry in Nigeria with proper planning and execution is definitely not a bad idea.
Part of the things we're still struggling with now is the fact that a lot of people have spoiled the name Nigeria, and one of the things we're trying to get, one of the accreditations we're trying to get is City and Guilds, which we got so far with them, and then all of a sudden they said they're not doing Nigeria anymore. Like anything Nigeria they're not doing, because so many people have been so fraudulent with it. You know, someone will get the accreditation and then be selling it to other schools, and then they would be using that person. So, you know, it was hard for them. So they had to stop it. So we're now going through Ghana, which, you know, doesn't make a lot of sense, you know. So I think a lot of things has gotten to that stage where we're having to double fight. We're having to give them extra assurances. So we've partnered with a lot of bodies. We've partnered with some other schools abroad as well, so that our certificate is also recognized in those countries. So we're having to go through channels that normally should be a simple process for us. But because it's Nigeria, they always feel like, look, you guys are going to get this, and then you're going to start, you know, selling it again to other people to make money, and that's because a lot of people have done that. So we pride ourselves on our reputation, and our reputation speaks for us. So our students that do go abroad as well. So for example, people can use that as a direct entry. So if you get a certificate from Reddish, you can use that for direct. I think it's called direct entry program or something for Canada, which a lot of our students are doing. But we're also drilling it down into the students that you're not just going there and then you get there and you become lazy. You always have to remember that you're from Reddish, and this, what you do, will set a precedent for the rest of our students that are open to come there. So you need to make us proud. It was a name that stuck. So when I started the whole thing and I started cooking, my mom gave me, when I came back, my mom gave me this set of plates that were red in color. And I started cooking and plating and posting on Instagram and Twitter. And I would post daily on this red plate. And one guy on Instagram just said, "This guy, you have come again. You want to kill us with your red dish chronicles." And the name just, everybody started saying Red Dish Chronicles. It became an hashtag. And then it just stuck, and I just figured, you know what, since everybody already knows Red Dish, the culinary school will be called Red Dish Chronicles. Apart from food, I'm big on photography. I love photography. I'm getting into other aspects of photography that is not even food now, and I'm doing a lot of cinematography as well. I feel like the space, the cinematographic space for food is very, very limiting in Nigeria. We don't have a lot of food content out there, so I am very eager to push that food content out there. So yeah, photography, big on that. I like holidays. I don't get a lot of them, but my wife forces it. Every year we have to go somewhere at least, or 2 places. And when I'm on holiday, I try as much as possible not to think about work, or I will go and hide somewhere and quickly text and say, "You guys must do this," and then get back to the holiday. And so I do like traveling a lot. You know, so I use that as, because when I'm in Nigeria, there's no chance. I'm working Monday to Sunday. I'm working from early. I'm first to get to the office, last to leave. Thank you.
Welcome to another interesting episode of Space and Style. It's a television show designed to provide realistic solutions for all your real estate needs by providing you with trends, tips, and also engaging experts to discuss topical issues affecting the industry. My name is Olamide Unifade, as you know, and on the show today we're also still talking to an expert from last week discussing the intricacies of home insurance. We shall also share some interior design tips with you to keep you abreast of various trends in the interior designs fair. On the property of the week, we'll also showcase a property that we hope to inspire you to join the real estate ladder if you have not. And lastly, the artisan spot, where we will be talking to an artisan on his craftsmanship. So sit back and ensure that you enjoy the show. Welcome to the Expert Insight, and Dr. Ayodeji Johnson is still in the studio with us again this week for the concluding part of the intricacies of home insurance. Recall that Dr. Ayodeji Johnson is a seasoned professional in the insurance industry with a proven track record of over 24 years. He has worked with companies such as Guinea Insurance PLC, the Nigerian General Insurance Company Limited, ICO Insurance, Mutual Benefits Insurance, ARM Life PLC, and J. Akinjudge & Co., amongst many other firms. Thank you for coming again.
Thank you for having me again. I'm excited to be here.
And I enjoyed last week's topic. I really enjoyed it. So, taking it from last week, I hear insurance brokers, insurance companies, and I wonder, why do we have brokers? What do they do? And why do insurance companies use them?
Okay, so the role of the brokers is actually to be able to explain the fine prints and then help you take the worries off you about insurance. So basically what they do, because they are experts in their own rights, they understand the wordings of the policy, they understand various policies that each individual needs, and they are able to advise individuals based on that knowledge. So and the beauty about this is the person buying the policy does not pay the brokers.
Oh, it's the insurance company that pays?
Yes, it's the insurance company that pays. So if I get a transaction off you, I don't charge you for doing all of those service. It is where I take the business to. So for bringing the business to them, they pay me.
But a lot of quacks masquerading as brokers. When it's time for your claim payouts, you don't see them. How can I decipher who is a proper and an accredited broker?
The brokers have an umbrella body, which is the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers. We have a secretariat at the National Secretariat at Saboyaba, and then we've got area offices across the country, where we have area committee chairmen that supervises these brokers. So once anybody comes to you and they are not part of this body, it's always very likely that you won't be able to get a lot of things out of them when a claim occurs. I'm not saying there are no professionals out there that are not members of the Nigerian Council of Registered Brokers, but we've always admonished everybody to be part of this. Now we also have the National Insurance Commission that regulates all insurance practices, and we also fall under that. So for you to have any registered insurance broker come to you, be rest assured that your claims will be dealt with when they come up.
So why do claims take long to be processed? It takes forever.
Claims usually do not take forever. Now, if you've been told to provide items A to E to be able to process your claim, and you only do items A, B, and E, leaving C and D out, there's no way your claims will be processed. The C and D might be police reports, might also be your estimate of repairs. Without all of this, there's no way anybody will be able to successfully process your claims. So if you've been told do this, please follow it, and I can assure you, insurance company pays claims within 1 week.
Are you kidding?
I am telling you.
Are you kidding?
I am telling you. I've got testimonials. One of the things the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers is trying to do right now is even to have a compendium of all of these claims that's been paid from people. So we're asking people, sending your testimonials, how have your claims experience been? We want a situation whereby we get the positive feedback and we also look at the negative
and
ones.
use that to sensitize the public.
Those are the things that we're trying to do right now. That's
So-
part of the cardinal points for the new presidents that's just coming.
So I've seen times when active insurance policyholders get their policies cancelled by companies. What can inform that? Why would an insurance policy, an insurance company cancel my claim, my policy?
Your policy, great. So I told you before that you needed to fill a proposal form. Now you fill the proposal form. If you were dishonest at any time within that period, even though a contract has been issued to you, by the time it's discovered that you were trying to play smart or anything, the insurance company has the right to cancel that policy and return your funds to you. So these are areas, these are times where policies are cancelled. Once the insurance company realizes that you've been trying to play smart, I'm choosing my words carefully, you've been trying to play smart, that's when they come, and then if they've had discussions with you and you're still not owning up to whatever it is you've done, in their best interest, they will cancel that policy.
So because we're going on a short break,
Yeah.
but before the break, I was also going to quickly ask you this question. Is there a statutory limit for when claims are supposed to be paid?
Well, once all your documentations are complete, once you signed your discharge voucher, the discharge voucher is what the insurance company gives to you to say this is how much we're going to pay you for your claim. Once you sign off on that, I can assure you most insurance company pays within 48 hours. Some might pay within 24 hours.
But is there a statutory limit?
Well, it's not industry hits like that, but everybody tries to, because they also want to gain clients using that.
Okay.
So at least that's what they'll publicize. Oh, we're able to pay claims within 12 hours after EDV. We're able to pay within 24 hours. So by the time they go to the market with that, a lot of people tend to want to use those kind of companies, unlike the ones that delay claims payments.
There's a whole lot of dishonesty going on in that industry, but we'll be back. We'll be back to talk about that. Thank you for staying with us. We're going on a quick break, and please stay with us.
Space and style.
Thank you for staying with us. And I still have Dr. Ayodeji Johnson in the studio with me, and we are still talking about home insurance in Nigeria. So before we went for the break, we were talking about dishonesty in the, and you're trying to exonerate the industry. So it's fine. The issue of premiums.
Yeah.
Is it static or it goes up every year? And what informs it if it goes up every year?
I remember the last time we were talking, last week when we were talking, you talked about properties appreciating. Now, so every year, because of the trends, because of this so-called appreciation, we expect every homeowner to what's that word now? To
renegotiate
building again,
okay,
and then do revaluation on those buildings based on the fact that it might have appreciated. Once that appreciates, naturally your insurance would increase. So if you've paid on 150 last year and you're coming to insure for 250 this year, naturally your premium would increase because you've increased your sum insured. So when people come and they say it's always increasing, it's because they are also increasing. So every time an insurance broker sends to you your renewal notice, there's a caveat there that says because of the change in the trends and property valuations and everything, that you should look at yours and see if you want to increase. So by the time you increase, naturally your premium will increase to take care of the extra you've added to it. So that's what informs what those increments are.
Okay, another question I'd ask is rates. How to get the best rate available? Because I know for once that not all is not standard. What I get from a particular company, I might not get. So how am I able to get the best rate at the best from the best company?
We had talked about the rules of the insurance brokerage firms.
Okay.
Now, because, for example, Nikon Town Estates an insurance company is insuring maybe about 50 houses out of the houses there, they can come together and put the association together and say, if you can get all of you on board, you get a group discount. So all of this discount come when you have associations, you have people coming together and doing the same thing. But at the same time, the insurance brokers, because they have relationships with all of these underwriting firms, they know who and who will give you discounts for bringing this, for bringing that. So that also helps with getting reduced rates. So for example, I know as for a fact which insurance companies 60% of my transactions go to. So if I go to them and I'm saying, please help me accommodate this, they would naturally want to accommodate. So they might give discounts here and there based on the business relationship I have with them. That's why we've always said that using a registered insurance broker would always help you with all of this. Not at the time of placing businesses alone, but when a claim occurs.
Okay, when it comes to the issue of fire, and for instance, a policyholder's house got burnt, but it's extended to his neighbor's house. Who takes liability for that?
Well, the insurance company will take liability for that because the proximate cost of that fire emanated from their clients.
Okay.
So if this building is insured and then there's a fire that's happened and it drags to the next house.
Even if it drags up to 10 houses?
The insurance company is supposed to, but there's always a limit to all of this. So it also depends on what kind of policy that you've bought.
What if it's comprehensive?
Yeah, the insurance
so
company
what if
will
I
take care of all of this.
park a car
Yeah.
in the property and it also gets burnt?
Everything that is insured in that building will be dealt with. Because like I said, the main proximate cause of that fire is the main proximate cause of that event is the fire to that building. So if the person has a comprehensive fire insurance, you'll be extended to cover all of those. But like I said, it's to a limit. It might not be total 100%. Now, I'll give you another scenario. So Mr. A has his house insured, Mr. B has his house insured too. Mr. A's house the fire starts from Mr. A's house, pulls to Mr. B's house. Mr. B can actually bring his insurance to take care of his own fire needs. And then the insurance company will go to Mr. A's insurance company to get a refund for having fixed Mr. B's house. So basically that can be done. It speeds up whatever repairs that needs to be done on Mr. B's house because maybe his own insurance is more proactive or something and they're not dragging their feet. So basically that's how this really works when a fire occurs.
Okay, so when it comes to markets, in the last 6-7 years, a lot of markets have been gutted by fire. So if Mr. A insures his goods and his shop, and the whole and fire starts from his shop, and it raises the whole market, what happens? Still the same thing.
Insurance will come to play.
Oh,
That's why insurance
goodness.
comes in.
So where does insurance get their money from?
One of the things, I'll explain that. One of the things we try to do is, if I'm going into a market to insure, what I try to do is not just ensure that one market and go away. I try to get the whole association to come together so that we ensure the whole thing at the same time. That helps in mitigating the losses. Because now it is everybody pulling their resources together to help when the need occurs. Not just one person out of 50. So that's where this happens. Now you're talking about where insurance company gets their money. Insurance people do not have that money. Insurance is a pool of funds of everybody pooled into the insurance company. They are just managers of these funds. So the way they get their money is how they invest these funds. So there are portions that they leave out for when a claim occurs. This is what we use to settle claims. There are others that they use for investments. Long-term investments, short-term investments. So it is the proceeds from these investments that they use to sort out operational costs at their end. So they are basically managers of these resources. So in an insurance company, that's why you have investment managers, accountants, actuaries, and people like that. So everybody comes together to see how best to manage these funds so that when the clients need those funds, they'll be able to have access to it.
Wow. I am so... I really enjoyed myself, and I have a deeper understanding of home insurance. And I hope people take the cue to do more home insurance.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayodeji Johnson, and I hope you show up again when we need you.
As soon as you call me,
Oh
I
my
will.
God. Thank you for that commitment. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of the segment, and I hope you had a nice time with our guest in the studio. So next is the design tip of the week. Hello and welcome to this segment. This is the interior decor segment. This is the segment where we talk to you about how to transform your spaces on a budget. And today I have with me Edna Ebudagi, and she was here the last time. We enjoyed it thoroughly, and she has given us her time again this week. Thank you very much, Edna, for coming again.
Thank you so much for having me once again.
So today we'll be talking about how to choose the right colors for your spaces. So,
okay, choosing the right color for your space can be very challenging for most. Even we as interior designers sometimes struggle with it. So, but it is very essential that you pick the right color for your space. So I've been to a lot of homes or offices whereby people have like really bold color on their wall surrounding them, and it's not so much of a good thing to have that. It's always advisable to have like a bright color on your wall. Yeah.
You said bold color and bright. Is there a difference?
Yes, there is a difference. When you talk about bold colors, those are like statement colors, like red, colors that are very, very sharp, like red, like pink, like gold. Orange, yes. So those are very bold colors. It's not very advisable to have them like on the four corners of your wall. But some interior designers have used them, but they can only be done professionally. Like it is very challenging to have that kind of space and still be able to design them properly, except you're a professional. So for the purpose of our conversation, I would say that having like a bold color, which are those, how do I put it, like the red, those sharp colors, should only be like in one side of your space.
Because I was going to say that in my living space, I have orange.
Yeah,
but
it's
just one side.
Yes,
I was kind of like, but there's nothing wrong with having orange in your home.
No, it's not. There's nothing wrong. It should just be like one side of the wall. So it should be like an accent color to your space, and it's going to make it pop. So those are the things you need to consider when picking the right colors. Then a lot of designers or people love to use whites. I personally love to use white. If I'm not using white, then I have to pick a bright color. It doesn't mean that I can't use a dark color, but I have to be able to use it properly so that it can come out very nice. These days, a lot of people use black. Yeah.
In a living space?
And it's really nice.
But
when done properly, that is the key word. When done properly. So when you use a white paint on your wall, it's very nice because white allows you to throw in a lot of colors. When you have a white, so that's the trick. When you have a white wall, you can throw in pink, you can throw in gold into your space. It makes the living area very playful. Like if I had like an orange wall, it is going to restrict the colors that I'm going to use on my space. Do you get the trick?
Well, I have it as an accent, as I said, and I have whites in every other area.
Okay, so then what about your throw pillows?
I don't have throw pillows.
So that is what we're talking about. So that is
have you considered people that have children?
Okay. What has that?
I mean the white color that you were talking about.
Okay, the white color. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Juggle that.
Okay, all right. Yeah, white is really nice, but you do not have to use white. There are other bright colors that are not whites, and you can still use. There is beige, there is blush, There are numerous bright colors that you can use when considering your kids in a space. So it doesn't have to be like a dark color, oh, because you have kids, you have to use black. Oh, come on.
There's a difference between bold and bright colors.
Yeah.
So what are the examples of bright colors? Because I don't see any difference.
Okay, so there are lots of bright colors that you can use. You have beige, you have peach, you have white, you have off-white, lilac. You know, those bright colors that are not so bold, not so dark, you know, that we just make your space come alive. Just really calm colors.
Then are there colors that appear to make your area, your living area or whatever, your space look bigger?
Certainly, those are the bright colors. Bright colors tend to make your space look bigger. Dark colors tend to make your space look smaller. So if you have a very large space and you want it to come together, then you use a dark color.
Okay. Another thought that I have is ceilings.
Okay.
Quite a number of ceilings are just painted white. But what's your opinion? Do you think you can get a bit creative with the colors of the ceilings?
Yes. The reason why most people use white is because when you use white on your ceiling, it tends to like make it bigger, like it's like an extension. Do you get? It doesn't look like the ceiling is so close to your head. But if you have like a colored ceiling, it brings it too close to you. So it's always advisable to use white. But when done properly, you can have other colors you can have different colors of ceiling, especially when it's a very high ceiling. When your ceiling is high, then you can use whatever color you want to use as long as you are doing it right. But if your ceiling is the normal ceiling or it's really low, by all means, please use white.
Stick to the universal color of white.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Edna, for your time. I really enjoyed myself, and I hope we've been able to learn one or two things about choosing the right color for your space. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Space and style.
So we've come to the last segment of the show, and it's the artisan spot, and we'll be speaking to an artisan who will be discussing his craftsmanship with us.
Ti wà ní ẹnu iṣẹ́ yẹn sin ọgbọ̀n ọdún. Ó wà fẹ́ ti wà torí situation iṣẹ́ wa yẹn sìn. Bí dọ́là yẹn ṣe ń rise ni owó orin yẹn náà wọ́n máa ń gbé owó ẹ̀ sókè. So whatever ń sìn, assuming irin tá a rà ní bí 1 tap pọ̀ gan-an nídìí iṣẹ́ yìí. Ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa. Ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́. Generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná. Ó ti yé yín. So àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face, a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn. So táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́, kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá means láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Iná generator náà la lè lò. Assuming tó bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe wà yìí, máa ń ní program fún iṣẹ́ mi. So mo lè níṣẹ́ 3 4. So àwọn ọmọ tó ń bá mi iṣẹ́ wà. Tó yẹ pé tí bá ti níṣẹ́ tó pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀, màá pọ̀ pé wọ́n wá. Àjọ handle iṣẹ́ yẹn. So lórí iṣẹ́ yìí náà, àwọn ọmọ wà tó yẹ pé àti kọ́ńṣẹ́. Tó yẹ pé èmi wà nù wọn tó yẹ pé ó ń lọ school. Ó ń ti school. Tó bá close in school, a wá síbi, a wá kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn. So ó fi ń ṣe part time. So along the line, ó dẹ̀ náà ti wà láyà rẹ̀. Client wà tó yẹ pé èmi wà ó lè lóun fẹ́ gba iṣẹ́ òun níbi ọ̀sẹ̀ kan. Tíṣẹ́ mi dẹ̀ ti wà lọ́wọ́ mi. So mo lè fún grace fún ọ̀sẹ̀ 2. Tó bá lè afford ẹ̀, so I go ahead. So èmi ìtàn dẹ̀ ti mọ iṣẹ́ wa, so kò ní doubt. Okay, kò sí problem wọn á ṣe. So láti bẹ̀ lọ, iṣẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n lè má tó time tèmi wá dá fún yẹn. A gbé àwọn irin tá à ń lò, àwọn irin quality. So àwọn nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ fi ń ṣe, ó máa ń last débi pé ẹlòmíì gan tó máa padà fún yàn ni. Ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nínú foreign àti local nìyẹn. Foreign bóyá wà yẹn kò ń strong, ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n máa ń wo finishing. Tiwa dẹ̀rẹ̀ finishing tiwa ó lè farapẹ́ díẹ̀ ni, ṣùgbọ́n tiwa ó máa ń strong ju ti wọn lọ. Ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nù finishing fọ́nrìn ni pé materials wà tó ń mòdì kíní yẹn fún wọn lọ́hùn. Tiwa ń bí ọwọ́ làwa fi ń ṣe. Irú ìsìn ìgbà táwa fi kọ́ṣẹ́ tiwa ń gbà yẹn àwa lo 6 years. A tún fi 6 years sin ọ̀gá. Ṣùgbọ́n ń sìn láyé òde ìlú àwọn ọmọ tó ń kọ́ṣẹ́ ń sìn grace wọn ò ju one and a half years 2 years so àwọn náà ti wà wọ́n ti gbàyàn dá àwọn náà ti máa dáṣẹ́ ara wọn ṣe. Nígbà tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí gbà yẹn mo wà ní bíi 19 years mo fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí nígbà yẹn. So ẹ̀kọ́ rí méjì mo kàn rí lórí iṣẹ́ yìí ni pé ìgbà yẹn náà mo fẹ́ kọ́ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn òbí tó bí mi wọ́n ti ríran jù èmi lọ so àwọn ní iṣẹ́ yìí ló máa kọ́ along the line bọ́ọ̀lù ohun mi kì í gbá ṣùgbọ́n mi ò fẹ́ tàpá sí òfin àwọn òbí mi ni mo ṣe ìyànṣẹ́ yìí láàyò ìgbà tèmi náà dẹ̀ wá wọnú ẹ̀ wọ́n á rí i pé iṣẹ́ tó rọrùn ni. Ṣe rí iṣẹ́ wẹ́dà ọ̀pá àti obìnrin ṣe ráwa ọkùnrin wa gan ládé ní ayé ìsìn ọ̀hún fẹ́ kọ́ṣẹ́ wẹ́dà torí iṣẹ́ tó le ni iṣẹ́ ojú ni ó ti yé yín nǹkan tó máa fi ń sá fún iṣẹ́ yẹn nìyẹn.
Space and style.
We have come to the end of the show this week, and I hope you enjoyed yourself and learned a lot about home insurance. Join us next week for another interesting edition of Space and Style at the same time on the same station. Bye for now.
Across the world, 1 in 3 women has been bitten, coerced into sex, or abused by people they know, love, and trust. Here in Nigeria, 1 in 5 women has been a victim of abuse. Gender-based violence is the leading cause of death and disability of women between the ages of 19 to 44. Queen James, not her real name, a 47-year-old writer based in Lagos, was married off at 17. She barely knew the man who was to become her husband.
I just finished from secondary school, and my parents were like, you have to marry, that they have somebody for me. I tried to argue that I want to go back to school. My parents said they don't have money for me to further education, so I didn't have any option than to accept.
Queen enjoyed the first decade of her marriage. Her husband paid for her university education, and they had 3 children together. In 2002, Queen's sister-in-law claimed she was a witch. Her husband believed it and turned against her. She suffered financial deprivation and domestic violence.
While I was in school, everything was going well until the senior sister came into the house. The sister kept telling him different stories, that he see a revelation, I'm going to kill him, I want to give him stroke. Now, at a point, he now told him that in fact I'm a witch, that I'm going to kill him if he doesn't send me out of the house. This man started beating me every day. If he has small problem in the office, I'll come back, the sister will tell him, it's your wife. He wants them to sack you from work.
The United Nations defines violence as any act that results in physical, sexual, or mental harm or suffering to women, including threats of such acts, coercion, or arbitrary deprivation of liberty. Domestic violence is violence that occurs in a domestic setting, such as a marriage or cohabitation, committed by people in an intimate relationship against the other person.
Every night, he will squeeze my neck, tell me to confess all the wicked thing I'm doing to him, all the wicked thing I'm doing to the children, that there's a revelation I want to, kill my children. Another day he comes and they said I've already made a plan to kill him and take over his property, that I should tell him why I want to kill him. Everything was just like like a dream to me. He did not allow me to go to shop. I only go and buy things, and the girl that was in the shop was the one selling at a point. He now locked up the shop, came back to the house. When I returned back to the house, I started looking for work. Anywhere I want to go and work, he will go and tell them not to employ me.
Like many women, Queen did not file for a divorce or leave her abusive relationship. She feared for her safety and the welfare of her children and decided to endure the misery. One day in 2005, Queen's husband did more than beat her. He armed himself with a pestle and broke her bone.
It was even
to get a report, officers